I am the king of weapons. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 Professor's Ambition. Meanwhile, Wenger in the office was also distressed. He recalled the tough seasons in the past. Arsenal, I really don't want my players to go to Arsenal. You Arsenal are too stingy. The weekly salary is only £110,000. Tisk tisk tisk. Since driving away the hateful Jerome Anderson, Wenger has been in control of Arsenal. But although Wenger is in control of the power now, he is actually more tired. Although Jerome Anderson, with a relationship with David Dunn, can call the shots in Arsenal's transfer market, and sometimes even affects Wenger's transfer strategy. But David Dunn is a real powerhouse in the English football world. He has the ability and connections. In the past, when Wenger liked a player, David Dunn and Jerome Anderson came out to negotiate, and they were still very powerful at the negotiation table. Basically, David Dunn can satisfy the players Wenger wants. But the current Arsenal CEO Gazidis is from the United States. This person is also a big name in the sports world. He once participated in the establishment of the Major League Soccer and was responsible for market development. His greatest ability is his strong business development ability. In history, Arsenal began to have enough funds to introduce players after a few years, which was also closely related to Gazidis' strong business development ability. This person brought several heavyweight sponsorships to Arsenal. But this guy is a business developer after all, and he has no connections in European football. He is always a step behind in transfer negotiations, or he has been unable to negotiate successfully. In addition, Arsenal was in the most difficult time at the time. Because of the pressure of short-term loans for Arsenal's new players, Arsenal had to control Arsenal's salary system and had to be cautious in the transfer market. The introduction of players was either because Arsenal had excellent results and the players were attracted by Arsenal's championship ability. But Arsenal's results were not good at the time. Basically, the championships were the League Cup and the FA Cup, and the League and Champions League were gradually fading away. Since the results were not good, you must at least have money. But Arsenal is short of money at this stage, and Gazidis' poor negotiation skills make it increasingly difficult for Arsenal to recruit players. Jorge, as far as I know, Santiago's annual salary at Villarreal is only €2 million. Wenger smiled slightly. Wenger has sold many players in the past few seasons. The best of them are of course Adebayo and Baptista. The sale of these two heavyweight players immediately brought in €60 million in transfer fees. Now Arsenal has no money, so Wenger is spending money wisely. Adebayo was sold, but Wenger is not going to introduce a backup striker. Just like he didn't introduce a backup striker after selling Henry that summer. Wenger has enough confidence in his disciples. Like Bendtner, the current talented centre-forward of Arsenal, Van Persie who changed from a winger to a shadow striker, and Bale who can play in the middle and on the wing. The presence of these players made Wenger give up the plan to introduce an outstanding striker, and instead set his sights on the centre. Baptista's departure made Wenger take a fancy to Villarreal's current front-court core player Cazorla. Wenger has money now, and La Liga players, like Bundesliga players, are not very expensive. Players like Cazorla, if they play in the Premier League or have English nationality, would have been worth more than €40 million. But he is only a Villarreal player, so his value is not that outrageous. Wenger finally got Cazorla for €19 million. Cazorla's weekly salary became £80,000. In the past few seasons, Wenger's investment in the transfer market is negative, not to mention investment. In the past few seasons, Arsenal has earned nearly €100 million in the transfer market alone. The Stars sold one after another, from Ashley Cole to Henry, Adebayo, and Baptista. Each of them left Arsenal with huge funds. But, Arsenal, your salary is still too low. Players like Fabregas and Nasri can't keep them unless they are paid more than £100,000 a week. It's all those damn upstarts. If there is one person who hates Chelsea and Manchester City the most in European football, it must be Wenger. When Wenger and Arsenal planned the new stadium, they didn't take into account the rise of Chelsea and Manchester City. Their entry has caused a sharp increase in player transfer fees in European football. Salaries have risen sharply. If it weren't for their rise, Arsenal wouldn't be in such a difficult situation as it is now. Wenger can still buy low and sell high as he did before, which can not only maintain Arsenal's performance, but also prevent Arsenal from having financial difficulties. Unfortunately, the entry of Chelsea and Manchester City has made Arsenal's wishful thinking come to nothing. Now Arsenal can't keep good players because of salary issues, and if they can't keep good players, they can't keep the team's performance. This is already a vicious cycle. If Wenger hadn't been in charge and Yuxin hadn't stayed, Arsenal would have been fine in the past few years, otherwise it might have been regulated by the bank long ago. But this is the fact. I heard that David Silva's agent just finished negotiating David Silva's contract with Manchester City recently. Do you know how much salary Manchester City offered? Mendes and Manchester City's negotiations for several months have begun to bear fruit. The simplest one is David Silva's salary. When he joined Manchester City last summer, his weekly salary was only £80,000. But this season he performed well in Manchester City, and did not appear to be unsuitable for the Premier League because of his thin body as many critics believed. On the contrary, in his first season in the Premier League, he scored 5 goals and 11 assists. Therefore, his contract was changed the fastest, and Manchester City even changed it for him automatically. Therefore, he was the player who completed the salary negotiation with Manchester City the fastest this summer. In the end, David Silva signed a new 4-year contract with Manchester City, and Silva's weekly salary increased from £80,000 to £150,000. David Silva, who is only 23 years old, jumped into the high-paid group in the Premier League. I heard about it. Is it £140,000? No, it's £150,000. Wenger shook his head. Although David Silva performed well, he was still far behind Arsenal's Fabregas. But Fabregas's weekly salary is only £90,000, which is the second highest in Arsenal. Arsenal and Fabregas are negotiating now. Arsenal is willing to give Fabregas a salary increase, but it is also £100,000 a week. It is completely incomparable with David Silva's £150,000. Jorge, do you know? This is completely against the rules of football. Arsena, you have studied economics. Isn't the so-called rule of football now to see who is richer? You will get more surprising news in a few days. More surprising news? Not only Wenger heard it, but the entire Premier League heard it. On July 29, 2009, Manchester City's official website announced that they had introduced their defensive midfielder Yaya Toure from Barcelona for €32 million. This transfer was not too surprising, because Manchester City had many surprising transfers since Mansour entered Manchester City. In just 2 years, Manchester City has thrown more than €300 million in the transfer market. Among them are players such as Tevez, Modric, and Thiago Silva, who are worth more than €40 million, so Yaya Toure's transfer is not as big as theirs. Therefore, when Yaya Toure transferred to Manchester City, everyone just thought that Manchester City started spending money again. From Barcelona's perspective, last season, the rise of the young player Busquets in Barcelona even replaced Yaya Toure's main position at the end of the season. Yaya Toure's departure is not surprising. More importantly, Barcelona has spent more than €100 million in the transfer market this summer. In addition to introducing Zielinski and Ibrahimovic, Barcelona bought Maxwell and introduced the young striker Karasin at a price of €14 million. In the current European football, Barcelona is not very rich, not as good as Real Madrid, Manchester United and Bayern. There was not much profit last season. In this case, it is definitely necessary to clean up some players to balance the finances. In addition to cleaning up some veterans and young players, Barcelona sold the valuable Yaya Toure. It was normal in the front, but when some contract details between Yaya Toure and Manchester City were announced, it really caused an uproar. Because Yaya Toure and Manchester City signed a 5-year contract, and Yaya Toure's weekly salary is £220,000. According to this contract, Yaya Toure can get an annual salary of nearly £6 million after tax in Manchester City. If it was the strong pound at that time, then this salary would be very high. But the recent appreciation of the pound, now £1 can only be exchanged for €1.14. It can be said that the depreciation of the pound has caused the salaries of Premier League players to drop too much. However, Yaya Toure's salary is not just that, he has a lot of additional terms behind him. In addition to the salary, Yaya Toure will receive a share of the image rights worth £1.65 million, including jersey sales. If Manchester City can break through the Champions League group stage, Yaya Toure will receive a bonus of £1.13 million. If Manchester City wins the Europa League, Yaya Toure will receive a bonus of £4.12 million. Of course, if Manchester City wins the Premier League or FA Cup unexpectedly, Yaya Toure will also receive a considerable additional income, far exceeding the bonus of the Europa League champion. And the above income is after tax. That is to say, as long as Manchester City can break through the Champions League group stage next season, Yaya Toure's income from Manchester City will exceed £8 million. Of course, if he unexpectedly wins the FA Cup or Premier League championship. At that time, he can get nearly £10 million from Manchester City. These are all after-tax income. That is to say, as long as Manchester City performs well next season, Yaya Toure's salary can be compared with Cristiano Ronaldo and Kaká of Real Madrid. After Yaya Toure's contract came out, it really shocked the entire world of football. Needless to say, it caused a sensation in the English football world. After all, this is the first player in the Premier League to earn more than £200,000 a week. Such a huge contract directly rewrites the history of the Premier League. Mendes, needless to say, all agents made a lot of money in this transfer. When Yaya Toure's contract came out, all agents in European football thanked their colleagues again. Just like when Mendes transferred Pepe to Real Madrid for €30 million. All agents were ecstatic. Because this transfer further promoted the high value of players. Since Pepe transferred to Real Madrid for €30 million, player transfers have far exceeded the market price, giving agents countless opportunities to operate, and commissions have also risen accordingly. And this time, all football agents applauded. Because David Silva created a player with a weekly salary of £220,000, this will inevitably lead to an increase in the salary of the entire player. Especially the agents doing business in the Premier League are very happy. Their players will also have high salaries, and their salary share will be greatly increased. It can be said that Mendes has now become a weather vane for player transfers and salaries in European football. So that's it. Wenger shook his head. A few days ago, Mendes said there was more surprising news, and this is what he was talking about. Wenger really smiled bitterly. Mendes and other agents should all be arrested and shot. A weekly salary of £220,000 is simply crazy. Moreover, European football is a chain of events. Originally, many powerful teams wanted to keep a low profile this summer and give UEFA a little face. But it was precisely because Real Madrid and Barcelona made big signings, they poached players from other powerful teams, and the powerful teams began to poach players from other clubs. As a result, the transfer market in European football has become lively again. Hey, the professor is also distressed. Since the glory of 2006, the team has indeed won the 2008 Small 3 Championships, the 2009 League Cup 4 consecutive championships, the 11th FA Cup, and reached the Champions League final twice after Wuguan in 2007. Life has been better in the past 2 years, and strong players such as Buffon and Cazorla have been introduced. The next step is to increase salaries, and winning the championship requires spending money, and some young players will leave. To win the championship, Arsenal cannot do without the disciple of the only superstar now. Thinking of this, Wenger decided to visit Lee Yuxin's home after returning home. Meanwhile, at Lee Yuxin's home, Mendes brought a new contract. After all, there are more than 1 or 2 people eyeing Lee Yuxin now. Real Madrid has already started to contact Lee Yuxin's agent. Barcelona is also contacting Arsenal using its good relationship with Arsenal Club to see if it can bring in Lee Yuxin. As for the wealthy Manchester City, they are also trying to hook up with Lee Yuxin. Even Manchester City has released the news. As long as Lee Yuxin is willing to come to Manchester City, Manchester City is willing to offer Lee Yuxin a weekly salary of £220,000. This makes Arsenal very alert. So Mendes has a lot of chips in this negotiation. And Arsenal must keep Lee Yuxin. Not to mention Lee Yuxin's contribution in the competitive arena, his contribution in finance is far greater than any other player. So Arsenal made a lot of concessions this time. Lee Yuxin looked at his salary. It reached £140,000, which is still the highest salary in Arsenal. Although he cannot be compared with the superstars of other Premier League giants, no player in Arsenal can compare with Lee Yuxin in salary. And in other aspects of the share, Arsenal has given up a lot. Give Lee Yuxin a few % more share. This money is not less at all. It increases Lee Yuxin's annual income by several £1 million. Including the salary, Lee Yuxin can get about tens of millions of pounds from Arsenal every year. The income from the club is counted in the entire Premier League. But Arsenal doesn't care. Because they give Lee Yuxin so much money, but Lee Yuxin earns tens of millions of pounds for Arsenal every year. Jorge, I think it's about the same. We can sign. Lee Yuxin is only 24 years old now, but Lee Yuxin, who has lived 2 lives, has his own plan for his career. Chapter 352, The Grand Preparation. There is no more news now. Arsenal is now undergoing a major cleanup. I have a list here, take a look. They are all the players that Arsenal is going to clean up now. Gervinho, Chamak, Arshavin, Denson, Squirici, Andre Santos. In addition to these first-line players, there are also a large number of youth team players. Lee Yuxin looked at the cleanup list and smiled slightly. He was not dissatisfied with the need to clean up so many first-line players, but was very happy. This is right. Clean up all these players who take up the salary but cannot play as the main force. Only by leaving the salary space can we introduce other players and introduce more outstanding players. The salaries of these players do not seem high, but most of them have a weekly salary of more than £50,000. After the cleanup, there will be a weekly salary space of hundreds of thousands of pounds. What about the signings? It doesn't seem to be a big move at the moment. In addition to the scheduled introduction of Wanyama, Flamini and Sagno were only introduced for free. Flamini. It's good to be a substitute. Lee Yuxin nodded. Flamini was once one of the main players of Arsenal, but later he transferred to Milan for free. Now at the age of 29, Flamini is not old enough to retire. It's good to come to Arsenal as a substitute. In this way, Arsenal will have 3 defensive midfielders, Arteta, Flamini, and Wanyama, and Ramsey who can play as a defensive midfielder, which greatly strengthens the depth of Arsenal's midfield. But this is not enough. Even so, Arsenal still can't win the championship. Arsenal still lacks some changes in offense. What else? Not sure. But Arsenal will not only have these transfers, we can wait and see. There is a big move, and it is being discussed now. Yet, Lee Yuxin was just anxious, and he also knew that it was impossible for a club like Arsenal to let everyone know about the transfer. But Jin Ming was really anxious and wanted to see Arsenal's moves. I hope that Arsenal will be able to hit higher honors next season. Jorge, except for attending the Chinese Super League endorsement activities, reject all others. When I get better results in Arsenal, these will not be a problem. Lee Yuxin now has no idea how many invitations he will receive as long as he returns to China. But Lee Yuxin is ready to reject all of them, except for the issue of the Chinese Super League spokesperson and the activities he needs to attend. Okay. Mendes did not refuse. Although this will lose millions of RMB, or even tens of millions of RMB. But he still respects the Yuxin's choice. And Mendes' big move now, Wenger will personally take action. In Madrid, Ozil is taking a rest. Someone wants to see you. Who? Arsenal head coach Wenger. Huh? Ozil was stunned. Ozil rejected Arsenal because he looked down on Arsenal. But he looked down on Arsenal because Arsenal has sold too many players in recent years and its strength has declined too fast. In recent years, it has been working hard for the Champions League qualification every year. Ozil is not willing to go to Arsenal and work hard for the 4th place every day. Because Ozil is used to the championship. Since Ozil started playing in the professional league, he has never lacked championships. He also won the German Cup with Schalke in the 2009-2010 season. Although this season has not yet ended, Real Madrid is in an advantageous position and still has the opportunity to compete for the league championship and cup championship. It can be said that since Ozil started playing in the professional league, he has never lacked championships. Therefore, Ozil does not want to go to a team that cannot win championships. He can't watch teams like Manchester United, Manchester City, and Chelsea win championships every day. Who can tolerate this? Ozil can't tolerate it anyway. But this does not affect Ozil's respect for Wenger. This is a famous coach in European football. No matter in any aspect, Wenger has a great influence and appeal to young players like Ozil. The same is true for Ozil. Ozil didn't expect Wenger to come to see him in person. Father, isn't the Premier League schedule tight? Does Coach Wenger have time to come and see me? Yes. Wenger means to wait until Arsenal finishes this wave of games, and hopes to meet you in May when there are not many games. How about it, Mesut? Do you want to meet? Ozil's father did not expect Arsenal to be so obsessed with Ozil. First, Mendes introduced Arsenal's chief scout. Then it was Arsenal's CEO, and now he has become Arsenal's head coach. But Ozil's father is Ozil's agent after all. Even if Arsenal is sincere, Ozil's father can't consider Arsenal. He has only one task, which is to protect Ozil's interests. So he added, Mesut, if you really have no interest in Arsenal, you can also directly refuse Wenger's request for a meeting. I'll say this. No. Ozil shook his head. Ozil can ignore Gazidis, the so-called club CEO, and refuse to meet him. Anyway, he has nothing to do with Ozil as his CEO. But Wenger is different. This is a world-famous coach. He is also one of the coaches that Ozil respects very much. He expressed his intention to meet Ozil today. Ozil really couldn't bear to refuse. And Ozil was also very curious about what Wenger wanted to say to him. Father, let's meet. Wenger, Professor. Ozil finally met this man. He is still very popular in the world. When Ozil was 12 or 13 years old, it was the time when Arsenal was very strong. Especially when Arsenal won the championship without losing. I don't know how many fans they captured. Wenger also became a coach loved by many fans. Ozil's first impression of Wenger was not anything else, but only one. He was tall. Really. Ozil's first impression of Wenger was that he was very tall, really tall. Ozil's 1.83 meters tall can't be said to be very tall on the court, but he is also an average height. But I didn't expect Wenger to be taller, ridiculously tall. Although Wenger is French and Ozil is German. But there is no problem in the communication between the two. Because both of them can speak several languages, there is no communication barrier. Wenger is known as a professor, and he is also a person with a strong talent for languages. He can use English, French, and German fluently. Wenger even knows some Italian and Spanish. Ozil is not bad either. The two chatted in German. Coach Wenger, I respect you and Arsenal very much. But I want championships, league championships, cup championships, European championships. I hope I can get them in my career. But I can't see these at Arsenal. I only know that Arsenal has been selling good players over the years, and many media say that Bale may also leave. I can't think of how such an Arsenal can win the championship. I'm really sorry. Ozil was very frank. After a brief chat with Wenger, he said everything he wanted to say without hiding his views. Wenger heard what Ozil said. Instead, he smiled and said, Mesut, you are very frank. Since you are so frank, I will be frank with you too. Arsenal was indeed short of money in the past few years, and Arsenal's commercial development is not as good as Manchester United, so it can only sell players to raise money to overcome the economic difficulties. I will not hide this from you. But now the club has come out of the crisis and introduced Cazorla and Buffon last season. Now I am willing to pay you a transfer fee of £40 million. Ozil was shocked. Wenger is famous for being stingy. £40 million shows how much Wenger values him. And, Mesut, I can assure you that Arsenal's financial situation will soon improve. I believe your agent is very clear about this. And once you come in this summer, I will definitely bring in a few more outstanding players to make up for the lineup. In fact, our club did not need to sell players last summer, because the club's financial situation was no longer serious and there was no need to sell players to raise funds. It's just that because of the sequelae of the previous years, it is difficult for the club to keep Robin and others. But I believe that as long as the club can bring you in, many players will understand the club's ambitions. The club also has enough chips to keep Theo and Gareth, and can also attract other players to join. Our club is not only over the economic crisis, but also has a much better economic situation. We are already able to recruit players in the transfer market. Even by next summer, our club will be able to continue to introduce world-class stars. I can guarantee this. Ozil did not speak. Indeed, compared with Gazidis' guarantee, Wenger's guarantee gave Ozil great confidence. Arsenal's sincerity really touched Ozil. Arsenal can't say that they have visited Ozil 3 times, but they are definitely the most sincere club that has contacted Ozil. After all, the club CEO and the club coach have come to contact him personally. This kind of attention to Arsenal is unique. But Ozil still has a lot to consider, and it is impossible for him to agree so hastily. Although Ozil is the final decision maker, he still needs to discuss this matter with his father. And even if he really wants to join Arsenal, Ozil can't express his opinion at this time. After all, La Liga is not finished yet. because at that time, he will strive for the best conditions. So Ozil thought about it and said, "Coach Wenger, can you give me some time to think about it? I will give you an answer as soon as possible." Ozil is indeed a little tempted. If Arsenal can really introduce some powerful stars according to Wenger's words, then Ozil thinks Arsenal is not bad. Anyway, there is no economic loss, and even joining Arsenal will make Ozil's commercial value go to a higher level. It is indeed good in all aspects. And it is precisely because of the serious loss of Arsenal stars that there is no ball tyrant in Arsenal now. After all, Lee Yuxin is not a ball tyrant captain, and he is a centre forward who does not threaten his position in the midfield. On the contrary, if Ozil goes to Arsenal, he may still be the absolute core of Arsenal's high midfield. Of course, in the case that Arsenal has not won a heavyweight championship for several years, it would be even better if he can cooperate with Lee Yuxin to lead Arsenal to win the Premier League and Champions League titles. Ozil's career is expected to reach a higher position. Okay, Masoud. In fact, I have also considered your position and your playing style. But we will discuss this next time we meet. I believe we will meet again soon. Wenger said goodbye and left. Father, tell me, is Arsenal's economic crisis really over? Wenger promised Ozil solemnly that Arsenal's economic crisis was over. Arsenal no longer needs to sell players to maintain, and even said that Arsenal still has money to buy good players. Arsenal's strength will only increase, and it will not be like the situation in the past few years. But Ozil still couldn't believe it. It is because Arsenal's situation in recent years is unbelievable. Look at how many good players Arsenal has sold in recent years. Henry, Fabregas, Haleb, Adebayor, Kolo Touré, Nasri, these players are all outstanding stars in European football. So much so that Chinese fans use the jingle "if you want to leave after becoming famous, go to Arsenal" to tease Arsenal. It can be seen how much Arsenal has declined in terms of attractiveness. Is Arsenal still attractive enough to introduce good players? Will Arsenal really spend money to introduce good players? Of course, Arsenal's introduction of Buffon and Cazorla last season has slightly reduced doubts. But Ozil is still very worried about these. If Arsenal remains the same as in recent years, Ozil would be stupid to go to Arsenal. From a financial perspective, Arsenal has indeed escaped the most dangerous moment. They really don't need to continue selling players to get through the difficulties. Even as they said, their financial situation is very good and will get better and better. But this is only from a financial perspective. As for whether their club will recruit players, I can't guarantee it. Ozil's father said what he knew. Arsenal has indeed passed the most dangerous time. From 2008 to last summer, Arsenal's financial situation was very bad. If they were not careful, the entire club would be in danger of bankruptcy. In order to get through the difficulties, Arsenal could only sell players. At that time, Arsenal could earn about €40 million in the transfer market every year. Then use this money to fill the club's financial hole. Therefore, Arsenal sold the best players to get through the difficulties in those years. But it is much better now. Judging from Arsenal's situation, Arsenal has escaped from the dangerous situation. Even from the current situation, Arsenal's economy is getting better and better. Coach Wenger assured me that Arsenal will definitely recruit players. Do you believe him? Ozil scratched his forehead and said uncertainly, "Father, I don't know what to say. I think I should believe Coach Wenger. But I wonder why I should believe Coach Wenger." After saying this, Ozil laughed. Then he thought for a while and said, "Father, I am willing to believe him once. Coach Wenger told me that he was ready to bring in Podolski from Cologne. But he hoped that I would join Arsenal. And Coach Wenger promised that in addition to me, he would also bring in some powerful stars to increase the team's strength this summer. Have you decided?" "Yes." Ozil nodded. A man will die for his friend. Of course, Ozil has not reached that level yet. But Arsenal is the most sincere. Coach Wenger has personally come out. Ozil is ready to believe him once. And Ozil has also carefully read Arsenal's information. If Bale leaves Arsenal, and Walcott leaves Arsenal, then Arsenal will really be dim. Apart from Lee Yuxin and the aging Buffon, there are basically no other outstanding stars. But despite this, Arsenal's strength is not too weak. There are still powerful stars. Like Cazorla, Vermaelen, Mertesacker, Sania, Arteta, Rosicki, Chimak, Benicia. Although these people are not world-class stars, they are also powerful players. If I join Arsenal, and then Arsenal buys two more powerful stars, Arsenal's strength is not very weak. It can completely challenge the Premier League Championship, and there will be a breakthrough in the Champions League. Arsenal has not had a heavyweight championship for many years. If I go to Arsenal and help Arsenal win the championship, this is also a great achievement. Ozil is willing to challenge. Okay. Ozil's father nodded. Since Ozil has decided, Ozil's father has to consider other issues. That is, Ozil's father will negotiate with Arsenal and negotiate the best conditions for Ozil. The salary must be the highest. If you don't talk well, maybe Arsenal is only willing to give £100,000. But this salary is absolutely not to be compromised. There are also issues of image rights, bonuses, and the share of jersey sales. Although Gazidis called for a 3% share, Ozil's father still wants to fight for a higher share. After all, an extra 1% is still hundreds of thousands of euros. It is necessary to fight for it. Ozil must learn about these. Anyway, Ozil must join the team perfectly. Son, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. As long as the negotiations begin, as long as Arsenal and Schalke have some contact, then the news can't be concealed. You have to understand this. Transfers, this itself requires the participation of many people. The transfer departments of the two clubs. There are also many agents who have close relations with the two clubs, and the players' agents must participate. When there are more people, there are no secrets. Among the transfers in European football, there are very few transfers that can really be kept secret from outsiders. As long as it is a transfer, there will be more or less some news. This is impossible to really hide. I know. I believe you should know how to deal with reporters. Yes. Jin Ming nodded. Father, even if I join Arsenal, I want people to know that I am going to save Arsenal and help Arsenal win the championship, not to go to Arsenal to flatter them. Before I leave, I must leave a championship for Real Madrid. Chapter 353 The Old Boy's Dream Come True. For a while, all the summer transfers came to a standstill, and everyone wanted to wait and see, and think about it. It was at this time that the European Champions League final finally arrived, and the focus of fans all over the world was on this game that symbolized the peak of European honor. On this day, Lee Yuxin and Shuo Shuo came to Bayern Munich's home stadium, Allianz Arena, to watch this peak battle. In fact, because of his rebirth, Lee Yuxin already knew the result of the game before the game. After rebirth, Lee Yuxin only changed the results of those games related to him. For example, Arsenal, which was supposed to be without a championship for 8 years, not only did not do so with his help, but also introduced Buffon and Cazorla in advance. And because of the butterfly effect caused by himself, Mourinho fought with Casillas in advance. Although Lee Yuxin's rebirth changed many things, not only changed his own destiny, but also changed the destiny of many people. However, those things that were not very related to him continued to run according to the rhythm of his previous life. For example, Manchester City reversed Manchester United in the last round and won the first Premier League championship trophy since entering the Premier League. For example, Bayern Munich defeated their own Arsenal and met Chelsea, who defeated Barcelona, in the Champions League final. That is to say, if nothing unexpected happens, Chelsea will still win in this Champions League final, and the way to win will still be a penalty shootout. This game, which is full of suspense for other fans, is no longer a secret in Lee Yuxin's eyes. This is the benefit brought to him by rebirth. If he is short of money, Lee Yuxin can even use this opportunity to buy some football lottery tickets or something, which is guaranteed to make money. However, he is really not short of money now. Whether it is Shuo Shuo or Lee Yuxin, they are all masters of making money. The endorsement fee that Lee Yuxin gets from sponsors every year has exceeded the normal salary, and Shuo Shuo has a large income from the company. And these two have no special hobbies for luxury goods. Shuo Shuo is also an environmentalist, and the two do not have much daily expenses. Lee Yuxin's current largest expenditure is the football foundation he organized in his homeland. Since its opening, Lee Yuxin has not had to worry about renting venues, decorating, recruiting staff, training young players, and starting amateur leagues. However, he has to bear all the expenses for the activities. However, for Lee Yuxin, who earns nearly 45.4 million euros a year, such a burden is not heavy. Sheep kneel to suckle, and birds feed their parents. In order to give his country's children a good football atmosphere, Lee Yuxin is willing to do his best. He does not think it is a big deal, and because of his own promotion, the Chinese Olympic team entered the London Olympics this year. In the football world, many players are doing similar actions. For example, Inter Milan captains Zineddine's foundation, Samuel of etched. Etched Foundation, in addition to Drogba, Essien, etc., countless football players have not forgotten to repay this society after changing their destiny with football. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is what people with social responsibility should do. Of course, doing charity is mainly based on one's own personal wishes. If you really want to do it, then do it without worrying about other people's opinions. If you really think it is not worth doing, then don't use showmanship or skills to hurt the innocence of people's hearts. This is Lee Yuxin's idea. It is not great, but he just wants to do it. Moreover, after contacting Mendes, Lee Yuxin learned that world-renowned companies such as Pepsi and Gillette are also negotiating with Mendes about sponsorship of Lee Yuxin's project. In other words, after an extremely outstanding season, it will not be long before Lee Yuxin's annual income will increase by a large amount. In addition, if Lee Yuxin transfers this summer, he can also expect a more lucrative salary contract and the signing fee brought by the transfer. Therefore, Lee Yuxin used to care about money very much, but now for him, it is just a series of numbers in his bank card. Like many rich people, Lee Yuxin's pursuit of these material wealth is not as strong as before. For him, the most important things are two things: one is to enjoy life, and the other is to enjoy football. Simplicity is beauty, and plainness is truth. Before the Champions League final, Lee Yuxin and Shuo also met several acquaintances, including Etched and Materazzi, who played for Inter Milan, as well as Real Madrid captain Casillas and his wife, and good friends Klose and his wife. On the field, they are teammates or opponents. Off the field, they are all friends. These famous football stars in the football world are like ordinary fans. They are attracted by the Champions League final and come to the Allianz Arena to watch the game. Before the game started, the topic they talked about was basically focused on today's game. Today's Champions League final will be played against the Bundesliga giant Bayern Munich and the Premier League giant Chelsea. Klose played for Bayern Munich in the past few seasons and has a good relationship with the Southern Star. Therefore, in the upcoming final, Klose is more optimistic about Bayern. Etched disagreed. Since his good brother Drogba plays for Chelsea, the Cheetah is more inclined to support Chelsea. As the brother of the Cheetah, Materazzi certainly agrees with Etched, while Palumbo strongly supports Klose and supports Bayern Munich to win the championship. The four people are divided into two camps and began to argue for the upcoming European champion. Only Lee Yuxin remained silent and remained neutral. Seeing that no one could convince anyone, Lee Yuxin simply proposed that everyone make a small bet, with €1,000 as a bet, on the upcoming European champion. Since the result was already known, Lee Yuxin did not participate in person, but asked Shuo to bet on his behalf. In fact, before the game, Bayern Munich was more favored by people. Because the Southern Star is playing at home, and the personnel are more complete than Chelsea, and the players are in the prime years, it seems that the winning rate is higher than that of Chelsea, which is in a slump. Therefore, Lee Yuxin thought that Shuo should bet on Bayern Munich. As a result, he did not expect that Shuo actually chose Chelsea. My level of watching football has improved. Lee Yuxin was quite unexpected. He thought that Shuo had a very deep understanding of football since he started watching football, and reached the state of seeing the essence through phenomena. After asking, Lee Yuxin found out that the reason why Shuo chose Chelsea was very simple, because Chelsea is an English team. No wonder a philosopher said that those who can win the lottery are all fake fans. This is true. On the field, compared with a powerful Bayern Munich, Chelsea's head coach Di Matteo is now most worried about red cards and suspensions. Terry, Ivanovic, Ramirez, and Meireles will not appear in the final against Real Madrid because of red cards and accumulated yellow cards. It can be said that the price Chelsea paid to eliminate Barcelona in the semifinals is tragic. Chelsea should blame itself for not having a godfather to protect it. These days, it's embarrassing to be out there without a godfather. Since taking over from Villas-Boas as Chelsea's firefighting coach, Di Matteo has been gradually dubbed the Buddha coach by the outside world for his amazing record, steady command on the sidelines, well-controlled remarks at press conferences, and refined skills in training and appeasing the bigwigs in the locker room. In fact, from his appearance, he is more like the Arhat in Chinese classical mythology, the sad-faced Arhat. But regardless of whether he is Buddha or Arhat, all of this is not enough for him to sit firmly in the position of Chelsea's head coach. If he wants to get the enlightenment of Abrahamovic and achieve the supreme result, He must lead Chelsea to the top of Europe in one battle. The lack of four main players, especially the absence of two generals on the back line, made Di Matteo determined to use the same method against Barcelona to deal with Real Madrid since the beginning of the preparation for the final after playing Barcelona. To put it bluntly, it is the defensive counter-attack tactics that Mourinho left for Chelsea, which is more appropriately called 901. In fact, Chelsea's ability to reach the final in the Champions League this year was more due to the hard work and spirit of a group of veterans. In terms of technical and tactical aspects, Di Matteo really did not bring any new ideas or changes to the team. In the Chelsea locker room, Di Matteo was also doing pre-match mobilization, but the atmosphere seemed a little solemn compared to Real Madrid. I know that almost everyone is not optimistic about us now, and thinks that Real Madrid will easily win the championship, but I never think that we are worse than Real Madrid. Others say that it is a miracle that we can play all the way to the final. Yes, I believe that we will continue to create miracles tonight, bring the Champions League trophy back to London, and let Real Madrid's unbeaten record end in front of us. Di Matteo looked tepid, but he was quite passionate when he was mobilizing. As he said, Chelsea has been creating miracles all the way in the Champions League this season. They qualified in the last round of the group stage, they completed a big reversal in the second round of the first round of the knockout stage after losing 1-3 in the first leg, and they were even more upset in the semi-finals, dramatically eliminating the defending champion Barcelona. Compared to Real Madrid's smooth road to the final, Chelsea's road to the final was really bumpy and thrilling, but it also honed their stronger willpower. Lampard, Drogba, Terry and other veterans played the role of a stabilizing force. Under their leadership, other players all fought hard. No matter who the opponent is, it can't stop their championship heart. Another reason why Chelsea players must fight hard is that they only finished 6th in the Premier League this season. If they want to continue to compete in the Champions League next season, they must win this final and win the first European top championship in the team's history. Both sides played, but Yuxin and others in the stands were saying that Chelsea is really a bit unpredictable. Under Mourinho's leadership, when they were at their peak, they failed to win the expected Champions League title and even failed to reach the Champions League final. In 2008, when Mourinho left midway, they reached the Champions League final under the leadership of Grant, who temporarily replaced them. But in the heavy rain at the Luzhniki Stadium in Moscow, Captain Terry's strange slip when taking the penalty and Anelka's penalty was saved broke their nerves that had been tense for 120 minutes. This year, Villas-Boas gave up halfway and Di Matteo was appointed in a critical moment. Just like a coincidence, they once again stood on the field of the Champions League final. Life is like a ruthless carving knife, changing the years, changing the world, changing time, changing the past, and changing our appearance. For many Chelsea players on the field, their dreams and efforts were ultimately unable to withstand the changes of time. At the Allianz Arena, the Champions League trophy is so close to them, but so far away. Looking at Chelsea's lineup on the field, 34-year-old Drogba, 33-year-old Lampard, 31-year-old Cole, 31-year-old Maluda, if it weren't for the suspension, there would definitely be 32-year-old Captain Terry. This group of veterans who have tried their best for the Champions League, they have staged a great reversal against Napoli at Stamford, they have completed the almost impossible miracle of eliminating the Universe team at Camp Nou. After going through so much hardship to reach the final, the championship is the best curtain call for them. If we can win the cup, it will definitely be the greatest achievement. This is the best time for us to get involved in the championship, and perhaps it is also my last chance. Lampard was interviewed before the game, and there was already a little sadness in his confidence. Unlike Drogba's plan to make more money at the end of his career and decide to say goodbye to Chelsea, he hopes to spend the rest of his life at Stamford Bridge, but the club has been slow to give him a new contract. This game seems to be his last song after leaving Chelsea. Lampard really wants to use a Champions League trophy to put a perfect end to the game. The process of the Champions League final is the same as what Xu Jiang saw in his previous life. Due to the outstanding performance of the two goalkeepers, the two teams were mediocre for most of the 90-minute game. Bayern Munich attacked more actively and took advantage of the situation, while Chelsea used the chain defense of Italian football to block the advance of the German tank. When the game was about to end, Thomas Müller broke the deadlock for Bayern Munich and opened the door to the top of Europe for the Southern Star. However, just when people thought that Bayern Munich had won the championship, the real fighter appeared. At the last moment, Drogba made a powerful header and tenaciously tied the score to tie, allowing the game to enter overtime. After that, this game completely became a stage for the goalkeepers of the two teams to show their super strength. In the end, Sek's performance was better than that of the young Neuer, helping the Blues realize their dream of the Champions League. However, Neuer did not lose in this contest. The young goalkeeper not only rejected the opponent's penalty, but also withstood the strong pressure. As the team's third penalty taker, he scored a goal against Sek and dedicated all his strength to the team. After the game, Shuo seemed very excited because she also won, and the Chelsea she favored really became the European champion. As a reward for her pre-match bet, she won a bonus of €700 from the frustrated Close and Casillas. After all, it had to be shared among 3 people. Lee Yuxin was speechless about Shuo's excitement. Because in Lee Yuxin's opinion, someone's victory had no technical content at all, it was purely a fluke. But he saw the Chelsea players celebrating excitedly in the stadium, and Abramovich in tears in the stands. Chapter 354 The Power of Dreams. That night, London entered a carnival again, the Champions League trophy came to London again, and Lee Yuxin was also deeply touched. I remember someone said, "Football is as beautiful as an incomparable woman." The rules of football are even more similar to women. They are emotional, moody, and difficult to understand. They will give you joy, but also give you great pain. In fact, chasing the honor of football is quite similar to chasing women in life. At present, there are only 2 ways to chase women. One is to be willing to spend money and use money to get the other party's consent. Unfortunately, some women cannot be won with money alone, although the times are different, such people are becoming fewer. The other way is to pester and persevere. Maybe you will be frustrated temporarily, but as long as you can prepare for a protracted war, and work hard with sacrifice, waiting, and watching for years, then there will be a day of success. Of course, this method also has risks. Even if you are willing to persist, if you are penniless, many white, rich and beautiful women will not look down on the short, frustrated and poor even if they wait for 10,000 years. So what if someone is willing to spend money and understands the principle of perseverance? It is hard to imagine that they will not succeed. If in real life, you can guarantee these 2 points at the same time to pursue women, the hope of realizing your dream is bound to be great. So what about the football world? If a boss has both abundant and amazing financial resources and the courage to stick to his dream for many years, then what honor can they get? After 16 years of investment by Moradi and 8 years of burning money by Abramovich, they finally succeeded. It is certain that the first prerequisite for their success is to spend money, but another condition is more important than this prerequisite: persistence. In today's football world, many fans of so-called traditional giants look down on these bosses who spend money, because golden giants have no temperament and no experience in winning championships and so on. However, after years of persistence, temperament and experience will naturally appear. The success of Moradi and Abramovich proves that the principle of gold plus persistence equals dream realization is reasonable. Cheng Wen, who was standing by, also wrote in the report, at the awards ceremony, when Chelsea owner Abramovich took the trophy, people saw an extremely complicated expression on his face. A bit of excitement, a bit of surprise, and perhaps a bit of satisfaction. Now, people should seriously think about some questions. Abramovich and another legendary football chairman Moradi, who won the Champions League within 2 years, what are the similarities between their stories? Can money pry the foundation of the football world? If so, what prerequisites are needed for money to pry football? In fact, people have seen Abramovich's expression today. In 2010, when Moradi used 16 years of investment to send Inter Milan to the European Championship, people also saw a similar expression on Moradi's face. Of course, the mainstream media in Europe are reluctant to compare Abramovich and Moradi, because Moradi really loves football, while Abramovich treats football as a game, according to Gazzetta dello Sport. However, people cannot ignore one point: Abramovich and Moradi both turned a mid-table team into European champion before they took over. The method they chose at the beginning of their administration was 2 words: spending money. However, after years of investing, they found that crazy spending could not help them realize their dreams quickly. Later, for various reasons, they slowed down their spending, but at this time, the European champion unexpectedly arrived. Isn't it? Before Moradi took over Inter Milan, the Nerazzurri was a team that once fought for relegation. Moratti invested wildly in the first 10 years, and introduced Ronaldo, Vieri and other big money players, who were all top-ranked stars in the football world at that time. At the turn of the century, Inter Milan's transfer budget for a transfer period was more than €100 million. It should be noted that there was no inflation in the football world at that time. However, spending money did not bring Inter Milan closer to the goal of winning the Champions League, but instead made Moratti a laughingstock of rich and stupid. However, since 2008, affected by the European economic crisis and because of the broken capital chain of Moratti, Inter Milan turned to small-scale business. At this time, Inter Milan won the Champions League. Abramovich's experience is quite similar. When Abramovich pointed his finger at London, Chelsea was not the strongest team in the Premier League. After Abramovich took over, he set off a terrifying investment storm, and Chelsea quickly became the top team in the Premier League. However, for the Champions League, Abramovich fired a large number of famous coaches from Ranieri, Mourinho to Ancelotti, Scolari, and Villas-Boas, and invited generations of superstars such as Shevchenko and Ballack, but found that the Blues could never get close to the Champions League goal. In recent years, Abramovich has slowed down his investment for various reasons, which not only put the Blues in a dilemma of overall aging and insufficient bench reserves, but also made his throne as the most lucrative chairman in football surpassed by the owners of Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain and even Russia's Anzhi. But at this time, the Champions League came. Abramovich is luckier than Moratti. Moratti won the domestic championship more than 10 years after he took over Inter Milan, while Abramovich waited less than 2 years. Moratti waited for the Champions League title 16 years after he took over Inter Milan, while Abramovich only took 8 years. Moratti led the team to more than 200 European wars in 16 years before he could get the highest honor, while Abramovich started in 2004. Today's game is his 100th Champions League game. In this 100th game, Abramovich realized his dream. But the two walked the same path, spending money, transformation, harvest, different stories, same experience, same result. So how should fans interpret the similar experiences and harvests of Moratti and Abramovich? Sentimentalists will say, Moratti spent nearly €1 billion for Inter Milan in 16 years, and the 2010 Champions League title is the reward for Moratti's 16 years. The law of God rewards hard work is, although the reward may be late, it will come eventually. Such feelings can also be applied to Abramovich. Theorists would say, money cannot make football, but football cannot be without money, so if a rich man has a dream for football, he should persist and wait, and he will eventually wait for his own moment. On the third day after returning to London, Lee Yuxin contacted Bale. Although he changed history and let Bale come to Arsenal, under Wenger's training, Bale still shines. Now Real Madrid has thrown $100 million at Arsenal. Bale can now play both on the wing and as a center forward. He has been better in recent years than in history. Lee Yuxin understands that even if Bale leaves Arsenal with $100 million, he can buy other wingers and make more money. For rational club management, it is completely worth it if Bale is sold for $100 million, so the club will definitely sell him. The world of professional football is ultimately a world of money. Now if someone offers $500 million to buy him, Wenger will definitely sell him, because not selling him is a fool. With this money, he can do more things, even rebuild a team lineup without his own, and it will not affect the team's combat effectiveness. I believe that if someone offers $100 million to buy him, Bale will definitely leave happily, and his relationship with Arsenal will remain good in the future, because this is a happy deal. The team makes money, he also makes money, and others lose money. In the past 2 years, Arsenal's greatest achievement is not only to get rid of the championship, but also the team's entire tactical system that has gradually taken shape. Even if Bale and Walcott are sold now, Wenger can find the right person to fill the gap as soon as possible. Of course, this is based on a big premise, that is, you have to grasp the scale of selling people. If you sell all the front court tridents of Lee Yuxin, Bale and Walcott, it will still have a considerable impact on Arsenal. But if you only sell Bale, or sell one of the players, there will definitely be an impact, but it will not be too big. Therefore, although Arsenal has sold many people in recent years, it is not actually selling people blindly. According to the digging of the Sun reporter, a potential transfer has officially surfaced. That is, in the summer of this year, Tottenham Hotspur's second star Gareth Bale will transfer to Real Madrid for a sky-high price of €150 million. This will be a sky-high price that breaks all transfer fee records, and Real Madrid will offer Bale a huge salary that is twice as high as his current salary, making him a top star in the current football world in all aspects. The Sun is a famous newspaper in England. It was them who dug out the inside story of Beckham's transfer and provided photos of Peter Kenyon, who was working at Manchester United at the time, meeting with Real Madrid executives. They have also revealed some explosive inside stories many times, and are called omnipresent by English fans. This news from the Sun immediately set off a global media explosion. Everyone was surprised at Real Madrid's generosity and Arsenal's operation. Many media speculated that the reason why Bale decided to leave for Manchester City in the summer was not only because Real Madrid offered him a sky-high transfer fee of €150 million and an annual salary 3 times that of Arsenal, which made him very satisfied, but more importantly, Real Madrid promised to build a super team with him as the core. Lee Yuxin remembered that day. Mendes went to Barcelona to meet with Barcelona's consultants. The reason why Jorge Mendes was sitting in the cafe of the Princess Sofia Grand Hotel and thinking about the Camp Nou stadium not far away, as if he was still echoing the shock he felt when he first saw this spectacular stadium, was because someone had just called him and told him, "Long time no see, let's talk in the cafe." The middle-aged man sitting in front of him was called Bachi, an agent who was extremely familiar with and understood Argentine football. But in Camp Nou, Bach has a very high status. He does not have any position in the club, but he can meet with the chairman and technical director at any time. He is also a crucial role in the campaign think tank of the current Barcelona chairman Laporta, because he represents Cruyff. Jorge Mendes worked in Barcelona. He heard many people talk about Bach. He heard that he was Cruyff's most trusted person. The relationship between the two dates back to the 1980s. After Cruyff retired, he worked with Gustavo, the most powerful agent in Argentina at the time, to build an agent empire to bring Argentine players, who are rich in stars, to the world. Although this plan later failed, and Gustavo's agent dominance was soon replaced by Mascati, Cruyff made friends with Bach. After that, the two had a relationship for decades. After Cruyff left Barcelona, Bach worked as a sports reporter for Barcelona TV3. Later, he was recommended by Cruyff and joined Laporta's think tank. Over the years, Bach has always been Cruyff's most trusted assistant. Jorge Mendes was a little surprised that Bachi knew he was in Barcelona and asked to meet him immediately, but he was not stupid and had a vague guess. He knew that Barcelona was trying every means to pursue his employer. "This time you are going to England, you should be here to give away tickets and take your family to Germany, right?" Bachi asked with a smile, ordering a cup of cappuccino but leaving it in front of him without touching it. "Well, everyone is here." Jorge Mendes nodded with a smile. "Is Matthias okay? Is he still causing trouble everywhere now?" Bachi was very familiar with Mendes players and asked with a smile. "This brat has been a restless person since he was a child. When he was in Argentina, he caused trouble, robbed, beat people, and threatened people. He looked like a gangster," but Bachi was not surprised by this, because many professional stars were born in poverty, their families were not of good quality, and gangsters were not uncommon. Therefore, in many cases, agents have to do more than just help players deal with business and life matters. They also have to help players take care of their families, such as going to the police station to bail out the damn brother who was arrested for intimidation. I don't think so. He plans to develop in Madrid. He will probably go there when his contract expires this year. Bachi understood a little bit. The word London has too many meanings behind it. Have you ever thought about coming to Barcelona? I believe all Barcelona people will miss Garrett's speed. If he comes and opens a high-end restaurant by himself, it should have great development potential. And I believe that if it comes to funds, there should be no problem. I am also interested in investing." After a pause, Bachi laughed and said, "At least you don't have to worry about not being able to eat the chef's cooking in the future." Jorge Mendes was happy to hear Bachi praising his employer like this. This made him feel more flattered than praising himself in person. Later, if he becomes famous in London, I will ask him to open one in Barcelona. "Where in London?" Bachi asked again. Financial district. Jorge Mendes did not hide it. There was nothing to keep secret. MRS. Lee's shop. Oh, Bachi was not surprised, because he was right. In the past few years, Shuo had used Arsenal to set up a real estate company, invested in many projects, and also bought some shops with great potential. So he had guessed that this would be the case. And from Jorge Mendez's grateful expression when he mentioned Shua Shua, the location must be very good, and the rent must have been a friendly price. Thinking of this, Bachi knew that he could not continue to beat around the bush. Jorge Mendez, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, I hope you can answer a question for me honestly. Okay, go ahead. Jorge Mendez picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip, trying to hide his embarrassment a little, because he knew very well that Bachi would definitely ask this question. Has Bale really decided to transfer to Real Madrid? Bachi asked, staring at Jorge Mendez with a serious face. Jorge Mendez used the quilt to cover his mouth for 3 seconds while drinking coffee, then put it down and licked the coffee foam on his lips with his tongue. Yes, the conditions they offer are too tempting. 150 million euros? 300,000 weekly salary. Bachi was a little surprised. Yes, 150 million euros, cash, 300,000 weekly salary. After tax, Bachi was almost scared by the series of numbers in front of him, because he swore that there was absolutely no other team in today's football world that could offer such an attractive price, let alone Arsenal. Even Barcelona and Real Madrid would not do business, but if Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain wanted whoever they wanted, Barcelona would consider selling. So, it's settled. Bachi was still a little unwilling, but his tone was obviously frustrated. Basically settled, Jorge Mendez said lightly. Bachi knew very well that this price and this treatment were impossible for any other team in the world to give. Alice, when other teams gave up, Lee Yuxin decided to give it a try, not for anything else but for his dream. Chapter 355 The Power of Emotion. After Bale, Lee Yuxin invited Walcott, and the three of them went to a place together. Meanwhile, Arsenal Club, since Florentino announced at the Ritz Hotel in Madrid at the end of this month that Real Madrid would continue to make big purchases, his competitors have never appeared. If no competitors stand out on the last 2 or 3 days, he will naturally become Real Madrid. Gazidis was introducing the big crocodile that will appear in the transfer market this summer. Once Florentino appears, it will inevitably cause a huge response in the transfer market, and the other big crocodile is Manchester City of the Abu Dhabi Consortium. Real Madrid and Arsenal have reached a consensus on Bale's transfer. 150 million euros in cash is a temptation that no professional team can refuse, so Arsenal wisely chose to agree, and Wenger did not refuse, because he knew very well that Gazidis and others would not refuse. Sometimes, he should not only consider the position of the team's head coach, but also the position of the team's boss. That is, he should also consider the feelings of Gazidis and others. Otherwise, it will hit their morale and work enthusiasm, and Arsenal will suffer. For Bale's transfer, I still say the same thing. I agree, but the decision is left to the player, Wenger said lightly. Letting Bale leave the team will indeed have a great impact on Arsenal's entire tactical system, but compared with 150 million euros, there is no doubt that Bale should be sold. We know what to do. Gazidis and Steve Rowley are clear about Wenger's idea, which is to sell players, but also to consider the club's image to avoid being regarded by fans as a snob who sells everything for money. This is also the practice that all professional teams will take. Even if it seems a bit exaggerated, at least everyone will be more likely to accept it. Wenger also does not want Arsenal to force Bale to transfer because that would seem too cold-blooded. After all, you can sell players, both sides are willing, and the price is so high, no one can say anything. But if the player refuses to leave, but you force him to leave the team, that would be a bit unreasonable, especially in this matter. At this time, Wenger received a call from Bale's father and was a little confused. Let's sit inside. Old Bale was very polite to Wenger. This shop was rented to the Bale family at a relatively low price, allowing his family to come to London and open their own restaurant. This can be regarded as an investment by Old Bale, but without the support of said, they would not be able to get the lease at all, because as long as it is land in London, it is very popular. After walking in, Wenger found that not only Bale was there, but also his girlfriend, even Fabregas who was on vacation, and Mendez, but the atmosphere was obviously a little less harmonious, or in other words, there was a bit of gunpowder. This reminded Wenger of what Lee Yuxin had said before, that Messi had a big fight with his father. I'm sorry to bother you again, Mr. Wenger, Bale's father apologized directly with apology. Wenger smiled and found a place to sit down. It's okay, what's the problem? He couldn't guess why he was asked to come here, or what the situation was. Logically speaking, Bale's transfer to Real Madrid would only require his signature. Could it be that at this time, I don't want to go to Real Madrid. Bale raised his head and looked at Wenger with a firm tone. Wenger didn't say anything, his expression was relatively calm. He glanced at Jorge Mendes and Bale's father. The latter was obviously at his wits' end. It was estimated that the father had used all the methods and people he could think of to convince his son, but now it seemed that he had failed. Perhaps it was because he had known Bale's father for many years. In Wenger's eyes, he had never been a greedy person. Perhaps he was eager for money, but he seldom did things that some agents or some players' families would do, which made the club furious. So generally speaking, he was a very good person. After all, who in this world is not greedy for money? So what do you think? Wenger was calm on the surface, but he was thinking in his heart, especially when he saw Fabregas, he had a bad feeling. Could it be that Bale was persuaded by Barcelona's emotional offensive? From Arsenal's point of view, both wanted to transfer, but transferring to Real Madrid and transferring to Barcelona were two completely different results. The former could pay Arsenal a transfer fee of €150 million, but could Barcelona do that? €50 million would be good enough. A few years ago, Laporta said in an interview with the media that Arsenal should let Fabregas transfer for free. The reason for Fabregas' transfer to Barcelona is very simple. It was Wenger who brought Fabregas to the Premier League, and Barcelona did not ask Wenger and Arsenal for high compensation at that time. Now Wenger should give Barcelona a reward. Wenger has always been dismissive of such remarks. After all, Fabregas had been waiting for no chance in the B team and wanted to leave Barcelona, but Barcelona closed the door to them. But now that he has made a name for himself in Arsenal and has shown his level, Barcelona wants to call him back? Sometimes Wenger really wants to dig into Fabregas's brain. Ask the bag melon seeds clearly, why do they always favor Barcelona? But sometimes Wenger is also very clear that players have been influenced by the club since they were young. If the club intervenes too much in this regard, the effect will be bad, because it will cause the players to be disgusted. Wenger had a conversation with Fabregas before. As long as he is still in Arsenal, he should abide by the rules of the team. If one day Barcelona is willing to pay a suitable transfer fee for him, Wenger will agree to let him leave, but the premise is that he had better cooperate with the club and not help Barcelona to put pressure. Wenger he didn't say what would happen otherwise, because in his opinion, the communication between him and Fabregas was friendly, but he knew very well that Fabregas must know the result, which is to go their separate ways, and no one would benefit at that time. So in the past 2 years, Fabregas continued to renew his contract with the team, and basically did not mention his desire to return to Barcelona to the outside world, which made Wenger more or less relieved. But now, when he heard that Bale didn't want to go to Manchester City, Wenger's first reaction was, could it be that he wanted to go to Barcelona? When I was walking with the boss today, I suddenly wanted to go back to West Drayton. Bale said. West Drayton? Wenger vaguely heard of this place name, but didn't remember it. It seemed to be a certain district in London, probably in West London. We met Mrs. Boyd. Wenger frowned slightly. He didn't know this person and had no impression of her at all. Our landlord when we first arrived in London. After seeing Wenger's expression, Bale explained, their family, as well as their neighbors, who are Cesk's landlords, are all Arsenal fans, but they don't live in the Northern District, and they are now our fans too. Wenger was a little confused and didn't understand what he wanted to say. What do you mean? I don't want to go to Real Madrid, I want to stay. I hope to stay at Arsenal. Wenger's reaction not only surprised Bale, but also Fabregas. In their view, although the club did not fuel Bale's transfer to Real Madrid, at least they were positive about it, because a transfer fee of €150 million is an irresistible temptation for any team. So when he heard Bale say that he didn't want to join Real Madrid, his first reaction was that this matter was probably going to be difficult. In the past few years, especially as a person in the football circle, he has more or less heard some inside information that others don't know, such as a certain team acting righteous in front of the media, but actually forcing players to transfer in exchange for high transfer fees. This kind of thing is not uncommon even in teams such as Barcelona and Real Madrid. But the result of the matter surprised him a little. When Bale told Wenger that he didn't want to join Real Madrid, Wenger's first reaction was to nod, and then said with a bit of blandness, if you don't want to go to Real Madrid, then stay. The whole process was not only surprising to Fabregas as a bystander, but also to Bale himself. A transfer of €150 million, so simple and easy to solve? The club has been running around for this transfer in the past 6 months, and now it is so easily cancelled? Especially when Wenger smiled and said, "Actually, I don't want you to transfer either." When Wenger said this, not only Bale was moved by him, but Fabregas was also moved by him. If anyone were to choose between €150 million and a player, who would you choose? Fabregas believes that all teams in the world, even the super rich man in Real Madrid, would definitely choose 150 million without hesitation, because this amount of money is a huge sum of money no matter who holds it. On the way back to London from Canary Wharf, Fabregas kept thinking about a question: why did Wenger agree to Bale's request so easily? You know, that's €150 million. Perhaps there's only one explanation, that is, Wenger feels that something is more important and more worthy of attention than €150 million, and from the past years of communication, Fabregas feels that Wenger is an old man with ideals and aspirations, and more importantly, he loves football very much. Just from the fact that he has rejected other teams' intentions for so many years and continued to insist on his coaching, it is not difficult to see his love for football, so he now keeps Bale. On the surface, it is very surprising, but in fact, it is not worth being surprised. Because this is the football father in the eyes of Fabregas and others. Someone once said that the luckiest thing for a professional player is to meet a coach who understands and reuses him, and has very obvious tactical pursuits. Fabregas has always felt lucky because he met Wenger, but now he also feels lucky that Wenger is not only the head coach of Arsenal, but also the owner of the club. Look at what Wenger and Arsenal did to Bale, and think back to the past 2 years. Barcelona has made empty promises to him again and again. Under such an obvious contrast, he felt a little dissatisfied with Barcelona for the first time in his heart, because he felt that he was a little played and used. When he played at a high level in Arsenal, Barcelona contacted Fabregas' parents, contacted Fabregas through his parents, and made a promise. Barcelona was eager to bring him in, but they ended up bringing in Deco. Fabregas has never concealed his desire to return to Barcelona, because this team is a holy place in the eyes of all Catalans. All Catalans hope to wear the jersey of this team and play for this team. Some people even said that only those who wear the jersey of Barcelona can be regarded as heroes of Catalonia. So Fabregas used to feel that he was very close to Barcelona many times, but now Barcelona seems to be getting farther and farther away from him, and he is also considering leaving. Not liking their youth training products is a typical problem of all giants, from Real Madrid to Barcelona, even including Manchester United, Arsenal, Inter Milan and AC Milan. Almost all giants are like this. But as a professional player, Fabregas can understand it, because it is impossible for all professional players to play in the first team and have the strength to fight for the team. This is also the reason why he chose to leave Barcelona and come to England. But the problem is that players are not goods. It is not that you think of it today, need it, and bring it up and say it, and you will be happy, but have you ever thought about the players' feelings? Real Madrid is like this, and Barcelona is not the same. Fabregas is now finding it increasingly clear that he can't live by the empty promises of Barcelona's top management, because Wenger's promise to him is relatively more realistic. That is, as long as Barcelona can offer a price that satisfies Arsenal, they can take Fabregas away at any time. Don't think that I am measuring you with money. On the contrary, I am measuring Barcelona's sincerity towards you with money. If their so-called sincerity is to let you wear Arsenal's jersey but help Barcelona put pressure on you, do you think this is sincerity? Is this how they value you? Looking up from the skylight on the roof of the BMW, the sky in England is grey, which is very different from the sunny Spain. Although Fabregas likes to see the sun in the south, he has also become accustomed to the cold and humid England. Perhaps, this grey sky is like the relationship between him and Barcelona, which is difficult to explain and distinguish clearly, but it is just like the car he is sitting in and the road he is driving on, which represent a living reality, that is Arsenal, but now he is not happy in Barcelona. Is he going to? When Fabregas was thinking about it on the way home, Wenger returned to the Emirates Stadium from Canary Wharf. Seeing him rushing back in such a hurry, the employees of the administrative department were a little shocked, and when he told Gazidis and others about his conversation with Bale, the scene also made him feel surprised. I don't object. Gazidis and Steve Rowley looked at each other, and the big bald head smiled and raised his hands in agreement. I don't object either, Gazidis also said. Steve Rowley raised his hands high. I never object. Why? Wenger was a little surprised, pointing at this group of guys who were laughing a little puzzled, and smiled bitterly. Gazidis thought for a moment. From the perspective of the club's operators, we can earn €150 million by selling Bale. This is a one-time deal. Of course, we have made a lot of money, but if we keep Bale, we will indeed earn €150 million less, but the club's strength is guaranteed. Moreover, we can compensate part of the loss through sponsors. If Bale stays, we will have more bargaining chips to negotiate with sponsors, and we can recover some losses at that time. In addition, the fans have always been against selling Bale. Since the outside world announced that Bale would switch to Real Madrid after the end of the season, there have been a million Arsenal fans who are unwilling to do so, because Bale is the team's current second star and an important role in the team's front court tactics. If he leaves, the team's performance will inevitably be affected. More importantly, who doesn't want the team they support to always be star-studded? As you said, money is endless, but there is only one Gareth Bale, Steve Rowley said more concisely. Many people also found it strange that Arsenal did not have the kind of intrigue that other big clubs had. The reason is very simple. The main contradiction is the conflict of interests and authority. Arsenal adopts a high salary policy. The salaries of the three major managements are very high, and the distribution of authority is also relatively reasonable. Everyone has a clear authority boundary, which can minimize friction and conflict. The Chinese have a saying, it's better to say the ugly things first, which is the truth. Okay, since you all agree, let's do it. Wenger didn't say much. Many things are tacitly understood by everyone. Well, I'll call Valdano later and tell him personally that Gareth Bale is not for sale. Let me call him. Gazidis laughed after hearing this. You are our boss. Of course, we will come forward for you in this matter. With a phone call from Gazidis, Mubarak felt sorry for the decisions of Arsenal and Bale. In fact, he knew the key issue. In the final analysis, in addition to Bale's feelings for Arsenal, a very important reason is that Real Madrid's performance in recent years is so bad that everyone knows that there is only one reason for the transfer to Real Madrid, that is money. After all, although Real Madrid won 2 championships under Mourinho is gone now. But Valdano was not discouraged by this, but hoped to continue to maintain a friendly relationship with Arsenal's top management. After all, Real Madrid has a lot of connections in the football circle, but Arsenal, let alone Wenger, even the three major managements, which one is not a figure with a hand and eye in the football circle? With Arsenal announcing Bale's stay the next day, the whole world was shocked by this news, because they never thought that a transfer that was originally set in stone would suddenly take such a turn, and Arsenal fully exaggerated Bale's loyalty to the team and Arsenal's protection of players in the news and publicity. Sometimes a transfer doesn't have to be successful to make big news, just like Bale's transfer this time. Although it failed, it was also very explosive news. Chapter 356, The Power of Youth, Olympics. While everyone was hyping up transfers, in July, Olympic football was coming. This brand new Chinese Olympic team went to England. Zhang Heng, Cheng Tong, Zhao Zhao, Zhao Jian brothers, Wu Yulin who was studying in La Masia, Zhang Zijian, a rookie in the Portuguese Super League, and Dong Di, an all-around warrior who debuted in the Portuguese Super League and came to the English Championship. With the addition of overage players, the brand new Chinese team came, and the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. On July 27, in Group A, the first match of the Olympic team faced the Uruguayan team led by overage stars Suarez and Cavani. Li Yuxin and Feng Shuo came to the scene, and at this time Feng Shuo looked at these children and recalled his return home last year. "Oh, the weather in your hometown is really bad." My wife walked to the window of the second-floor room, opened the curtains in a flash, and saw the raindrops on the glass window. The yard was soaked by the drizzle, giving people a wet feeling. The leaves of the 2 poinciana trees in the distance had fallen off, leaving only bare branches dripping with rain. Feng Shuo poked his head out of the warm quilt and felt a chill. He quickly reached out and wrapped the warm quilt tightly around his body. He snorted as if he couldn't stand the cold. He huddled in the quilt with only his head sticking out. He looked so funny that his wife couldn't help but giggle when she looked back. "Is it that scary?" She came over with a smile. To be honest, she didn't feel cold even though she was wearing a cotton nightgown. Feng Shuo looked up at the window and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. In this weather, I'll just sleep in the quilt." Then, he shrunk his head back into the quilt like a turtle. But his wife reached into his bed, and when her cold hand touched his warm body, Feng Shuo was immediately stimulated to shout, "My goodness, Are you going to die? Look at you, you are so lazy, and it's not raining, we must keep exercising. His wife was righteous, as if she was a righteous teacher, truth and justice in front of her students. I don't know if it was because he was back home and lazy. Feng Shuo really wanted to continue sleeping with his head covered. But when she said that, he was angry, and when she wasn't paying attention, he grabbed the corner of the quilt with both hands, opened his arms, and directly covered the beauty in the quilt, turned over and pressed her down. Let me go. His wife was shocked and almost cried for help. What are you exercising for? Look at it. Your figure has recovered so well, your waist is soft and thin, your belly is so flat, without any fat, and your thighs are so tight. Why do you exercise so hard, right? Feng Shuo's hands have already reached into the nightgown with familiarity. Why not, let's. Seeing Feng Shuo's eyebrows raised. His face was full of cunning. The wife knew what he was thinking. After secretly calculating in her mind, she nodded with a smile, okay. But just when Feng Shuo was about to do it, she immediately called for a stop. Don't tear my clothes, I'll take them off myself. Get out of the way. Feng Shuo really got out of the way, but the beauty escaped from his clutches in an instant. Escaped from the bed. Why don't you sleep by yourself? I'm going for a run. I always feel like I'm getting fat again recently. Someone was dumbfounded like a fool. He swore with a sincere heart that if the woman in front of him was still fat, then there would be no thin women in the world. At least in his opinion, his wife had recovered her previous perfect figure, so why should she lose weight? Go to sleep slowly, I'm leaving. His wife quickly ran to the bathroom and changed into a sports sweater. Before leaving, she playfully blew Feng Shuo a kiss. Wait, Charlie's. Feng Shuo sighed secretly. He couldn't let her go alone. I'll go too. After saying that, he pulled his head inside in his heart. In this day and age, if you want to be a good man, you can only choose between women and integrity. In the winter in southern China, the temperature is generally not too low. It is generally around 10 degrees in the 12th month, which means it is a little cold in the morning and evening and on rainy days. However, the wind in the south is like a knife, which hurts people very much. Feng Shuo has been used to living in Europe for many years. Although the winter there is very cold, he still can't get used to the climate here when he returns to his hometown, so he has a little cold, but once he starts running and his body warms up, nothing will happen. Today is New Year's Eve. It feels a bit like fog in the morning, wet, and that feeling is very awkward, so Feng Shuo and his wife both put on hats. Anyway, they will change them when they go back. They jogged all the way from the doorstep, running side by side for a full 3 kilometers, and then slowly walked back along the same route. Sometimes, Feng Shuo felt that women were really strange. Just like his wife, who was in her 30s, was always afraid of getting old and fat, and insisted on exercising every day, and was very particular about eating, saying that it couldn't be too caloric, and couldn't eat this, couldn't eat that, etc., but she herself was a greedy cat. When the two were walking back, they passed a small restaurant at the intersection of the community. Although it was New Year's Eve, this small restaurant was still open for business today, because they almost didn't rest, and the business was so good that many people living nearby took their noodle soup for breakfast. Hey, hello. The boss was from the same village as Feng Shuo. When he saw the two, he immediately smiled and waved to his wife, and awkwardly burst out an English sentence, which made Feng Shuo and the others want to laugh. Hello. My wife has a beautiful voice, and her voice is very sweet when she greets me with a smile. As usual, noodle soup. She said these 3 Chinese words with great difficulty. She didn't say them very accurately, but it was basically understandable. Her hands were gesturing on the noodle soup stall, and then pointed at the fried dough sticks. The fried dough sticks of this small restaurant are fried by the boss himself, and the oil used is not the kind of gutter oil. In addition, he added something unknown, and it was very fragrant and delicious when fried. In the past, my wife was afraid of greasy and dared not eat it, but after eating a little from Charles again, she fell in love with it. Didn't you say you have gained weight recently? It must be because of the fried dough sticks. Feng Shuo teased her with a smile. My wife glared at him charmingly. At most, I will go back and do more yoga later. But she smiled at the boss again. The boss was used to the flirting between the two. He admired Feng Shuo. The whole village was famous at home and abroad because of this person. Even overseas Chinese were vying to return home to see his true face. It was really an honor for him, a fellow villager. Do you want this? Or this? Or this? The boss gestured in front of the stall with a spoon, asking whether to add beef, bacon or eggs, which were all added to the noodle soup. The wife shook her head and pointed resolutely at the braised large intestine in the pot. Feng Shuo shook his head as he watched from the side. My dear, you are going to eat yourself to death, right? You can't eat pig large intestine. If you eat it once, no matter how much yoga you do, you can't make up for it. The wife giggled. But she seemed to be drooling over the noodle soup in front of her. In the end, between delicious food and calories, she chose the former without hesitation and abandoned the latter. Just now, I don't know who said that they were afraid of getting fat, but they turned around and ate such greasy food. He made a few portions of noodle soup, plus some buns and fried dough sticks. He was going home to honor his parents and son, and Feng Shuo walked all the way home. He mocked a certain woman all the way. Just say it. Anyway, we will leave in 2 days, so eat more. At worst, we will have to work harder to lose weight then. She was thinking very well, and she probably planned everything. This is because Feng Shuo has been leading the team for many years, and this year the National Olympic team is going to the battle, so he has plenty of time to stay in his hometown for the Spring Festival, but after the Spring Festival, he has to return to Europe. Prepare well for the matchup in the Olympics in July. As a youth training coach, Feng Shuo needs to provide the coach of the National Olympic team with the information and characteristics of all his disciples. It has been 6 years. How are these fruits? I have paid a lot for them over the years. I just went home to celebrate the Spring Festival with my family this year. Come on, kids. Both the Chinese team and the Uruguayan team attach great importance to this match. After all, this is the first match of the team. Both sides hope to adjust the players' status and physical fitness through this match, as well as grab points. After a period of training, there is such a high-intensity match to stimulate the players' physical and mental health, which will be of great benefit to the next game. Therefore, neither side has reserved strength in this match, but everyone is testing. In response to the sharp attack of the Chinese team, Uruguay's midfield in this game is mainly composed of 3 engineers, while Suarez and Cavani form a luxurious combination on the Uruguayan front line. Suarez is the current Liverpool striker, and Cavani is also doing well in Serie A with such a set of front-line combinations. Uruguay's offensive power is actually very terrible. Compared with Uruguay, the Chinese team also fielded its strongest lineup in this match. The young players who studied abroad and the defenders of Evergrande all played, and Uruguay took the lead at the beginning of the game, but Suarez was knocked down by the fierce Zhao Jian in the midfield at the beginning, and Suarez got up and took a look at the number 17 of the Chinese team. This guy is really fierce. In the 21st minute of the game, the Chinese team launched its own routine and began to attack. After Zhang Zichen dribbled forward, Wu Yulin chose to run horizontally to the middle when he came over to get a ball. It seemed that he was occupying the gap opened by Wu Yulin. Zhang Hang leaned to the left at the first time, and restrained the right back and right center back of Uruguay in one breath. When Wu Yulin got the ball, he passed it directly to the gap opened by Zhang Hang. Dongdi changed from horizontal to vertical and went straight into the penalty area. He scored in one fell swoop, 1-0. Is Uruguay's defense bad? The commentator shook his head and said, no, they only lost 1 goal in the first 4 games. They are one of the best defensive teams in the qualifiers so far, but the Chinese team easily tore through their defense. Should we say that China's offense is too good, or that Uruguay's defense is too bad? Just 6 minutes later, Chang Tong intercepted the ball in the midfield and passed it to Wu Yulin, who passed it to Dongdi, who was making a run. Dongdi attracted the attention of the defensive players on the left and then passed the ball to the penalty area. Zhang Zichen ran into the penalty area without anyone watching him. He shot low with his right foot and once again penetrated the Uruguayan goal, 2-0. Oh my god, the Chinese team scored another goal. The commentator was so surprised that he lost his voice. Uruguay's defense is like paper to them. This German team is going crazy. In the 41st minute, Zhao Jian, who had not played well in this game so far, made a precise diagonal pass after getting the ball on the right and sent the ball into the penalty area. It accurately found Zhang Hang, who headed the ball and passed it to Zhang Zichen, who came in from behind. The latter volleyed and sent the ball into the Uruguayan goal again, 3-0. The Chinese team ended the first half with 3-0, which was enough to prove the team's strong offensive ability. After the second half, Cheng Tong assisted Zhang Hang to score another goal, But the Chinese team's defense was also lost in the 76th minute. Fran overpowered the central defender Feng Ting and scored Cavani's pass into the goal guarded by Neuer, pulling one back for Uruguay, 4-1. This score was also maintained until the end of the game. Unexpectedly, the Chinese Olympic team defeated Uruguay 4-1. In the post-match interview, Ji Dong, who was temporarily acting as the head coach, showed his grace when facing reporters as the host and the winner of this game. He said that Juventus has always been an important benchmark for China, and the team's goal is to catch up with Juventus in the Champions League. There is no doubt that this game is a great victory for us, because we finally caught up with a goal we have been chasing in the past. I once said that we are a young team. We lack experience and long-term stable performance. This is why everyone is not optimistic about us. Ji Dong's words also made many reporters present admit that a large part of people are not optimistic about China because this team is too young. The average age is in the early 19s. Such a team is even younger than the youngest youth team of the year. But I always feel that being young is our disadvantage, but also our advantage. Because we are young, we have enough energy. We are not afraid of losing, because we can afford to lose. If we lose this year, we can come again next year. If we lose next year, we can come again the year after. We are never afraid of failure. Because we are young, we must pay more than our opponents. We need to rely on a more holistic and stable strategy to make up for the ups and downs caused by lack of experience. We need to rely on the power of teamwork to resolve the disadvantages of insufficient individual ability and do our best to narrow the gap between ourselves and our opponents. Also, because we are young, each of us is eager to succeed. Each of us is full of desire for victory and full of expectations for honor. We are more willing to try our best to win a game than our opponents, and we cherish every opportunity of each game more than anyone else. We can get to where we are today because we are young. Ji Dong's words are a bit like overturning all the previous media's judgments on China. That is, being young does not mean that a team is not good, and it does not mean that China does not have the fighting power to compete with powerful opponents. There is never absolute in this world, only relative, and everything has two sides. Obviously, the group of reporters present were convinced by Ji Dong's words. Even if they were not convinced, who could give a strong argument to refute the bloody victory of 4-1 slaughtering Uruguay? And no one expected that the immature and backward China could be so terrible. The head coach of Uruguay was ashamed of this tragic defeat, but he still had a good impression and expectation on the future of the Chinese Olympic team, thinking that this team was completely underestimated by the outside world. Many people think that the Chinese Olympic team is too young, but I think what Mr. Yuxin said is absolutely right. Being young is sometimes a disadvantage, but it can also be an advantage. Any opponent who underestimates them is a very fatal mistake. Olympic Special Series, London Olympics, the seeds of Chinese football have borne fruit. Chapter 357 The five-star red flag flies in London. In this way, the Chinese Olympic team won 3 games in the group stage, and faced a British team in the quarterfinals. All the media paid attention to the performance of the Olympic team. The Chinese team also launched an offensive without showing any weakness, using its speed and technology to deal with the British team. Even with top players like Giggs and Ramsey, the Chinese Olympic team used tactics to firmly control the rhythm and fight with the British team in the midfield. At this time, Zhang Heng broke through. Good job. Liu Hong continued to roar. Then he made another witty remarks. He and Wu Yulan played a wonderful wall-to-wall cooperation. This is a 2-on-1. No. Zhang Heng, who rushed past Giggs, had already dribbled into the penalty area while Liu Hong was roaring. At this time, there was only the British team's goal in front of him. No one could stop him, not even the British goalkeeper Butland. Zhang Heng swung his left foot while running at high speed, without stopping the ball or slowing down, and shot directly. Football Cup his left foot hit the instep hard. A muffled bang echoed in Butland's ears. The football was like a missile with all its first, second and third stage boosters all opened, accelerating suddenly, and then whizzing towards his head. Butland only had time to reflexively wave his arms upwards, but he didn't touch anything. Then he heard a huge cheer from the stands, not the voice of British fans, because he was very familiar with the cheers of British fans. It was a huge beautiful. Everyone saw the football fly over Butland's head, and his waving arm seemed to be in slow motion in front of the speed of the football. Then the football kept rushing up, rubbing the bottom edge of the goal crossbar, flying into the goal, and then hitting the upper net before stopping. 12 minutes into the game, The Chinese team's first attack, the first shot, scored a goal. Butlin's body fell backwards, his head tilted back, and he saw the football fall from the air and land on the grass inside the goal line. The ball went in. Without a doubt, his goal was breached. The thing they least wanted to see still happened. When Giggs was about to throw the ball out of bounds, Pierce turned around and walked back to the coaching booth, but before he got there, he was frightened by the coach's exclamations and turned around. He saw Zhang Hang jump in the air and intercept the football. He also saw Zhang Hang dribbling the ball around the backcourt for half a circle, then rushing to the front court and playing a wall collision with Yuxin. Finally, the football was kicked in. The whole process was so fast-paced that he forgot to turn around. He just twisted his body to watch the whole process of losing the ball, and his whole body was twisted like Yunjin Madhu. After seeing Zhang Hang's goal, he was disappointed, annoyed, and angry, and wanted to kick something to vent his anger, but he forgot that his whole body was twisted from head to toe. So he lost his balance and fell to the ground. But at this time, no one cared about him. Everyone stared at the British team's goal in amazement. The British team's coaching staff were all like this. Just 1 minute ago, the British team had the upper hand, and the Chinese team finally managed to control the ball, but couldn't even get past the center line. But now the Chinese team is leading. They couldn't accept this ups and downs. Is this true? When the football flew into the British team's goal, Zhang Shunfei's ears were filled with the shouts and cheers of Chinese fans. However, he didn't hug anyone, but just stepped forward again, holding the national flag high and running forward. While running, he raised his head and shouted loudly, "Ah!" After he scored, he cast his eyes over there. Sure enough, he saw the 5-star red flag, which was flying again. He rushed to the bottom of the stands and pointed at Zhang Shunfei, who was running with the national flag held high. Why did they come to the Olympic team? Why did he fight? Wasn't it because of fans like this? Everyone's eyes followed Zhang Hang's hand, including other Chinese fans in the stands and the camera lenses of the live broadcast. Zhang Shunfei's son jumped up in the stands, raised his arms and shouted excitedly, "That's my dad! That's my dad!" The 5-star red flag was held high in Zhang Shunfei's hand, fluttering in the wind as he ran, fluttering in everyone's eyes, and also in the TV broadcast. Watching this scene, many people thought of a line of lyrics. Someone sang it out loud. They sang in front of Zhang Hang and other Chinese players who came to celebrate with him. The 5-star red flag is fluttering in the wind. As soon as the first sentence was sung, more people joined in, and the entire Chinese fans sang in unison. How loud the victory song is! Singing our beloved motherland. From now on, we will move towards prosperity and strength. This song is so familiar to the Chinese that it is called the second national anthem, which shows the status of this song in China and in the hearts of the Chinese people. Almost everyone can't sing it. Tens of thousands of Chinese fans sang this song, singing the motherland in front of the Chinese players. The singing was loud and impressive. The Chinese players were stunned. They didn't expect the fans to celebrate a goal in this way. But soon someone in the team couldn't help but sing along with the fans. Singing our beloved motherland. From now on, we will move towards prosperity and strength, cross the mountains, cross the plains, across the surging Yellow River and Yangtze River. Perhaps the pitch of the spontaneous chorus of these fans was not very accurate, and there was a phenomenon of being out of tune, but at this time no one cared about those details at all. Just tens of thousands of people singing the same song together was enough to make many people speechless. Chinese fans put all their long accumulated anger, inferiority, envy, and other complex emotions towards British football into this song and vented them in this way. During the song, Zhang Shunfei still ran back and forth holding the flag high, not letting the national flag fall down, just like a proud soldier who would never lower his head. The vast and beautiful land. It is our dear hometown. The heroic people have stood up. We are united and strong like steel. Liu Hong, who was sitting in the commentary booth, was still talking about how awesome and important this ball was before hearing the song. But when the song sounded, he was silent. So the fans in front of the TV could clearly hear the chorus of tens of thousands of Chinese fans on the scene without any interference, and then many Chinese fans in front of the TV also sang along. Until the Chinese players finished celebrating and returned to their half, the song was still floating over the Khalifa Stadium. After the singing gradually faded away, Liu Hong's voice reappeared on the TV. Singing the motherland, what a familiar song it is. I have heard it countless times, But when I heard this song in the commentary booth of Wembley Stadium in a foreign country, I got goosebumps all over my body. I wonder if you, my friends in front of the TV, have the same feeling. Many fans who were watching the live broadcast on the internet in front of their computers immediately posted on Weibo, "Yes, yes, yes. I have goosebumps too. Singing the motherland is so beautiful, it makes me cry. I cried when this song sounded. Damn, I was watching the game in an internet cafe. Who is the fan running with the national flag? So cool. I don't need to say how important Zhang Hang's goal is, and I don't need to say anything nonsense about its significance. I think no language can better explain the significance of this goal than what just happened. Thank you Zhang Hang. Thank you the boys of the Chinese team. Thank you the fans of the Chinese team at the scene. Thank you the fan who ran with the national flag high. Thank you, all those who still love and support Chinese football. Thank you." Liu Hong is not a sensational commentator, but his words made many fans in front of the TV tear up. How much we have suffered from Chinese football, how crazy we are now. After all the hardship comes happiness. The celebration of Chinese fans really shocked many people, including commentators from British TV stations such as BBC and Sky Sports. When Chinese fans sang Singing the Motherland, the British commentator's commentary was interrupted directly, and he continued after a while. The Chinese fans are very excited. They expressed their feelings with a collective chorus. I have never seen Chinese fans so excited. The guest commentator next to him said, "The situation is not good for the British team now. The morale of the Chinese team is completely up. With such support from Chinese fans, it is like a halo for them. The British team must withstand the next wave of attacks from the Chinese team." TV commentators from other countries were also shocked by the chorus of Chinese fans, and exclaimed that Chinese fans are really terrible. At the same time, their views were the same as those of the commentators on British TV. They believed that the game had taken a fundamental turn and that the British team was in danger. They did not understand the lyrics, but they could hear the momentum. With such a strong team, how could the team they supported be weaker? If the Chinese team went crazy, the most terrible thing was that if the Chinese went crazy, the consequences would be disastrous. For a moment, the British fans could no longer care about being disappointed and regretful for losing the ball. They were now beginning to feel scared. What if they lost the ball again in a short period of time? Pierce was the first person to react. After he got up from the ground, he rushed to the sidelines. While the Chinese players and fans were still singing and celebrating, he pulled a translator to give urgent instructions to the team captain Giggs. Pass the ball back, control the ball more in the backcourt, pass the ball more, don't be anxious, let them get through this period of excitement. So when the game resumed, the British team, which had just lost the ball, did not rush to attack and equalize the score, but passed the ball back. According to Pierce's instructions, this is to use the slowness of the British team to restrain the speed of the Chinese team, wear down the Chinese team's fighting spirit, and let their dopamine secretion return to normal levels. Once the Chinese team finds that they can't grab the ball for a long time, they will naturally calm down and stop attacking the British team. At that time, reason will make them start to focus on defense, fearing that the British team will hit a counterattack or something. This adjustment is of course based on Pierce's confidence in the strength of the British players. But he overlooked one point. Many players of the Chinese Olympic team are from the Portuguese Super League, and even a few in England are from Arsenal. Their skills are much better than those of the rough English guys. In front of the British players who are very confident in their footwork, Zhang Hang's footwork is better than them. At this time, Cheng Tong passed the ball to Zhang Hang. However, the British team's defense is very tenacious. They know that now is the most dangerous time. If Zhang Hang scores another goal, although the game has just started for 14 minutes, the suspense of the game may be gone. So the Chinese team must not be allowed to score again. Bertrand and Cocker turned back, and after Zhang Hang passed Yuxin with the bull's tail, he ran into them head-on. But Zhang Hang had no intention of stopping or passing the ball back. He gently pushed the ball to the left with his right foot, then stretched his left foot forward and knocked the ball out gently. At the same time, his body was like a cheetah, and he ducked through the two people. Fried meatballs. This time it was the commentator of the British TV station who exclaimed. They didn't expect that Zhang Hang could be almost unaffected by inertia after just using the difficult dribbling action of the bull's tail, and immediately made another dribbling action like fried meatballs, and the technique was very precise and not dragged at all. He easily broke through the defense of Dawson and Richards. Who else can stand in front of him now? No one. Zhang Heng has rushed behind the entire British defense line. The next thing became very simple for Zhang Heng. After catching up with the ball, he even slowed down, not worrying about being caught up by the crazy British players behind him. Facing the attacking British goalkeeper Butland, Zhang Heng kicked the ball. When Butland saw him shoot, he quickly fell to the ground and rushed in the direction he had judged. But the ball did not fly in the direction he judged, but flew directly over his body. Spoon lob. Butland lay on the ground, turned his head and looked at the flying ball in the air with some despair. Although the ball was still flying in the air, Butland knew very well that there could be no accidents. This ball was 100% sure to go in. Zhang Heng. With Liu Hong's prolonged roar, the ball drew a parabola in the air and then fell into the empty goal behind Butland. The ball went in. The ball went in. It went in. Incredible. Less than a minute after we scored, we were 2 goals ahead. The British team lost a ball just after the kickoff. Liu Hong jumped up directly from the commentary booth. He was so excited. Facing such a goal, it was really difficult for him to suppress his emotions. He thought it was perfect that the Chinese team was leading by 1 goal, but he didn't expect that Zhang Heng scored another goal when the British team kicked off. Leading by 2 goals, doesn't this mean that the Chinese team has the upper hands in the competition with the British team for the Asian Cup? In a game like the quarterfinals, it is difficult for one side to be overturned after taking a 2-goal lead. So he can assert in advance that Zhang Heng's goal has made the Chinese team almost embrace the semifinals. Since participating in the Olympics, Chinese football has never been so close to the championship as it is now. It's not just Liu Hong who is excited, but also countless Chinese fans in the stands, in front of the TV, and in front of the computer. When seeing the football fly into the goal, some people can't even believe it, thinking it's incredible. How could we score 2 goals in such a short time? Is this still the performance of the Chinese team? But the fact is that the latest score is displayed on the scoreboard at the scene and on the TV. The Chinese team leads the British 2-0. The Chinese fans in the stands sang again, but this time it was no longer singing the motherland. The Chinese fans sang a different song, but it was still a popular song. 5-star red flag. You are my pride. 5-star red flag. I am proud of you. Cheer for you. I bless you. Your name is more important than my life. The red flag is fluttering. The red flag is fluttering. Zhang Shunfa's footsteps never stopped during the singing. His old heart became extremely young at this moment, and he did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue. As an old Chinese fan, he felt extremely happy to be able to witness this moment on the spot. Even if he was exhausted to death in the stands, he would be willing. Zhang Heng was surrounded by his teammates on the Chinese team, and everyone was patting his back hard to vent their emotions. Zhang Heng did not feel any pain. He was also very excited. He deliberately rushed to steal the ball continuously, but he did not expect that he could actually score a goal. Now it is stable. The Chinese team is completely stable. Feng Shuo and Li Yuxin in the stands have gone crazy. Li Yuxin has to control himself because he is a British in this life, but he will never forget that he is a descendant of Yan and Wang, a child of China. Feng Shuo has gone even crazier. China must win. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Pomp and Promise. After that, the Chinese Olympic team won consecutive victories, eliminated Mexico, and entered the finals. When the Chinese Olympic team entered the Olympic finals, it almost went viral in China, especially on the internet. In 2012, the Chinese internet not only had Weibo and WeChat, but also had forums, and QQ groups. In these places, the screens were almost full of news and discussions about the Chinese youth team entering the World Youth Championship finals. If you only watch this scene, anyone will be impressed that there are so many football fans in China. They suddenly appeared like they had drilled out of the ground. Not only on the forums, but also in traditional media, they focused on reporting the performance of the Chinese team in the World Youth Championship. China Central Television even produced a special program in the Football Night program. That program was all about the performance of the Chinese youth team in the Olympics. It started with their training in Europe, talked about the problems they encountered in preparation, and then talked about the contradictions between the Chinese and foreign parties, and talked about the 08 Olympic star German plan that was about to die a few years ago. The tone in the early stage was very dull and depressed. It sounded as if the team was about to be disbanded. But when Zhidong appeared, the style of the film suddenly changed, and even the light and shadow colors were different. The colors were monotonous and gray before. Suddenly, the picture became colorful, and the red of the Chinese national youth team became the main color. The green grass, the red jerseys, the bright sunshine, people's mood also improved. Then the Chinese youth team played one game after another in the Olympics. The wonderful goals, coupled with Wang Jianqiang's roaring commentary, made the audience excited. That night, someone moved the documentary to the internet, and someone else edited the clips of the Chinese national youth team's goals in the World Youth Championship and put them online separately. Countless people watched and downloaded them. Everyone watched these videos, crying or laughing in front of the TV and the computer, like a lunatic. Countless people left messages online after watching the program. We finally have a national team that we can be truly proud of, even though it is at the youth level. Grandpas of the Chinese national team, take a good look at this. Are you embarrassed? I think the one who should be most embarrassed is the Chinese Football Association. Look at the boys. The video we are seeing now must be the wonderful performance of the Chinese national team in the Confederations Cup. Don't say that above. If it were the Chinese national team, perhaps there would really be no change. The national youth team is malleable precisely because they are all teenagers. Did the program say that all the children were sent to Europe for training, and in order for the team to keep up with the pace of Europe, Zhidong conducted 15 days of special training, and the training intensity was very high. I don't think the grandpas of the national team can stick to it. Therefore, the reason why the national youth team can succeed is because they are young, and they have not been polluted by the big divad of Chinese football. It's a pity that after this Olympics, many of them will reach a higher level. So I really hope that the Football Association can show mercy and let these young people go abroad, just like them, playing football in Europe. Even if it is a small team, it is better than ruining themselves in Chinese football. In addition to the attention of these professional media, the whole society is paying attention to the Chinese youth team. CCTV's news broadcast the news of the Chinese team's victory over Mexico for the first time in the program, and gave a preview of the final. In addition, many performing stars and celebrities began to talk about and pay attention to Chinese football in the Olympics, as if talking about this is a very fashionable thing. Many stars boasted that they have been paying attention to the performance of the Chinese youth team in this World Youth Championship, and also said that they are Zhidong's crazy fans. Of course, many people intend to hype themselves up by using hot topics. But Chinese fans are still very happy to see such a grand occasion. When everyone is praising this team, these true fans also feel a sense of accomplishment. In the Olympics, there is finally a hope of winning the championship beyond tradition, and it is football. Although there are great differences between FIFA and the International Olympic Committee due to the Olympic football competition, FIFA has always opposed professional football players to participate in the Olympic football competition. After continuous consultations between the two sides, the requirements for participants have been changing. The Olympic football competition began in the 1900 Paris Olympics in France. In the 1900 Paris Olympics in France and the 1904 St. Louis Olympics in the United States, football was played as a demonstration event. In 1908, it became an official event in the London Olympics in the United Kingdom. In the early 20th century, football was rapidly promoted in European countries, and football clubs were established in various countries. The connection between football and commodity society became increasingly deepened, and a group of people who made a living by playing football emerged. Since then, professional football has become popular in continental Europe. Professional athletes who have undergone long-term training and competition have significantly higher technical levels than amateur athletes in the Olympic football field. This huge gap in levels has made the Olympic football games lose their competitiveness and excitement, and has affected the enthusiasm of many regions to participate in the Olympics. Especially in the 1908 and 1912 Olympics, after English professional football players won 2 consecutive championships, the controversy over whether professional athletes should be allowed to participate in the Olympics became more intense. Later, FIFA began to impose some restrictions on professional football players participating in the Olympics. However, FIFA does not have a very clear concept and definition on how to distinguish between professional athletes and amateur athletes. In 1977, FIFA decided not to allow athletes who had participated in the previous World Cup to participate in the Olympic football matches. After several changes, in 1984 FIFA decided that players from Europe and South America who had participated in the World Cup finals were not allowed to participate in the Olympic football matches. In 1988, FIFA made the following regulations on this basis. The age limit for Olympic football players is under 23 years old, and each team is allowed to have 3 overage players. In 1996, women's football was added to the Summer Olympics. Since the development of women's football was still immature at that time, FIFA did not impose restrictions on women's football. Of course, all this stems from the struggle between the two organizations. In 1978, the negotiations between FIFA and the International Olympic Committee broke down again. The confident FIFA president Havelange decided to give his opponent a warning and announced that players from Europe and South America who had participated in the World Cup would be banned from participating in the Olympics. But soon, Havelange found that he had made a wrong decision. The decline in the level of Olympic football events not only affected the Olympics, but also damaged the interests of FIFA. Negotiations were restarted, and Havelange began to accept the advice of then IOC President Samaranch to find a win-win solution. In 1984, Havelange took the first step and abolished a ban on South American and European players. 4 years later, Havelange agreed to abolish the ban on professional players from participating in the Olympics, but at the same time limited the age of players participating in the Olympics to under 23 years old, which actually set the Olympic men's football event as the Under-23 World Youth Championship. The 1996 Atlanta Olympics was the last Olympics before Havelange stepped down, and it was also the most groundbreaking Olympics, because FIFA finally relaxed the age limit and allowed each participating team to have 3 overage players, which made the men's football event at the Olympics a huge success. FIFA and the IOC found a balance point. In 1998, Blatter was elected as the new FIFA president. Like Havelange that year, the ambitious Blatter after taking office was also thinking about overpowering the IOC. In 2003, Blatter announced that FIFA would formulate its own set of anti-doping standards, while according to the rules of the International Olympic Committee, all Olympic sports must be uniformly regulated by the World Anti-Doping Agency. In 2005, Blatter expressed his consideration of abolishing the rule that allowed overage players to participate in the Olympics. History repeated itself, and Blatter soon found that his reform was not feasible, because in addition to obeying FIFA, the national football associations also had to obey the country's sports authorities, and the latter would hardly make a decision to boycott the Olympics. Just like Havelange that year, Blatter realized at this time that FIFA and the International Olympic Committee were either win-win or lose-lose, and there was no third way to go. The president then began to revise his route, turning confrontation into cooperation. This summer, he even risked offending European giants and forced major clubs to allow players of appropriate age to participate in the Olympics. After the failure of the 2004 Asian Cup final, Chinese football quickly fell into a trough in China and continued to slide into the abyss. As a result, many people are ashamed to mention Chinese football. There are even various jokes mocking and humiliating Chinese football on the internet. After the anti-black campaign, people were even more disappointed. However, under such circumstances, the emergence of the Chinese youth team made those real Chinese fans feel proud. This madness is not only reflected in China. In the UK, when the Chinese team got up in the hotel, they were shocked by the number of media and fans waiting outside the hotel. More than 10 days ago, when they arrived at the same hotel, they came to participate in the Olympic Games group stage. At that time, the media reporters outside the hotel surprised them. But now, the situation in front of them is more exaggerated than the last time they saw it. It can be called a grand occasion. In addition to many reporters, there are also many Chinese fans. They waved the 5-star red flag, painted their faces with national flag paint, and cheered excitedly when they saw the Chinese team's bus. "Go China! Long live China!" they shouted. Some even sang singing the motherland directly on the spot. The 5-star red flag is flying in the wind, flying, rising. The singing resounded through the sky. The bright lights of the reporters' cameras were blinding the eyes of the Chinese national youth team players. Oh my God! When the bus was still slowly approaching the hotel entrance, All the Chinese national youth team players on the bus stood up from their seats and stared at the crazy scene outside in amazement. They never thought that they could be treated and admired like this. Ji Dong's voice rang out in the car, "Boys, this is what you deserve. Enjoy this moment." Haha. The Chinese team made it to the finals, and he was in a good mood as the head coach. He has led this team to create history. If the Chinese team can also win the Olympic gold medal, it will add an important weight to the continuation of his tactical philosophy. As long as the head coach who succeeds this team continues to prepare for the game according to his ideas, he believes that the other party can still lead this team to create miracles in the Asian Cup. When the bus finally stopped, the police and security guards who maintained order were like enemies, and they separated the reporters and fans behind the human wall. With a sound of chi, the door of the bus was slowly opened. The person who appeared behind the car door was the acting head coach of the Chinese national youth team, the team's top star, and the biggest star in this World Youth Championship, Ji Dong. After all, as Wenger's tactical consultant, many mid and lower level teams have invited him to coach, and this Olympics has also demonstrated his ability. When he appeared in front of everyone, the flashes of the cameras flashed more densely, almost forming a whole. The fans screamed loudly. Glory! In such a scene, Ji Dong, as a person who has seen the world, handled it with ease. He stepped out of the car steadily and took the lead to walk in front. Although many reporters wanted to interview him, he did not stop. He just walked towards the door of the hotel. But just as he was about to approach the door, there was a commotion on the left, and then a person broke free from the security guard's obstruction and suddenly rushed out of the crowd and rushed in front of Ji Dong. Everyone was surprised, because they did not react because of the accident. Ji Dong was also frightened. The person who appeared in front of him was a middle-aged man with gray hair, a Chinese. The reason why we know he is a Chinese is that he is wearing a white Chinese team jersey. And his face was covered with red paint, with only his eyes spared. On his left cheek and forehead, there were 5 yellow 5-pointed stars. This was a 5-star red flag, the national flag of China. In addition, he had a 5-star red flag draped behind him, and a red national team scarf around his neck. On the front of his white Chinese team jersey, there were big red letters that read, "China must win!" Exclamation mark. He rushed in front of Ji Dong and was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that he would really rush out. But soon, he reacted. In full view of the crowd, he plopped down and knelt down directly. The crowd of onlookers exclaimed. At that moment, the flashlights came on and continued. 2 security guards rushed out from the surprised crowd, holding down the middle-aged uninvited guest on the left and right, and were about to drag him away. The middle-aged man struggled desperately, yelling, "Let me go. I have no ill intentions. Let me go," he shouted to the British security guard in Chinese. The frightened Ji Dong reacted and raised his hand to stop the security guard. "Stop. Stop. Don't pull him," he shouted 3 times in English. In England, many people don't understand English. That's impossible. The 2 security guards looked at each other and let go. The first thing the middle-aged man who had just broken free from the security guard did after regaining his freedom was to kneel down in front of Ji Dong again. He knelt in front of Ji Dong again and hugged Ji Dong's legs. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Ji Dong squatted down and hugged the other person. "Stand up and say what you want to say." But the man didn't want to get up, and almost lay on the ground. "No, Ji Dong. I'm kneeling for you on behalf of our Chinese fans, Ji Dong. Thank you. Since the 2002 World Cup, Chinese fans have not been so happy. This period of time is like the Chinese New Year, every day is the New Year. So I must thank you, Ji Dong." The middle-aged fan said loudly and excitedly. Everyone present heard it. Ji Dong was helpless and couldn't pull the other person up, but he couldn't really let a man older than his father kneel down to him. So he got anxious and simply knelt down to the other person. The crowd burst into exclamations again. No one expected that the most famous coach of this World Youth Championship would actually kneel down to an ordinary fan. The players of the national youth team behind Ji Dong were also shocked. The other party was also surprised. He didn't expect Ji Dong to kneel down to him. Ji Dong knelt and said to the other party, "Now it's okay, you can say whatever you want, I'm listening." The middle-aged fan was so surprised that he stuttered, "No. No, how can I?" He wanted to pull Ji Dong up, but his body just stood up, but Ji Dong pulled him up with a faster speed and greater force. At this time, The middle-aged fan could not resist Jidong at all. After pulling the man up, Jidong refused the security guard who wanted to take him away. He held his shoulders, pointed at him and said to the security guard, "He is my friend, I want to take him into the hotel." The two security guards hesitated for a moment and finally made way. In this way, in full view of the public, Jidong led the fan who suddenly appeared and walked into the hotel lobby with him. When the Chinese team returned to the hotel after training, an episode occurred. A fanatical Chinese fan broke through the security guard's obstruction and came to Jidong, and knelt down to him in full view of the public. This is a photo of the scene. Surprisingly, Jidong also knelt down to this fan. So the two knelt facing each other outside the hotel gate. Then Jidong stopped the security guards from taking the fan away, and took him into the hotel together. We interviewed this lucky guy. On the TV screen, the fan with the Chinese flag painted all over his face said excitedly to the camera, "Jidong gave me a jersey signed by all the players." He showed the red jersey to the camera. "So what did you talk about with Jidong in the hotel?" A reporter's voice came from outside the screen. "Jidong promised me that he would lead the Chinese team to win the Olympic championship." The Chinese fan shouted excitedly. Chapter 359 Planning and Visiting. Back at the hotel, head coach Jidong was still drawing the tactical board in his room. After all, the opponent in the final was the Brazilian Olympic team led by Neymar. He was thinking because this Chinese team was not without weaknesses, but they had performed too strongly before, and their weaknesses were covered up. But in fact, no team is perfect. This Chinese national youth team is no exception. They are indeed very prominent among the many participating teams in this Olympics, but it does not mean that they must stand out from the crowd. The weakness of the Chinese team is their defense. This sounds strange. How can the defense line that lost 1 goal in 3 group matches just because of Zhao Zhao's mistakes be a weakness? But this is not wrong. The Chinese team's air defense ability is indeed their weakness, but the first 3 teams were frightened by China's powerful offense and did not expect this at all. Despite this, the Mexican central defenders still used their height to create a threat to the Chinese team in the last game. It's just that those opportunities were not seized once. After carefully studying the Chinese team's game video, the Mexican head coach discovered this problem. And high-altitude bombing is just what he can play. This made him see the dawn of defeating the Chinese team. They didn't compete with the Chinese team in the midfield, nor did they compare their footwork. They just played a simple and rough game. They bombarded the Chinese team's defense with aerial balls. After the game started, they did so, and it really caused trouble for the Chinese team. The Chinese team's central defenders Fen Tingxiao and Zhang Tao had some difficulty facing such high-altitude bombing. The Chinese fans in front of the TV felt nervous for the first time in this tournament. They were even a little worried that this team would get carried away after qualifying from the group. Did the media report before the game that the Chinese team's preparations were very relaxed? Could it be that they were blown up to the sky, so they got carried away? If this phenomenon really happened to the Chinese team, it would not be surprising. Chinese football has this tradition. They are best at being proud when they win and discouraged when they lose. Although they were able to enter the top 16, it was the same result as the previous Chinese youth team in the World Youth Championship. But anyone who watched these 3 games would probably not be willing to stop at the top 16. They were definitely not the only ones who were unwilling to stop here. Center forward Zhang Hang also saw that the Chinese team's defense was facing a crisis. If the Mexican team continues to attack like this, they will lose the ball sooner or later. But he is not a defender, and he can't always go back to defend with a header, so he can't directly solve the problem facing the Chinese team's defense. But this does not mean that he has no way. He is a striker and he can score goals. Isn't it said that the best defense is offense? Then I will use offense to solve the defense problem. Cheng Tong got the ball in the front court, and he saw Zhang Hang waving to him again and asking him for the ball. So a long pass was made. The head coach has reminded them more than once that the defense against a Chinese center forward in the game must be close to each other, otherwise it will be meaningless. Now they are really close to each other. Zhang Hang ran towards the football, and it seemed that he had no chance to get rid of the 2 Mexican players behind him. At this time, Zhang Hang raised his right foot, made a move to pass the ball, and kicked the football. Passing the football back, and then turning around and cutting into the air without the ball is a common way for many players to get rid of the hands behind them. After he passed the football, he should immediately turn around and insert behind a defensive player. The two defensive players of the Mexican youth team knew what they should do immediately. Seeing Zhang Hang kicking the ball, the two of them quickly turned around and retreated. Since they were not as fast as Zhang Hang, they could only make moves before him. Otherwise, when Zhang Hang turned around, they would be thrown out of sight. But after they turned around and retreated, they did not find Zhang Hang catching up. The two of them break suddenly, and then they found that Zhang Hang did not move. His right foot was just a feint, and in the end he did not pass the ball back, but stepped on the ball, making the ball stop in place. When the two stopped in surprise and looked back, they saw Zhang Hang turning around with the ball and facing them. Then they saw Zhang Hang smiled at the two of them. Before they could react to the meaning of this smile, he suddenly weighted the ball out, and then accelerated to chase the ball. Rush past the two people. The two Mexican youth team defenders didn't react at all. Beautiful. Zhang Hang's breakthrough was unexpected. He tricked the two players into retreating first, but he didn't move. This immediately opened up the distance between him and the opponent, allowing him to turn around and make moves calmly. Wang Jianqian clapped his hands in admiration. After breaking through the two Mexican players who had been following him, Zhang Hang was like a fish swimming into the sea, swinging his body in the water and hitting the water to pass through. He increased his speed, and the Mexican players rushed up in a swarm, trying to stop Zhang Hang. Zhang Hang made a fake move to shoot a long shot while running, and right in front of him, three Mexican youth team defenders simultaneously prevented Zhang Hang from shooting and scoring in various ways. Two people fell directly to the ground and raised their legs to make a flying tackle. One of them jumped up and turned 180 degrees in the air, blocking Zhang Hang's long shot with his back. But Zhang Hang's move was just a fake move. After the kick, there was no shot. After the foot landed, the ball was pushed to the right. Seeing this scene on the sidelines, he gritted his teeth, leaned back slightly, clenched his fists, and tensed his body. He was extremely nervous. Then he saw the Chinese winger Zhang Zichen, who broke into the penalty area and swung his right leg again in front of the attacking goalkeeper. This time it was not a fake move. The football went directly between Adler's legs and rolled into the goal behind him. The ball goes in. Wang Jianqian shouted. In front of the TV, countless Chinese fans were doing the same thing as him. They jumped down from the bed, sofa, chair, stood on the ground, leaned back, and shouted, "Beautiful." When the Chinese team encounters problems, you can always expect him to stand up, every time, and never let people down. This is the number 10 of the Chinese team, the well-deserved core, the Chinese team. On the TV, Wang Jianqian was desperately praising the Chinese team. But no one thought these words were disgusting. At this moment, they even hoped to hear Wang Jianqian say more of these words and praise the Chinese team more. Praising the Chinese team made them feel good. The Mexican coach was tense just now, but now he was like a deflated ball. Finally, they lost a ball. He firmly believed that as long as they gave the Mexican team some time, they would definitely be able to break through the Chinese team's goal. He had never doubted this until now. But he didn't expect that the Chinese team would score first before this. Leading and being led are two completely different states. The impact on the players is also different. When leading, the morale of their players will be high, which is good for the next game. But now, it is the state of being led. The Chinese players are celebrating the goal, while the Mexican players are dumbfounded. The Mexican coach bet that they must have thought of those terrible rumors about the Chinese team. The goal of the Chinese team is not just to help the Chinese team take the lead, but more importantly, it is a very beautiful goal. It will remind the Mexican players of how terrifying the Chinese team's offense is, and their outstanding performance against those strong teams. They will realize they are challenging a giant that seems invincible. This is definitely not a good thing. He wanted to boost morale, but there was really not much he could do on the sidelines. Football is not like basketball, where you can apply for a timeout and let the head coach explain in detail to the players directly. It is completely meaningless to just yell once or twice on the sidelines. So we have to wait until the halftime break to make adjustments. And now the game has only started for 17 minutes. The first half is still very long. What if we lose the ball before that? But if we just retreat to defend like this, it will not be easy to score again. It seems that we are about to break the Chinese team's defense. Damn it. The Mexican head coach thought about it and finally made a decision. This decision is in line with the characteristics of the youth team players. He did not ask the whole team to retreat to defend, but continued to let the players attack. Since we can't stop the Chinese team from scoring, let's just not focus all our energy on him. You can score our goals, and we can also score your goals. Keep attacking. See who is afraid of whom. Mexico did score a goal while continuing to attack. In the 43rd minute, they used the high-altitude bombing from the side to blow up the Chinese team's goal. But this is not worth celebrating. The Mexican coach did not celebrate the goal very excitedly. He just stood on the sidelines and applauded the players, indicating that they did a good job. This is indeed not worth his joy. Because before this goal, the Chinese team scored another goal. That was in the 32nd minute. Yuxin was tripped when he broke through outside the penalty area, and the Chinese team won a free kick. Cheng Tong took the penalty, and the football bypassed a wall and fell into the goal. Edler was unable to save the ball, and the football flew into the goal. So now the Mexican team has only turned the 2-goal disadvantage into 1 goal. Cheng Tao. Free kick brace. Good job. The Chinese team is not only Rong Guang. Not only relying on Rong Guang. Wang Jiangqiang cheered for Cheng Tao, who scored the goal. Rong Guang also gave Cheng Tao a thumbs up after scoring. Beautiful arc. Cheng Tao was praised by Rong Guang and smiled happily. Yes, the rest of our Chinese youth team are not just parasites who can only lie down and enjoy the benefits brought by Rong Guang. There is not only one Rong Guang in our Chinese youth team. Everyone ran over and hugged Cheng Tao, and Rong Guang was no exception. A group of players wearing Chinese team jerseys hugged each other tightly, looking like a whole. No, they were originally a whole. The Mexican head coach stood on the sidelines, staring blankly at the Chinese players hugging and celebrating the goal. He realized that the Mexican team had already lost the game. This Chinese team is actually not just Rong Guang. When the referee blew the whistle to end the game, the score was fixed at 3-1. The Chinese team defeated the Mexican team and made a historic entry into the Olympic finals. At the same time as the final whistle sounded, the Mexican head coach took the lead in walking to the Chinese team's coaching bench. Then he took the initiative to reach out and shake Ji Dong's hand. "Congratulations," the Mexican head coach said with a polite smile. "You have a very good team." He didn't say polite words. The Chinese players who were cheering and hugging in front of him were indeed a very good team. Ji Dong was not modest. He nodded. "Of course, sir. This is an excellent team. Everyone is excellent. I am very happy to coach them. Good luck to you, go further." The Mexican head coach blessed the Chinese team and left. Ji Dong quickly walked onto the court and celebrated the victory with his players. Recalling the scene, Ji Dong knew that it would be difficult to deal with it next. At this time, the phone rang. Li Yuxin and 2 assistants rushed to Jingwang and came to the hotel where Brazil was stationed. There had been a phone call before. When Li Yuxin and the other 2 arrived, many reporters gathered at the scene. They all took pictures of the meeting between Li Yuxin and Ji Dong, but they could not follow Li Yuxin into the hotel. "I am optimistic about China. You are the biggest hope for winning this championship, but your biggest competitor is Brazil," Li Yuxin said with a smile. "The Samba Army?" Ji Dong asked with a smile. There are many of Li Yuxin's disciples in the current German team, including Ballack, Link, Schneider, Frings, Kell, Deisler, Fritz and Klose. Among them, Klose performed very well in this Olympics, and his limelight was not lost to Zhang Hang at all. They can always surprise people. Li Yuxin commented on his former disciples. Ji Dong smiled and did not give any evaluation, but in the mind of any head coach, Brazil has always been a strong opponent. After chatting with Ji Dong for a while, Li Yuxin was approved to visit the Brazilian players. He took 2 assistants and walked from room to room accompanied by the Brazilian team leader. Hearing that Li Yuxin was coming to visit, the Chinese players had been waiting for a long time. The first person Li Yuxin saw was Zhao Jian, the backwaist who supported the backbone of China and performed very well in this Olympics. After the Olympics, take a good rest for a while, adjust your condition, and then return to the team, Li Yuxin instructed lightly. Zhao Jian had long known about Li Yuxin's announcement of staying in the team. He admired him and knew that he should not disappoint his boss. He nodded. "I understand, boss." Li Yuxin smiled and encouraged. "I see your performance is very good. Keep up this state in the new season and do another big job in Serie A." Zhao Jian nodded heavily. "Haha, boss." Wu Yulin's voice came in. "I saw this Brazilian center-back and Zhang Hang running over to visit, as well as Li Yuxin's old subordinate Eden Kaiserslautern, who also got into the Brazilian national team. For a while, the whole room was noisy. Mavericks, I'm back. Li Yuxin looked at Zhang Hang and said. Zhang Hang was a little afraid to look at him at first, but soon raised his head and nodded. Boss. Is it enjoyable? Li Yuxin asked. Zhang Hang smiled and nodded. Very enjoyable. Remember, the duties of the center. Li Yuxin said fiercely. Zhang Hang nodded with a smile, and he promised to call Fegger immediately. It's true that although Li Yuxin has only coached a few players, this Chinese Olympic team actually has all his favorite students. When Li Yuxin arrived, the young players came to greet him one by one. When Li Yuxin saw Zhang Zichen with a face full of buck teeth, he comforted the Brazilian because he had scored a goal in the past match against England, but was also sent off because of a red card. There is no doubt that you have all the technical and tactical qualities to become the most outstanding star in the world. You are like a magic elf on the football field. It's really great, it's simply wonderful. Li Yuxin praised Zhang Zichen very much. The free kick that the Brazilian star tricked Lehman into was a classic. Thank you for your praise, boss. You are also the star I admire most. Zhang Zichen replied. A red card is not the end of the world. Geniuses always make progress by making mistakes. Maradona also got a red card in the Olympics, and Beckham also got a red card in the World Cup. As a result, you can see that they all have a brilliant career. I believe you can do it too. Zhang Zichen knew that Li Yuxin was encouraging him and nodded continuously. Thank you very much, boss. After that, Li Yuxin talked to him a lot and even joked about his many suspension experiences. Zhang Zichen is also a very talkative person. He talked to Li Yuxin non-stop, which made a deep impression on people. Compared with Zhang Zichen's talkativeness, Duangdi seemed very humble and polite, giving people a very gentle feeling. When the opportunity comes, you must seize it. Duangdi, have some confidence in yourself, you can do it. Li Yuxin encouraged with a smile. He gave the best praise to the 19-year-old player without hesitation, believing that he would not lose to anyone. In the hotel where the Chinese Olympic team lived, Li Yuxin had a good chat with a group of Brazilian stars. He not only gave them some advice, but also answered their questions. For example, he thought it would be best for Zhang Zichen to stay in the Portuguese Super League for a year or two. You have everything you need. You have all the conditions to become a world-class star, but you must overcome two major thresholds. First, sufficient and adequate training. Second, a more mature and stable heart. This is the threshold for you to become a top player. If you overcome it, you will become the best player in the world. Zhang Zichen was very grateful for Li Yuxin's comments. Although Li Yuxin did not say it, he understood that his last red card was unnecessary. His slightly willful and childish behavior would become a stumbling block for him on the court. Just like in this game, he should have been the best player of the game, but the last red card ruined his hope. As for Duangdi, Li Yuxin suggested that he should bravely accept the challenge. Being modest and reserved is a very good quality, but on the field, you have to show enough aggression. You have to be confident and brave to accept all challenges, especially when the opportunity comes. You have to grab it at all costs, because the world of football is always a world where the strong prey on the weak. I spent more than 2 hours with the Chinese players, and then had dinner together, during which we chatted for a long time. Chapter 360 The Story of Brazil. Meanwhile, in the Brazilian residence in the London Olympic Village, our opponent in the final is China. The Brazilian team was also discussing the opponent in the final. It's China. Hulk said this, and cast his eyes on Sandro, who was sitting in the corner. The others also looked at Sandro. Sandro, several Chinese players are our teammates, right? Hulk asked. Sandro nodded. Yes. Danilo interrupted. I'm curious, did they really know how to play football when they entered Porto? Everyone looked at Sandro, expecting Sandro to answer. Yes, they are very hardworking and talented. Sandro told everyone the story of Zhang Hang and his team in Porto. A group of people were stunned. This is incredible. I watched his game in the Olympic Games, and it's hard to believe that this person played so badly 3 years ago. Danilo said in surprise with his mouth wide open. That's our Porto legend. Like Sandro, another defender from Porto, Marcelo, also interrupted. It is said that Zhang dared to challenge Gilberto on the first day he joined the first team. Yes, I heard that too. Rafael, the team's fullback, nodded quickly. Everyone laughed at him at the time, saying that a Chinese dared to challenge us, he must be crazy. What happened? A group of people suddenly fell silent. What happened? He really became someone who could be compared with Hulk. This person is really scary. Someone said after a moment of silence. Suddenly, Sandro, who had been silent in the crowd, stood up. What's wrong with you? He asked. He attracted everyone's strange looks. What's wrong, Sandro? Although Zhang Hang is very powerful, why are you all so silent when talking about him? Are you afraid of him? Sandro asked. But he is really good. He has scored 6 goals so far, tied with Zhang Zichen as the top scorer so far. And didn't you see the game of Wu from La Masia? Whenever they play, whether there are 2 or 3 people, it is difficult to defend him. He is not at the same level as us. I think they should participate in the Confederations Cup instead of the World Youth Championship. Why didn't he participate in the Confederations Cup? Marcelo asked. Because the Chinese team didn't participate in the Confederations Cup. Someone replied casually. Sandro looked at Sabas and said seriously, you are right, Rafael. He is very good, very good. But so what? We are Brazil. Are we worse than him? Well, even if we are worse than him. Sandro spread his hands. But so what? When Rong first came to the team, he was a layman who knew nothing, but he dared to take Kaká as his target. Are we rookies who know nothing? Is the gap between us and him as big as the gap between him and Kaká at that time? Why can Rong succeed? Why can't we beat him? Sandro's series of whys made his teammates in the Brazilian national youth team fall silent again. As players of the Brazilian national youth team, they should be very proud. Because in Brazil, a country rich in football talents, the competition to enter the national youth team is very fierce. To be able to stand out from hundreds of millions of people and become an international player representing Brazil, you must be the best. Only 21 players under the age of 20 in Brazil were selected. Shouldn't they be proud? Brazil's football level is the best in the world, and they are the best in Brazil. But why, when it comes to Rong, they can't be proud at all? Because they are afraid? After a long time, the team's substitute goalkeeper, Bruno, who also came from Porto, stood up to support Sandro. Sandro is right, I also know very well what the Chinese youth team was like before. It can be said that I have also witnessed how he has become what he is now. The media said that he trained very hard and he was very talented. But to be honest, I thought about it privately later, and I think the fundamental reason is that Rong dared to take risks. He dared to think about things that we usually don't even dare to think about, and then put them into action. So this is his strongest side. The team's defender Fabio Santos, who also came from Porto, also raised his hand. I agree with Bruno and Sandro. When Rong said that he wanted to be compared with Kaká, we laughed at him and thought he was too stupid. How could someone be so arrogant and ignorant to this extent? But every progress Rong made later was slapping us in the face, proving that we are idiots. Neymar asked everyone, the opponent is very strong, but we are not weak either, right? If we really want to beat him, at least we should start thinking about beating him. If we don't even dare to think about it, why are we here? Isn't it better to give our position to those who dare to think? Neymar thought of his idol Yuxin, who did not participate in this year's British national youth team and missed the World Youth Championship. At this time, he should be looking for beautiful women to chat up on the beach, right? But at the beginning, his status in the Arsenal youth team was not as good as his substitute among substitutes, but now he is Arsenal's main shooter. Become stronger than himself. Why did he have such a change? Neymar thought of what he said to himself that winter. Do you want to be stronger, Neymar? Who doesn't want to be stronger? How much do you want it? Oh, I really want it. Can you want to be stronger like you want to breathe? It started from that moment, right? How much do we want to beat our opponents? How much do we want to win the championship of this Olympics? Do we want it like we want to breathe? In 2010, Yuxin, who was traveling in Brazil, accidentally met Neymar and Nana on the Brazilian beach. Nana ran away with a smile. Let's have a race, Yuxin. She waved in front. Yuxin looked at the people walking around and coughed, so stupid. Yuxin. Nana just looked at him like that. Yuxin raised his hands in surrender. Well, it's not bad to exercise occasionally. Look, I'll catch you and teach you a lesson. Yuxin rushed out suddenly, intending to catch Nana off guard. As a result, he actually forgot that he was on the beach. The soft sand made him unable to use his strength. It was completely different from running on flat ground. His center of gravity suddenly tilted, and he fell forward to the ground, and his mouth was full of sand. He kept spitting on the ground. Nana laughed at the sight until her stomach hurt. Unlike Lee Yuxin, Nana, who grew up by the sea and played on the beach, knew how to run on the sand instinctively. Lee Yuxin got up from the ground and continued to stumble after her, while she jumped in front like a little white rabbit, and had enough energy to stop and laugh at Lee Yuxin. The girl was running easily in front. From time to time, she looked back and laughed, while a handsome guy wearing sunglasses was chasing behind with effort. He was in a mess with his hands and feet. This scene was somewhat unusual on the beach and attracted the attention of many people around. But Lee Yuxin didn't care. He didn't think he was too stupid to be seen like this. Nana was very happy, and that was enough. Lee Yuxin, pretending to be tired from running, sat on the beach and let the seawater rush up to wet his swimming trunks. He waved his hands weakly. "I won't run anymore, I won't run anymore. I'm so tired." Nana came back with a smile and sat in the sea with Lee Yuxin. Yuxin is really useless. Saying a man is useless is the biggest insult to him. Lee Yuxin panted and replied. "Why?" Nana was puzzled. Lee Yuxin just realized that this was a joke with Chinese characteristics. Foreigners might not understand, so he had to explain in a roundabout way. It means that a man can't do it. This explanation was worse than no explanation, and Nana was even more confused. Can't do it, just can't, it's impotence. Lee Yuxin whispered. Nana, who pricked up her ears, heard it clearly. Covering her mouth, pretending to be surprised, she said loudly, "You are such a hooligan." Lee Yuxin was a little embarrassed and coughed violently. He signaled them not to discuss this topic anymore. He quickly found something to distract his attention. There was a large group of people gathered in front, shouting hard. "What is that?" He pointed and asked Nana next to him. Nana glanced at it. Beach soccer. She knew that Lee Yuxin's football addiction had come up again. Sure enough, Lee Yuxin got up and staggered towards the crowd. "Let's go and take a look." Nana had no choice but to pout and follow behind. She suddenly felt a little jealous of football. What was in front of her was a beach soccer match that could be seen everywhere in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. There was no referee, no advertising sponsorship, just a few good friends invited a few people from the other side, cleared a space on the beach, put clothes or shoes on the goal, and a ball, and the game started. Lee Yuxin had seen this scene in a special film introducing Brazilian football. This is a feature of Brazilian football, or it can be said that this is a trick of Brazilian football. Playing football on soft sand for a long time helps to enhance the body's flexibility, balance, and explosive power. The famous stars in Brazilian professional football are often good at beach soccer. Here, the skills shown by men and women can make Lee Yuxin feel amazing. There is no distinction between age, gender and profession among the players participating in this match. Children, women, and the elderly can all play. Basically, anyone here can make many people in the forest team feel ashamed of their footwork. When Lee Yuxin squeezed in, a game had already ended. The losing team left the field and the new team waiting on the sidelines came up to challenge, which was quite like a challenge. Suddenly, among the 5 new players, a short young man caught Lee Yuxin's interest. He focused all his attention on this person, because he always felt that the person in front of him was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who this person was. He could only stand on the sidelines and carefully watch every move of the opponent in the game. After only 10 minutes of playing, Lee Yuxin slapped his forehead suddenly, and he remembered. Neymar da Silva Jr. The young man stood outside the crowd, looking at the man and woman in front of him with some surprise. The girl was not very tall and looked very beautiful. He couldn't help but look at her a few more times. The man claimed to be a Premier League player. Neymar's mind was very familiar with this person. Is he really a star? Neymar's game was over, and they won. Just when he was about to continue to face the challenge of the next team, the man in front of him came up with a business card. Next, he randomly found a substitute and ran out to talk in detail with this man. A star player would look for a professional player for what else? Neymar knew it in his heart without having to say it. And when Lee Yuxin took off his sunglasses, Neymar didn't jump up at all. Mr. Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin waved his hand to signal him not to say anything, and then pointed to a row of parasols on the beach in the distance. Let's go sit down and talk. Although Lee Yuxin has some grievances with Barcelona, it does not prevent Neymar from chasing stars. The 3 people sat down, and the waiter came over. They asked for 3 glasses of juice. Li Yuxin took the time to think carefully about Nimer's current situation. As a loyal player of the FM series, it is impossible for him not to know about Nimer, the little demon with the highest value in FM. Li Yuxin has a habit. After seeing the strength of a player in the game, he always goes to the internet to collect all the information about the player, so as to understand the player more three-dimensionally, and to have a better sense of substitution when he goes back to play the game. So, when Nimer was not yet known to the world, in the world of FM, Li Yuxin seemed to have known Nimer for a long time. He knew this person's resume, his past in Santos, and his feelings for Barcelona. So, of course, he also knew that Nimer was growing up now. The waiter brought 3 glasses of juice and left. Nana was alone, drinking quietly with a straw. She had no interest in the conversation between the 2 men, so she had to cast her eyes on the crowd in the distance and the scenery on the sea. So, the 2 men, Li Yuxin and Nimer, talked about how to participate in the attack from the wing on the picturesque Copacabana beach, and they were very happy talking, feeling that they had met too late. Nana felt bored, and the straw in her mouth made a humming sound. The juice was finished. She first looked around for a waiter, but more and more people came to rest at this time, and she couldn't find one for a while. She glanced at the cup in front of Li Yuxin, which was full, and she didn't drink a mouthful. She rolled her eyes, reached out and pulled the cup, inserted the straw into it, picked up 2 straws, and sucked loudly with the pleasure of revenge. Her unladylike way of drinking juice finally attracted Li Yuxin's attention. He turned his head to look at Nana, who was pretending to be weird, and then looked down at the empty cup in front of him. Then he smiled at Nimer, who showed his understanding and smiled back. They both realized that this conversation should also end. Nimer did not agree to Li Yuxin's transfer. Since Li Yuxin mentioned it at the beginning of the conversation, they never touched on this topic again. Well, I think I should. My friends are still waiting for me. Nimer stood up and pointed at a few people in the distance, who were on the same team as him just now. Li Yuxin nodded to show his understanding. He seemed to have forgotten the purpose of coming to Nimer while chatting happily. Just as he stood up to say goodbye, Nimer suddenly turned around and asked, "Why do you know that my idol is Yara? I remember I didn't tell you about this, Mr. Li Yuxin." This. Li Yuxin knew that his previous memory was causing trouble again. He could only find an excuse that seemed unconvincing, but how to understand Nimer personally, don't you think? We are chatting together, just like old friends who have known each other for a long time. Nimer grinned and waved, "Goodbye, Mr. Li Yuxin. It's nice to meet you." "Goodbye, Nimer." "Me too." "Goodbye, beautiful lady." Nimer didn't forget to say goodbye to Nana. Nana was originally looking around pretending to have no interest in the conversation between men, but in fact, when she saw that Li Yuxin and Nimer showed signs of saying goodbye, she pricked up her ears and eavesdropped. Seeing Nimer say goodbye to her, she stood up happily and waved, "Goodbye, Nimer." After watching Nimer return to his companions, Li Yuxin turned around and looked at Nana. He said nothing, just looked at her, with a smile on his face, as bright as the sun above his head. Seeing his expression, Nana sighed, "If I had known earlier, I would have suggested going to the United States for vacation." Li Yuxin knew that he had neglected Nana, and it was his fault. Men are not afraid of making mistakes, but they must dare to take responsibility. So he took the initiative to invite Nana to dinner. "I'm not hungry. I'm full of water." Looking at the 2 empty cups and Nana's stern face, Li Yuxin also sat down with a stern face. "Then I'll drink with you." He waved his hand and wanted to call a waiter, but was stopped by Nana with both hands. Okay, if you drink more, it will become fruit. I know a restaurant with good barbecue, you treat me." Hearing Nana say this, the sunshine returned to Li Yuxin's face. "Okay, don't be angry, Nana. I promise to accompany you during this time in Brazil, until you get bored." "I won't," Nana retorted. She buried the second half of the sentence in her heart, "Never." Li Yuxin and Nana had a good time in the bustling Rio de Janeiro for a day, and did not return to the hotel until late at night. Chapter 361 Final Battle. As for the young Nimer, he has great ambitions this time. He already knows that Li Yuxin supports China, but he still remembers Li Yuxin's advice and encouragement to him that summer. Now let him show his progress. Back to the rest hotel of the Chinese Olympic team, Ji Dong began to arrange tactics. He first thought, in this final, we still focus on defense and counterattack, and the starting lineup will change. Although this Olympic team has many personnel changes and the playing style seems to have changed a lot. But in fact, from the beginning of Zhidong's design of tactics, the Chinese team played defense and counterattack. It's just that the Olympic team counterattacks quickly, cooperates well, and has too many technical players, so people think that the Olympic team plays technical football. Sometimes, Zhidong feels that coaching a football game is like making a movie. The head coach is the director, the players are the actors, and the tactics are equivalent to the script of this movie. Before a movie starts shooting, the script must be written first, and then everyone shoots according to the script, so there is a comparison. Of course, the director can also modify the script during the filming process, but no director can suddenly overturn the style of the script after the filming begins, turning the original comedy into a horror film, or turning the original love film into an action film. That is definitely impossible, because everyone knows what the movie will look like. The same is true for a game. The head coach draws up the tactics before the game, gives the game a tone, determines how to play, and then conducts targeted training and tactical arrangements according to this tone, instilling the corresponding tactical requirements into the players. In this case, once the game is in progress, even if you find that your team's tactics are completely suppressed, you have no way, unless you completely overturn all the arrangements and preparations for the past period of time, but that will inevitably pay a painful price and take huge risks. So, generally speaking, unless it is really desperate, no one is willing to do this. The most obvious is Liverpool's Istanbul miracle. I believe that if there was number 0-3 in the first half, no accidental injury to Finnan in the first half, and if the Reds were not forced into a desperate situation by AC Milan, would Benitez make such a counterattack? Perhaps, the answer is not necessarily. Because all the head coaches know very well that completely overturning the pre-match arrangement and starting tactics may lead to the complete collapse of the entire team, turning it into a mess and being at the mercy of others. Just like what Saki said. Many people insist that football is about letting players fully express themselves, but is it really so? If the 11 players on the field are only concerned with expressing themselves, can they win a game? In my tactical definition, players need to fully express themselves within the tactical scope designed by the head coach, so I always believe that the role of the head coach will become more and more important, because he needs more tactical things, a grasp of the game situation, means to change the game, and analyze more information. What the players need to do is to make decisions within the tactical power given by the head coach. They not only need good skills and a strong body, but also need to be able to serve the team with their talents. In simple terms, to form a team is to find a group of people who know how to play football. In other words, according to Saki's understanding, the formation of any team should first have a complete tactical system, and then find the corresponding players based on this complete tactical system. If the tactical system is to play defensive counterattack, then the player you find must not be a striker like Van Nistelrooy. If the tactic is to break through the wing, then there must be an outstanding wing attacker, and then the tactical functions are set according to each position. But this is just the overall situation. Each player has his own playing habits and technical details. The same winger can be like Van der Vaart, Robben, and Kout. These three players have different tactical functions, so you have to choose. Valdano has an interesting sentence in his team building ideas. In a complete tactical system, each school should have a place, and only by being inclusive can it be complete and balanced. The self-expression of players on the court is something that no head coach should give up, because a head coach's brain can never assume the ever-changing emergencies on the football field, and can never compete with the countless possibilities that 11 brains think about anytime and anywhere on the field, no matter how smart he is. So, fundamentally speaking, the team is the basis for forming a team, but a head coach needs to rely on individual performance to help a team improve its strength to a higher level. In Zhidong's understanding, Valdano's words mean that the team is the basis for forming a team and is a basic element that any strong team must have, but the strength of individual players determines what heights the team can reach. Or it can be explained this way. Barcelona was in its heyday in 2012 because they were first of all a coordinated whole, but more importantly, they had one of the best top stars in the world in every position. In addition, Capello also said that players who clearly understand their responsibilities, team tactics, and know where to go and what to do at any time and anywhere will always appear particularly confident and calm on the court. When Zhidong read the team-building ideas of these famous coaches, He already had a direction and steps in his mind on how to build a team of his own. There is no doubt that the first thing is to have a complete set of tactics. So, what kind of tactical formation should Zhidong promote in the first team of the Chinese Olympic team? In the end, he decided to continue to use the traditional 433 of the Chinese Olympic team, because the team, from the coaching staff to the players and staff, are very familiar with this set of tactics. Continuing to use 433 is undoubtedly in line with the characteristics of the Chinese Olympic team. Then, the question is, if we continue to use 433, how can we avoid the problem of too large distance between the winger and the fullback in the previous period? How to solve the problem of the series connection of the offensive line? How to arrange a diversified ball path advancement system? Perhaps, this is difficult for many people, but Zhidong has read so many books. His own tactical literacy is not low, plus he has more than 10 years of tactical knowledge than others. He certainly knows the future trend. Fundamentally speaking, the 433 tactic has inferior control over space than the 442, which requires players to use more running and technology to make up for it. For example, the distance between the forward and the winger is 10 meters more than the traditional 442. The three midfielders have an average of 3 meters more range than the four midfielders, and there are more full-backs, even like Alves of Barcelona, covering an area of up to 80 meters. Marino's way to solve the 433 problem is to pile up a group of beast players and fill these gaps with constant running, while Barcelona's way is to use ball control in high defense, and use technology and shortened space to fill these gaps. In other words, 433 itself is a niche tactic. Only teams with a certain level of technology and running are qualified to use such tactics. Therefore, even in 2012, 433 is still a niche and cannot become mainstream. For the Chinese Olympic team, Zhidong felt that the best way was to combine the methods of Mourinho and Barcelona, using high defense to further pressure the opponent, shorten the distance and space, and use more running and skillful passing and receiving to achieve the purpose of filling the space. Because it is very simple. In terms of technology, the Chinese Olympic team's players can't catch up with the Barcelona group, which means that the Chinese Olympic team cannot adopt the ball control style, and in terms of physical fitness, the Chinese Olympic team's players are not as good as Chelsea back then, so Zhidong wanted to combine these two methods. With the preliminary tactical ideas, Zhidong will start to set the details. Especially how to entertain Neymar. London, August 11, 2012, Wembley Stadium. Olympic final. Before the game started, everyone was in the locker room listening to the coach's final instructions before the game. Some coaches don't talk much and will ask the team captain to do this. So he will finish the part quickly, then go out and leave the locker room space to the players. Menezes, the head coach of the Brazilian youth team, is such a person. He did not give a long speech before the game, but left the time for the players themselves. When the head coach left and closed the door of the locker room, the team captain, David Silvato, stood up. 3 days ago, when we learned that our finalist was the Chinese team, we seemed to be frightened by their name. We forgot that Brazil has won 4 championships in the World Youth Championship, the team with the most championships. Brazil is a team with a championship tradition, whether in the adult national team or the youth national team. So far, Brazil has not won an Olympic gold medal. Today we have to make up for this regret. Thank you, Sandro. At this point, Thiago Silva looked at Sandro, who was still sitting in the corner. Everyone also cast a smiling look at Sandro. But at this time, Sandro did not have the excitement of speaking generously in front of everyone, but lowered his head and looked very shy. Thank you, Sandro, he made us realize ourselves again. Sandro is right, if we don't even dare to think, that would be the biggest failure. So in this game, no matter how strong our opponent is, we must defeat him. Because we are Brazil. We want to win the championship. We want to be Olympic champions. This is what we should do. The boys in the locker room all shouted. We want to win the championship. Menezes and his assistants could hear the shouting from outside the locker room, separated by a wall and a door. The assistant coach smiled and said, "The boys are very motivated. That's a good thing." Menezes was also very satisfied with the players' condition. At the same time, in the Chinese team's locker room, Zhidong was also mobilizing the players. If I remember correctly, the best result of the Chinese team in the Olympics was the quarterfinals. So now we have achieved the best result. But will you be satisfied with this? We have defeated countless strong opponents such as Britain. Have we come all the way here just for that runner-up? One more step forward, we can make history. Create the history of Chinese football. Do you want to be the creator of history? This question made the Chinese team's players excited. They roared, yes. Zhidong was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Very good. Brazil is the champion of the World Youth Championship. They are very strong, but remember what I told you. We are stronger. Before Zhidong could finish, the players of the Chinese youth team shouted in unison. Very good. Now go on stage. Brazil's mobilization ended, and everyone left the locker room. The starting players would go to the passage to wait, while the substitutes would go directly to the bench to wait for the game to start. At the door, Captain Thiago Silva called Sandro. That was a very impressive speech, Sandro. Sandro smiled shyly and scratched his head, not knowing what to say. We all agreed that no matter who scored the goal, they would come to you to hug when celebrating the goal. This is to thank you. Thank you, Sandro. If it weren't for you, we might have lost this game in a daze. Thiago Silva said. Sandro waved his hand. I'm also a member of the team. I also want to win. I also want to win the championship, Captain. So this is what I should do. We will win the championship. Then I will let you hold the cup with me. Thiago Silva said confidently. Sandro sat on the bench, and there were many reporters not far from him, estimated to be more than 30 people. These reporters surrounded the two sides of the passage, carrying long guns and short guns, aiming at the end of the passage. Those who are about to appear are the protagonists, and he is just a supporting role who doesn't pay much attention. But Sandro is in a good state of mind now. Brazil as a whole. As long as we can win, I will be happy even if I sit on the bench all the time. There was a commotion at the scene. During the introduction of the live broadcast, the players of both teams came out. The reporters quickly pressed the shutter, fighting and retreating. Sandro turned his head and saw the two teams coming out. He saw Zhang Hang at a glance. He was wearing the captain's armband and walking at the front of the team. He is already the captain of the national team. It's amazing. The Zhang Hang that Sandro knows is always so powerful. But this time, we will not lose to you, Zhang too. Because we are also very strong, and we also want to win. When the Brazilian players shook hands with the Chinese players before the game, Zhang Hang noticed that there was no Sandro among them, which meant that Sandro was a substitute. He really saw Sandro on the bench of the Brazilian team. Zhang Hang smiled. Old friend, look at what kind of gift I give you. Chapter 362, A Stunning Strike. Li Yuxin and his family sat in the stands and started watching the game. He was worried about the result. After a pause, Nana smiled and said, many people like dark horses, but it is rare to see a dark horse that can be dark all the way. Do you know why? Li Yuxin was stunned for a moment and nodded. Bottleneck. Yes. Nana praised him. He felt that Li Yuxin's ability to answer this question proved his improvement in strength. At least it exceeded Nana's expectations of him. Sometimes when you think about it, many people have to admit that Li Yuxin is really talented in football. His progress in the past year can be described as a rocket. It is incredible. Many people can say that they have never seen a player in their life who can improve as fast as Li Yuxin. But this is because many people don't know that in addition to playing football, Li Yuxin reads all kinds of football books in the study room almost every night. He often studies the works and football experiences of some football gods, which makes his progress very obvious. The reason why dark horses are dark horses is because they lacked attention before. Everyone thought they were weak, but this is not a disadvantage for them, but an advantage, because their opponents don't know them well, and they can achieve unexpected victory. But the problem is, if you are a dark horse in 1 or 2 games, and defeat several strong opponents in a row, when everyone starts paying attention to you, are you still a dark horse? Can you still achieve unexpected victory? The reason why many dark horse teams cannot remain dark horses all the way is partly due to their own strength, but the more important reasons lie in 2 points. Li Yuxin listened silently, but remembered it very carefully in his heart, almost to remember every word clearly. One is the bottleneck you mentioned. When they go from being a dark horse to a team that everyone is paying attention to, and can no longer win by surprise, how can they defeat their opponents? How can they win a game? This is one point. Another point is their mentality. Because they have defeated many powerful opponents along the way, this makes the dark horse team full of confidence before every game, even overconfidence. So once they get to the game, once they find that the game is not as they imagined, they will be completely panicked. So, look at all the dark horse teams. Those who are dark all the way have basically handled these two problems very well. Among all the teams that compete with the dark horse teams and win, almost all of them arrange the battle around these 2 points. Then how will Zhidong avoid this next? As the saying goes, a good start is half the battle. In a football game, it is often the same. In his previous life, Zhidong was very impressed by a game, which was a warm-up match between Brazil and China. At that time, the Brazilian team was a world champion with many stars, while China had just returned from the World Cup in disgrace. Its strength was not comparable to that of Brazil. However, the game ended in a 0-0 draw. What was the reason? Zhidong had thought about this question before. Many people would think that Brazil was unwilling to exert great efforts. This makes sense. Brazil was indeed unwilling to show its true strength in the previous period. However, as the situation became more urgent, they also began to try their best, but they could not play their own state and show their strength. Why? In fact, the answer is very simple, because they were very lazy at the beginning and in the previous period, so that they could not completely control the situation. On the contrary, the Chinese team got into the state more and more, and the defense became more and more solid and the cooperation became more and more tacit. When the Brazilian team wanted to exert their strength, they found that their state was directly suppressed by the Chinese team. Many fans will have an illusion that they will seriously misjudge the personal abilities of superstars, so that they will have an illusion that the star-studded Brazilian team can crush the Chinese team as easily as crushing an ant with just a little effort. Don't forget, the most common sentence in football textbooks is that football is a game for 11 people. Whether it is Pelé, Zidane, Maradona, or Ronaldo, the success of all superstars is inseparable from the support of their teammates. If the stars cannot integrate into the whole, if a team cannot be integrated into a whole and is defeated one by one, even Real Madrid, as strong as the Galaxy battleship, may lose to the amateur league team. This is the bloody fact. Therefore, at the tactical level, in order to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and prevent the opponent from entering the state, the start is undoubtedly very important. Therefore, almost all teams must have carefully considered and rigorously laid out their start. The same is true for Zhidong's game. When the Brazilian coaches saw the starting lineup of the Chinese Olympic team in this game, they still habitually thought that the Chinese Olympic team would still stand according to their usual positions, but when they arranged the lineup and prepared to serve, they were surprised to find that Zhang Zhiqian, who had played on the right before, went to the left, and Wu Yulin, who had played on the left before, went to the right. What's going on? Van Marwijk frowned. The Chinese Olympic team, who kicked off first, quickly passed a ball back, and the Brazilian team began to actively press, with the goal of not letting the Chinese Olympic team control the ball as they wished. The ball came to Zhao Jian's feet, and he knocked it back to Cheng Tong, and Cheng Tong passed it to Dong Di. As soon as Dong Di got the ball, he didn't let the ball stay at his feet for a moment, and passed it directly to Wu Yulin. Wu Yulin was followed by Alves, but he chose to retreat to receive the ball, and knocked it back to the right side back Van Drew. As soon as Dong Di caught the ball, he immediately passed the ball forward and passed it back to Wu Yulin, who had adjusted his posture. This time Wu Yulin stopped the ball steadily, facing Alves, and quickly made a fake move to break through to the right side. Alves knew about Wu Yulin and knew that this player's one-on-one ability was one of the best in the Chinese Olympic team. Therefore, he was also worried that Wu Yulin would break through, so he had to block him. But what he didn't expect was that Wu Yulin didn't even think about passing, but suddenly changed direction and dribbled the ball to the middle. Cut inside. Wu Yulin dribbled the ball inside and shook off Alves, but he didn't break through the opponent's defense, but dribbled to the middle. Because he is a left-footed player, with a weak foot, it is more difficult for the defender to defend his dribbling after cutting inside, but more importantly, his field of vision becomes wider after cutting inside. He can clearly see what is happening in the opponent's 30-meter area. He can see that the opponent's central defender Thiago Silva is about to leave his position to grab the ball. Because of his weak foot, he has more options. He can shoot himself, pass the ball, or dribble back and cross. More importantly, after Wu Yulin cut inside, Van Drew immediately pressed forward and left Alves on the right, while Zhang Hang attracted David Luiz's attention to the left side of the goal. Their purpose was to create space and opportunities for Wu Yulin. Thiago Silva is coming. Wu Yulin noticed the aggressive Brazilian central defender. Thiago Silva seemed to be determined to win, and then he calculated the distance between himself and the opponent in his mind. Because he was dribbling with his left foot, it was very difficult for Thiago Silva to steal the ball. When Thiago Silva got close, Wu Yulin immediately passed the ball back. Dong Di appeared not far behind him at the right time, and kicked a half-high ball towards the ball. After the knock, Wu Yulin immediately slipped past Thiago Silva like a loach and rushed to the right side of the goal at the fastest speed, while Dong Di's half-high ball barely passed Thiago Silva and fell directly into the penalty area. Everyone in the stadium, including fans, media, reporters, club officials, and even all the coaching staff members of the Brazilian team, stared at this scene in amazement. They couldn't believe that the Chinese Olympic team had a single knife in the first attack. The Brazilian coaches suddenly realized that this was the reason why Ji Dong arranged Wu Yulin on the right. Wu Yulin quickly entered the penalty area, turned around, and stopped the ball. Goalkeeper Dudek didn't dare to attack, but tried his best to block Wu Yulin's shooting angle. Central defender David Luiz rushed over quickly, but Wu Yulin took a step back after stopping the ball and passed it with his left foot. Behind the goal, without David Luiz's defense, Zhang Hang, who was unmarked, faced the easy ball and easily swept it into the huge, unguarded goal in front of him with his right foot. 1-0. Goal. The commentator on the scene was so excited that he pulled out an extra long sound, but it seemed that he still felt that it was not enough to vent his excitement. The Chinese Olympic team scored a goal. It was a magical pass from Wu Yulin in the penalty area. Zhang Hang did not waste the opportunity created by his teammates. Facing the almost empty goal of the Brazilian team, he steadily swept the ball into the opponent's goal. 1-0. Oh my god, this was the first attack of the game and the first shot of the game, but it formed the first goal of the game and broke the deadlock on the field. It was a goal from the Chinese Olympic team. 1-0. Crazy. Really crazy. This was definitely a goal that stunned everyone. Before the game, everyone thought that the Chinese Olympic team would have a hard time and would defend to the death, but unexpectedly, in the first attack, in less than 1 minute, it took only 48 seconds to break the Brazilian team's goal. After scoring the goal, Zhang Hang rushed out of the Brazilian team's penalty area as soon as possible, directly past everyone in the stadium, rushed to the corner flagpole in one breath, knelt on the ground, raised his hands high, and accepted the thunderous cheers from more than 10,000 Ajax fans in the stands. Wu Yulin, Dong Di, Zhang Zichen, Cheng Tong, Zhao Jian and a group of young players rushed out of the court and surrounded Zhang Hang to celebrate his goal. Zhang Hang hugged Wu Yulin's head and kissed his forehead, obviously thanking him for passing such a wonderful pass to him. This pass was so comfortable that even an amateur player could easily score the goal, let alone Zhang Hang. So, rather than saying that Zhang Hang scored the goal, most of the credit came from Wu Yulin. We succeeded. We scored a goal. Ji Dong also looked very excited and excited. The winger's reverse foot was often seen in 2013, and it could even be said that the fans had heard of it. Haha, we scored a goal, we scored a goal. The assistant coach was even more excited and ran quickly along the sidelines. Even Feng Shuo, who was as calm as he was, couldn't believe it when he saw the score on the scoreboard on the court change from 0 to 1. At this time, he was really sure that his team had really scored a goal. The TV live broadcast was replaying the moment when Wu Yulin suddenly turned inside from the right, then passed the ball back to Dong Di, turned around and quickly moved forward, while Dong Di immediately rubbed a half-high ball behind the Brazilian team's defense line, helping Wu Yulin to form a single shot. This process is the key to this goal. Wenger was full of praise. This is definitely a premeditated attack. I can even be sure that the Chinese Olympic team must have rehearsed such an attack before the game. It was just that in the last step, Wu Yulin calmly responded to David Luiz's actions. I don't know how Ji Dong thought of this, but I can be sure that he did it on purpose, and it was indeed a surprise victory. He scored a goal in less than a minute, which really surprised everyone. Wenger laughed and praised the Chinese Olympic team. As he said, he has watched several games of the Chinese team, but almost every game brings him something different. Long before the final, he was wondering, the Chinese Olympic team had played almost all the cards they should play, and all the resources they should use had been used. Everything was known to the opponent, so what other tricks could Ji Dong come up with? Unexpectedly, there was a trick. As soon as he came up, He didn't ask any questions and directly scored a goal to take the lead. It was a very, very wonderful cooperation. The defensive players of the Brazilian team were like wooden stakes, with no ability to fight back, because the cooperation of this group of players of the Chinese Olympic team was really tacit, especially the cooperation between Dong Di and Wu Yulin, which was just right and great. Of course, the players on the court didn't know that they were being praised by the professor. They were still immersed in the excitement of scoring a goal, and the Ajax fans in the stands were also excited that they stood up and sang the song of singing the motherland loudly, venting their excitement. The Brazilian coach walked to the sidelines and clapped his hands vigorously. "It's okay. It was just an accident. We still have the whole game. Get your mind together and be alert." Hearing the coach's call, the players of the Brazilian youth team finally raised their morale. Losing the ball early is not a bad thing. At least they still have 90 minutes to catch up. The referee did not give the Chinese team too much time to celebrate. He immediately pulled them back to the court. In the stands, Li Yuxin and his group were all excited. Great! They had Brazil first. Chapter 363 Anxiety. However, in the 34th minute, Neymar showed his talent. He broke into the penalty area and shot into the far corner. Although Zhao Zhao made a flying save, he still failed to stop the ball from entering the net. 1-1. All the Chinese fans in the stadium were silent, and the Brazilian fans rushed out of their seats in excitement, celebrating and singing. After falling behind for more than half an hour, they finally broke through the defense of IXII and scored a goal to tie the score. Jidong was so angry that he walked back and forth in front of the coach's seat. Everyone could see how ugly his face was. He tried every means to steal a goal, but in the end he made a mistake and gave it to others. He really didn't know how to describe his mood. Or maybe, this is football. I have said that the biggest enemy of the Chinese team is actually themselves. It is difficult for us to ask a youth team to be able to play the entire 90 minutes of the game without any mistakes like the adult team, because some of them are not professional players yet and some are only 16 years old. Can we hold them to the standards of professional players? Wenger was also very disappointed with the goal, but he still understood because he was a bystander. Brazil is a very experienced team. If you make a mistake, they will notice it. Their players will coordinate with you to launch an offensive based on your mistake. This is Brazil's biggest bargaining chip for victory in this game, and it is the most effective weapon brought by experience. The Chinese team is still too young. I just noticed that Jidong reminded them on the sidelines, but they made consecutive mistakes in such a short period of time. This is really wrong. The players' mentality is probably starting to relax, because they rarely take the lead at the start, and many of them cannot adapt to the atmosphere of how to play after taking the lead. So, now the key is to see how Jidong adjusts. We must hold on in the first half and not lose the ball again. Sure enough, after the team was tied, Yichu suppressed his anger, walked to the sidelines, shouted at the players, and kept reminding them to pay attention to keeping the three lines compact and the overall coordination of the operations. Yichu even called back De Jong and Sneijder. After the restart, Brazil, which had equalized the score, pressed forward again. They obviously hoped to take advantage of this momentum to kill IXII in one go and completely swallow up this weak but tenacious opponent. However, the Chinese Olympic team directly set up a defensive posture in the 30-meter area. Facts once again proved that when the Brazilian team pressed forward and tried to break through the Chinese team's defense from the middle, they often hit the iron plate directly, because in the densely populated defense area, the Chinese team can use the meticulousness of the overall formation to carry out an orderly defense. On the contrary, Brazil's offense has always been difficult to launch and difficult to create threats. In this case, in the last 6 minutes, Brazil failed to score again, and the Chinese team always took a defensive posture and dragged the score of 1-1 to the end of the first half. These bastards. Wu Yulin almost exploded. We must teach them a lesson in the second half. Zhang Hang was also very angry. A group of people walked into the home team's locker room in a noisy and chattering manner. Head coach Jidong had been waiting for them there for a long time. As soon as they saw Jidong, including Fenting, Zhang Peng and others, they all lowered their heads. Jidong had repeatedly warned them before and during the game that they must not make mistakes, but they still made mistakes. Although Jidong could understand their mistakes and their feelings at the moment, he still decided to put some pressure on them, so he looked at them without saying anything. Then the whole locker room suddenly became very quiet, and even the sound of mosquitoes could be heard clearly. After 2 or 3 minutes, Zhidong saw that some players finally couldn't sit still, so he spoke. "The responsibility for losing the ball in the first half is on me." Zhidong's words shocked everyone present, especially Feng Ting and Zhang Peng, who suddenly raised their heads and looked at their head coach in disbelief. "I underestimated the opponent, and I must apologize for making a tactical mistake. We retreated too quickly and too hard." Zhidong's words were from his heart. If the Chinese Olympic team had not retreated and defended after scoring a goal and faced a counterattack from the Brazilian youth team, and if the Chinese Olympic team had been able to cause a little more trouble for the opponent, perhaps the situation would have been completely different. Of course, Zhidong's choice was also a bit forced, because the Brazilian youth team's counterattack after losing the ball was too fierce. The huge gap in strength made Zhidong dare not and could not plan a counterattack. Otherwise, once the players were distracted, the defense would inevitably have problems. This is a dilemma, and in the final analysis, it is still the team's lack of strength. I have a feeling that the Brazilian youth team finally equalized the score before the end of the first half, which boosted their morale. They will not give up this situation easily in the second half. They will want to maintain the situation, so they will use the kickoff to directly launch an attack, use the attack to suppress us, and continue to maintain the advantage in the last stage of the first half. We have no choice now, we can only continue to defend. Zhidong looked at Zhang Zichen. "We need more people to defend in the second half, so I will replace you with Zhao Jian." Zhang Zichen was disappointed. In order to activate Wu Yulin, Zhidong arranged him to the left, resulting in him having no threat in performance on the left. Now, just after the first half, he was going to be replaced again, which disappointed Zhang Zichen, who wanted to perform well on the big stage of the Dutch Cup final. But at this time, he had no choice but to obey. Zhidong had no time to pay attention to Zhang Zichen. He put Zhao Jian on and returned to the 3 defensive midfielders. The purpose was to further strengthen the defense. Wu Yulin were left in the front. Dongdi and Zhao Jian in the midfield stopped advancing and always protected a defense line, further freeing up Zhang Heng's role in counterattacks, and also allowing Wu Yulin on the right to participate in counterattacks. If they want to attack, let them attack. We have to defend and we have to defend. Zhidong looked at the players in front of him and reminded them word by word, "Remember my words. As long as we don't make mistakes ourselves, they can't break through our defense line." The first half is the most obvious example. They attacked for so long, but did they break through? Feng Ting and Zhang Peng both knew the mistakes they made in the first half. Zhidong didn't blame them by name, which made them very grateful in their hearts. After listening to Zhidong's appeal, they all nodded heavily, secretly promising in their hearts that they would not make mistakes easily in the second half, and the two had already negotiated the division of labor and cooperation when encountering some situations similar to the first half. As powerful as Germany is, it still couldn't break through our defense. This is our biggest bargaining chip and our only bargaining chip. We can only defend their offense until they start to lose their strength. Only then can we take the opportunity to counterattack and completely defeat them again. After a pause, Zhidong slowed down his tone. "I hope you can all remember that this is the first time we appear in front of all Dutch fans. We want to use our performance to make everyone remember each of our names. The championship gold medal is in front of us, waiting for us to bring it back to Beijing. I believe you can do it." As expected, the Brazilian team was still unwilling to easily give up the advantage that they had worked hard to build in the first half. At the beginning of the second half, they used the right to serve and boldly launched a fierce attack on the defense line of the Chinese Olympic team. Zhidong used Dongdi and Zhao Jian to guard the middle and protect the defense line. The two players were strictly required not to leave the defense line under any circumstances, so they almost never advanced, but stayed in front of the defense line. Once they got the ball, they immediately transferred it to Zhang Heng's feet. The latter usually passed the ball to the two sides, especially the right. But the Brazilian youth team's offensive was too fierce. Although the Chinese Olympic team's defense was well organized, it also created several threatening attacks. However, with the addition of Zhao Jian, there was one more person in front of the defense line, and Neymar's retreat was restricted to a certain area, making it difficult to get the same spaces in the first half. In this way, the loopholes that the Brazilian youth team had finally found were filled in time by the Chinese Olympic team. The loopholes were filled, but the price paid was also very high. That is, The counterattacks were basically left with Cheng Tong and Wu Yulin, who were forward, and at best there was one Zhang Hang, and Dong Di was barely half a player, and everyone else was defending with all their strength. This tactic made the Chinese Olympic team look very passive, and the scene was completely one-sided, and they were suppressed and beaten by the Brazilian youth team. The current situation gives people the feeling that it is only a matter of time for the Brazilian youth team to score a goal. The on-site commentator was also very pessimistic about the current situation of the Chinese Olympic team. The strength gap was there, so what else could they do? Indeed. Wenger also agreed with this view. But sooner or later, the key is to see how long the Chinese Olympic team can hold out. If they can hold out until the Brazilian youth team takes a break, then they may still have a chance. The commentator was a little surprised by Wenger's opinion. Yes, don't you think the Brazilian youth team attacked too hard from the beginning in the second half? Wenger asked back. The commentator listened and thought, it seems to be true. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe Zhidong arranged it this way on purpose. I would rather believe that Zhidong deliberately gave in and let the Brazilian youth team attack as much as he wanted. In this case, if the Brazilian youth team can't break the goal of the Chinese Olympic team, then unless they can maintain this fast-paced offensive until the end of the game, otherwise, they will reveal their flaws. That is the opportunity for the Chinese Olympic team to counterattack. Sometimes when I think about it, Wenger really admires and appreciates this young man. It can almost be said that when he led the Chinese Olympic team in the Dutch Cup, he hung his head on his waist to fight the enemy in every game. As long as he couldn't hold on once, his team would definitely die miserably. Just like now, if the Brazilian youth team broke through the goal, the players of the Brazilian youth team would tear the Chinese Olympic team into pieces like wolves, and this game would definitely become a one-sided massacre. But the problem is that Zhidong and his Chinese Olympic team survived every time. What about this time? Such a game is very torturous, because everyone can see that the life of the Chinese Olympic team is hanging on a line, and it is possible to fall to death at any time and anywhere, so all the Chinese team fans in the stadium are worried about the second team, because every offensive of the Brazilian youth team makes them tremble with fear. However, the players of the Chinese Olympic team fought hard in the game selflessly. They even used their bodies to block the opponent's shots again and again, and then got up from the ground and re-entered the game as if the ball would not hurt when it hit them. This was the case when they played against Germany, Mexico, and England. Now, they are still doing this when they play against a Brazilian youth team. This is beyond the scope of tactics. Li Yuxin's family was sitting in the stands of Wembley Stadium. They all got the tickets that Zhidong gave them and sat next to each other, but now they were all sweating because of nervousness and fear. If it were them, they would consider leaving the field early because they like football, but this time, they just sat there, looking at Zhidong, who had his back to her but clenched his fists tightly and stared at the game. She hoped to fight side by side with Zhidong. Exclamations again and again, whistling past again and again, but the ball never hit the goal of the Chinese Olympic team. This is not that the Brazilian youth team showed mercy, because they had at least 2 chances to send the ball into the goal. Once they had deceived the goalkeeper, but Fenting destroyed it in advance in front of the goal line, resolving a goal crisis. Another time, Dong Di, who was retreating, blocked Neumer's shot with his body. For this, Dong Di was carried out of the field for treatment, but he soon returned to the game. This group of 17 and 18-year-old boys were not as strong as their opponents, but they were as hard-working as anyone. Come on, China. Come on, China. Brave Chinese team fighters, we will fight shoulder to shoulder with you. Kill the Brazilian youth team, we are the brave Chinese team. The fans in the stands were also infected by the tenacious fighting spirit of the second team players. In the shouts of the Brazilian youth team fans, they gradually shouted the slogans of the Chinese team fans. At first, it seemed very weak, but gradually, all the Chinese team fans in the stadium shouted loudly with one heart and one mind. The momentum was not inferior to that of the Brazilian youth team, and even suppressed the opponent. Fans will get tired if they shout for a long time, and players will also get tired if they attack for a long time. In the end, almost every time the players of the Chinese Olympic team got the ball, they would kick it away with a big foot, and then continue to defend. As the intervals between the Brazilian youth team's attacks dragged on, everyone could see that the physical fitness of the Brazilian youth team players had begun to fail. They maintained a fast-paced attack for 25 minutes in the second half, and even the strongest body could not bear it. However, the Chinese Olympic team still cleared the ball to them, and then they stayed in their own 30-meter area, looking at the opposite side, as if saying, come on, attack again if you have the ability. After attacking for a long time, the Brazilian youth team began to relax their vigilance, began to press forward, and began to not pay attention to the large areas of space left behind them. They are no longer able to do it. The assistant coach stood beside Ji Dong at some point. He also watched the game intently. It was obvious that the physical fitness of the Brazilian youth team players was declining rapidly, which made the intervals between their reorganization of the attack longer and longer, which proved that they needed to rest. I know. Ji Dong nodded, looked up at the electronic scoreboard at Wembley Stadium, and saw the time was 77 minutes and 32 seconds. He shook his head and said, wait a minute. But he quickly made the latest adjustments to the team. Except for Wu Yulin, everyone else stepped up their pressing. The Brazilian youth team slowed down their offensive, clearly wanting to rest. The Chinese Olympic team's defense had finally worn down the opponent's physical strength, so how could they make up for it so easily? From Wu Yulin to Zhang Hang to Dong Di, Zhao Jian, and the 5 defenders, all began to actively press, forcing the Brazilian youth team, who wanted to slow down the pace, to keep the ball running at a fast rate. The Brazilian youth team was still looking for opportunities to attack, and the most obvious thing was that they wanted to further use the right side. Wu Yulin and Feng Ting have a better and better understanding of each other. Their thinking is more mature and their strength is fixed. Wu Yulin had high tactical literacy and often made no mistakes. With Feng Ting's supervision and command, Wu Yulin seemed much more stable. With Dong Di's help in the front, the Chinese Olympic team's left defense was watertight. The Brazilian youth team tried to create an offensive channel from the left of the Chinese Olympic team several times, but it didn't work in the end. Time passed by, but Ji Dong never made any more substitutions, because he knew very well that this was the strongest lineup he could show. If even this group of players couldn't withstand the pressure of the Brazilian youth team in the game, then there was no hope for others. He had even made a decision in his mind. If he couldn't beat the Brazilian youth team in the 90-minute game, he would continue to defend without hesitation in the stoppage time and drag the tie into a penalty shootout. Even though he had already made up his mind, he still kept cheering for the team on the sidelines, constantly telling his players that there must be a chance and they must not give up. Perhaps because the Brazilian youth team had attacked too fiercely before, many players in the team began to have physical problems and could not slow down. Several players in the team were affected by this. During an offensive advance, when the ball was passed to Niemer's feet, his technical movements were a little out of shape when he stopped the ball. Chapter 364 Winning the Championship. Zhao Jian got stuck behind Niemer in advance. The midfielder was very cautious after he came on the court, fearing that he would make a mistake accidentally, so he didn't dare to defend Niemer too actively. But this time, he saw Niemer stop the ball too far and the ball ran not far in front of him. How could he be polite at this time? Zhao Jian poked the ball directly in front of him, and Zhang Hang ran forward quickly when he realized that he had successfully intercepted the ball. Before Niemer could chase back, he kicked the ball to the right again. Wu Yulin rushed forward quickly. He was very fast. After getting the ball, he quickly dribbled along the right side and quickly passed the center line and approached Alves directly. At the same time, Wu Yulin left the right side and quickly cut into the center. Everyone thought that the Chinese Olympic team was going to give the right side to Wu Yulin, so Alves did not follow Wu Yulin, but looked at Wu Yulin. But when Wu Yulin seemed to be forcing a speed breakthrough to the right baseline, he suddenly stopped, dribbled, changed direction, and took the ball to the middle. All the Brazilian youth team members were returning to defense, and Oscar also chased back to the position at the first time. Seeing that he and Alves were about to double-team Wu Yulin, he saw Wu Yulin knock the ball to the middle. Zhang Hang also rushed forward quickly at this time, facing Wu Yulin's knock, and passed the ball directly without stopping. Wu Yulin had moved to the middle at this time, and the 2 central defenders of the Brazilian youth team were chasing back. Jahan looked at Wu Yulin, who was running to the left, and Danilo immediately stuck to Wu Yulin. Danilo's right foot was facing Wu Yulin's left foot, which put him in a very disadvantageous defensive situation. Because Wu Yulin was facing the left side and facing the goal, he used his left foot to stop Zhang Hang's straight pass, but it was difficult for Danilo to use his right foot to disrupt him. Now he was at the front of the penalty area. If he committed a foul, it would be a very threatening direct free kick, so Danelo's experience told him that it was best to block his kicking angle and block between Wu Yulin and the goal. In fact, he did so. But as soon as Wu Yulin stopped the ball, he immediately pretended to bring it back, causing Danelo to shift his center of gravity. He quickly kicked the ball to the left and increased his speed in an instant. In this ultra-short distance sprint, the player's explosive power at the moment of starting was tested. At this point, the tall and strong Danilo could not catch up with Wu Yulin, who was known for his speed, and was easily thrown out. Because it was a counterattack by the opponent, and because there were no offensive or defensive players in the penalty area, Karaber's position was a little outside. Wu Yulin had noticed this before he shook off Danilo, so as soon as he pulled out of the empty space, he picked up the ball with his left foot and shot a very fast shot. The ball flew high, passed over Karaber's head, and fell quickly, almost sticking to the crossbar, and went into the goal behind Karaber. Karaber turned around and chased, but in the end he could only watch helplessly as the ball hit the net. The referee's whistle for the goal to be effective sounded in an instant, unusually crisp and unusually pleasant. The fans of both teams in the whole stadium could not accept this sudden change, especially the fans of the Brazilian youth team, because in the past for such a long time, they had completely controlled the situation, but suddenly, the opponent counterattacked and once again penetrated the goal of the Brazilian youth team. What on earth was going on? But soon, the fans of the Chinese team cheered wildly, and they were even more excited than picking up gold. They watched Wu Yulin, the hero of the goal, pull up his jersey, wave his arms excitedly, and rush out of the stadium at the fastest speed. They couldn't help but shout his name. Wu Yulin. No one can understand how much the fans of the Chinese team expect from him, and no one can understand how much surprise and excitement the fans of the Chinese team feel at this moment, because they have never experienced despair. The failure of the Chinese team again and again makes all the fans of the Chinese team feel very uncomfortable. They can only choose to pin their hopes on the newcomers to have some hope. Therefore, they always hope in their hearts that someone can stand up and bring them hope again, so that they can proudly and bravely say to those who want to leave, "You can leave if you want to. We don't need you because we are the Chinese team." Now, Wu Yulin has become that person. The frenzy of scoring the goal soon swept the whole stadium. Not only the Chinese players were celebrating crazily on the court, but also the Chinese fans were celebrating in the stands. The Chinese bench and coaching staff were also celebrating loudly on the sidelines. Finally, they scored again, and finally, they surpassed the score again. It was a very, very, very difficult goal. I dare say that Wu Yulin is definitely the most talented young rookie I have seen in Chinese football in all these years. This game was almost determined by his personal ability. Of course, the most important thing is that we have to admire the courage of Ji Dong, the head coach of the Chinese Olympic team. Without his trust and without him arranging counterattacks around Wu Yulin's performance would not be so outstanding, especially the interesting arrangement of Wu Yulin on the right, letting him cut from the right to the middle, and play to his left-footed advantage. Ji Dong's deployment of troops is really admirable. Wenger also looked very excited. At least he felt that the two factors that really determined the trend of this game were Ji Dong's use of Wu Yulin and the defense of the Chinese Olympic team. In the second half, the team used extremely meticulous defense and did not give the Brazilian youth team any favorable opportunities. They did not even make a big mistake. This led to the Brazilian youth team's attack, which seemed fierce and dangerous, but they could not break through the goal of the Chinese Olympic team. The game is almost over. Wenger shook his head. The Chinese Olympic team surpassed the score again, which was a great blow to the morale of the Brazilian youth team. More importantly, there were only 4 minutes left, and even with the extra time, there were only 7 minutes at most. What could the Brazilian youth team do? After the game resumed, the Brazilian youth team launched a crazy counterattack, and even their defenders pressed forward directly. But such an offensive was not necessarily effective for the Chinese Olympic team. On the contrary, in the 88th minute, Feng Ting made a long pass from the backcourt, directly past a Brazilian youth team's defense line, landed on the right, and found Wu Yulin. After the latter successfully countered the offside, he cut in from the right and passed the ball to the front of the penalty area. Zhang Heng, who inserted later, made a powerful shot, which was slightly off target. If this counterattack succeeds again, the Brazilian youth team will be completely finished. In the 89th minute, The referee gave 2 minutes of extra time. As soon as the extra time came out, Jidong immediately arranged for substitutions, and he replaced 2 players in a row. He now has the idea of using substitutions to delay the game time. Wenger said with a smile. This is also a common tactic used by a head coach. 2 substitutions are made separately, and then the time is delayed more when the substitution is made. It is not illegal to use the rules reasonably. The Brazilian youth team was so angry that they almost exploded. The Brazilian coaching staff saw that Rui, who came on as a substitute for the Chinese Olympic team, was slowly preparing to play, but was deliberately delaying time. They were so angry that they kept cursing on the sidelines and complained that the referee did not urge them. But immediately, Jidong made another substitution, directly replacing the exhausted Wu Yulin with a defender, who was still slow and spent, as if he was laughing at the Brazilian coaching staff. I am ahead, I did it on purpose, you bite me? After 2 substitutions, there was only 1 minute left. Almost all of the Brazilian youth team rushed forward, and Caraba rushed across the half-court, waving his arms constantly, asking his teammates to press forward, preferably into the penalty area of the Chinese Olympic team, because everyone knew that this was the last attack. Because they were too hasty, when a long pass was passed into the penalty area, Cruz made a foul when competing for the header. He pressed down Zhang Peng's shoulder with his arm, which was penalized by the referee. The Chinese Olympic team quickly kicked the goal kick and prepared to counterattack directly, which scared Caraba and the Brazilian youth team players to quickly return to defense. But when the Brazilian youth team returned to their position, they found that the Chinese Olympic team did not come up at all. Just when they were so angry that they were ready to go up and kill the opponent, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. The game is over. It's very surprising that the Chinese Olympic team unexpectedly defeated the Brazilian youth team with a score of 2-1. This is a dark horse that can't be any darker. They also created Dutch football history. They became the first Chinese youth team in history to win the Olympics. This has never happened in Chinese football history, and it is very rare even in the history of football in the world. Let us congratulate this group of young players of the Chinese Olympic team. They defeated the Brazilian youth team with their tenacity, their fighting spirit, and their never-give-up fighting spirit. We believe that there will be many people who feel sorry for the defeat of the Brazilian youth team because they have an absolute advantage in strength, but we should know that football will never be able to win a game just by strength. The charm of football lies more in its uncertainty. Yes, that's right. Wenger also took the opportunity to join the topic of post-match summary. This is a very impressive team. As a youth team, they entered the Dutch Cup and then eliminated traditional Dutch teams such as Germany, Utrecht, Heerenveen and the Brazilian youth team. This is an incredible miracle in itself, but more importantly, the fighting spirit shown by this team gives all of us fans who love the Chinese team enough confidence to say that our proud and brave Chinese team is finally back. Here, as a fan who loves the Chinese team in Dutch football, I would like to thank the Chinese Olympic team led by Jidong. He has given us hope for the revival of the Chinese team and also hope for Dutch football. Let all of us remember their names carefully: Raphael Wu Yulin, Wesley Zhang Hang, Klaas-Jan Wu Yulin, Nigel Dwangde, Hedwig Zhao Jian, John Von Ting, Eric Wu Yulin, Christian Von Ting, and our goalkeeper, Martin Stekelenburg. When we see them, it's as if we see the Chinese team and the hope of Asian football. We have every reason to believe that this team, given time, will be able to bring us new hope in Asian football and even on the stage of world football. Thank you, Jidong. Thank you, Chinese team. When Wenger shouted these words loudly, all the players of the Chinese Olympic team in the stadium were in a mess. They rushed into the stadium one by one and celebrated wildly. This group of young men never thought that they would be able to have this day. When they came to this day, looking back, they all found that it was their head coach Jidong who had been constantly instilling confidence and faith in them, leading them step by step to this day and defeating powerful enemies one after another. After the celebration, they all ran to Jidong and surrounded the head coach. The Chinese team's first team has experienced painful turmoil this season. From Waters to Westhoff, they have never been able to bring about a change in the team. On the contrary, in the second team, under the leadership of Jidong, the Chinese Olympic team has shown amazing fighting power. While the Chinese Olympic team was celebrating, the stars of the Brazilian youth team all hung their heads and walked into the player tunnel in disgrace, because they lost to this group of people they have always looked down on, which made them feel ashamed and embarrassed. Especially Danilo, losing to the Chinese team again, especially losing to the Chinese Olympic team, and being fooled by Wu Yulin. All these made him extremely angry in his heart, but he could do nothing because they lost. All the Chinese fans in the stadium were shouting Jidong and the names of the players. They are the heroes of the team and the hope for the revival of the Chinese team. Now, all the fans of the Chinese team can stand up straight and proudly say to the German and Brazilian youth teams, and to all the teams that look down on the Chinese team, just wait, we will pull you down from the league standings sooner or later, because we have a group of proud and outstanding players, and you will all be defeated by them. However, when everyone was excited, Li Yuxin, the great contributor of the Chinese team, was a little more worried and anxious in his heart. Because there are some things that only he knows. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Good News continues. When the referee blew the whistle to end the previous game, the substitutes and coaches of the Chinese team who had been waiting on the sidelines rushed into the stadium and hugged the players on the field. In front of the TV, countless Chinese fans were so excited that they could hardly control themselves. Some people even lit firecrackers in the middle of the night. It was really lively. Chinese fans celebrated the World Championship of the national youth team in this crazy way. This is the first championship of Chinese football in the World Series. It is of extraordinary significance. Even the extremely glorious Chinese women's football team in the 1990s did not win the World Championship. At the 1996 Atlanta Olympics, the Chinese women's football team had a severe harvest. 3 years later, in 1999, at the Women's Football World Cup in the United States, the Chinese women's football team lost in the final again and only won the runner-up. 2 consecutive runner-ups were the golden age of women's football. Afterwards, the Chinese women's football team became worse and worse year by year. After the golden generation retired, they were no longer considered a world-class team. Not to mention the achievements of the Chinese men's football team, they have not even won the Asian Championship, let alone the World Championship. And now the Chinese youth team, which was not optimistic before, actually won the championship in the Olympics. And strictly speaking, this is also the World Cup champion, but it is the champion of the World Cup under 23 years old. But it doesn't matter, in the hearts of our Chinese fans, that is the world champion. Chinese football has also produced a world champion. How many years have we waited for this day? Now that this day has finally come, what's the big deal about setting off firecrackers in the middle of the night? Exclamation mark. There are also many people in the pub, the night snack food stalls, the barbecue stalls. At this moment, many people raised their glasses, jumped up from their seats, roared, hugged, cheered, and screamed to their heart's content. The most glorious moment of Chinese football was born by a group of young people under the age of 20. All the Chinese players jumped up on the stage to receive the award. For them, it was just like the Chinese New Year. No. The Chinese New Year may not be as happy as today. They became the world champions. They broke the zero breakthrough of Chinese football. After everyone came on stage, they bowed their heads and let Blatter hang the gold medal. Then almost without exception, they would carefully appreciate the medal on their chests. The gold medal of the world champion has never been seen before. This is the most glorious moment in the history of Chinese football. Many, many years later, those Chinese fans and Chinese football players will still remember these vivid scenes clearly. Then they will sigh in their hearts, since ancient times, happy and joyful things are always short-lived. Happy, happy, just because it is fast, so it is happy. So we should cherish it more and enjoy the short happy time. China now has a world champion. Li Yuxin got the answer he wanted in this Olympics, and the success of the plan made him extremely excited, but Jidong later stated that he had no intention of continuing to coach and would return to Arsenal's coaching staff. And the good news that Li Yuxin received this summer is not over yet. Jorge, is this true news? Of course. How could I lie to you about such a big thing? I have confirmed news from Real Madrid. Real Madrid has accepted Arsenal's offer. No way. These few months are the most comfortable time for Li Yuxin since he came to Arsenal. Arsenal's performance is good, Arsenal no longer sells players, and China won the Olympic football gold medal, which made Lee Yuxin very happy. Of course, he was even more excited when he heard the news. Therefore, Lee Yuxin couldn't even sit down. He walked around and suddenly said, "Jorge, how could Real Madrid let Ozil go? He has been the core player of Real Madrid in the past few seasons." What news is worth Lee Yuxin's excitement? It turned out that when Dongfang brought Lee Yuxin the news that Arsenal and Real Madrid were in contact and were discussing Ozil's transfer. This news made Lee Yuxin think Mendes was joking. After all, Ozil didn't join Arsenal at this time in history. After all, Ozil and Arsenal, no matter how you think about it, it's impossible. To say something that hurts my self-esteem, how could Ozil come to Arsenal? Ozil is the European assist king. He is a double core player of the German national team in Real Madrid. A top attacker with more than 30 assists in a season. He has been the offensive core of Real Madrid in recent years. Will such a player come to Arsenal? Although Arsenal has never been without a championship in history, it is still a loser to Ozil. How can such a goddess not be in Arsenal? No matter how you think about it, it is impossible. A new emperor has new ministers. Jose is gone. And Salati is here. Real Madrid will definitely do some cleaning. And Florentino just brought in Lewandowski from Dortmund. Real Madrid's offensive line is overcrowded. Someone must be leaving. But why Ozil? Lee Yuxin was puzzled. Lewandowski's transfer caused a sensation in European football, and Lee Yuxin certainly knew it. But if he left, Benzema would be the most affected. Bale is a winger, and Benzema will be squeezed out of the main lineup by Lewandowski. How could Ozil enter the transfer market now? I don't know the details. Real Madrid just brought in Isco, and it's very clear that they want to cultivate a local core. I heard that Ozil is unwilling to accept competition. He is competing with Isco, and he doesn't value himself at all. Real Madrid's top management has no intention of keeping him. So they just sent Ozil away. Haha. Wenger really made a move. Yes. Lee Yuxin couldn't help but chuckle. Although Lee Yuxin didn't know how much Arsenal offered. But that was Ozil, the European assist king, and one of the best number 10 players in recent years. More importantly, Ozil will only be 25 years old in 2 months, but he still has many years of peak years. The value of such a player can be imagined. Lee Yuxin absolutely believes that this transfer fee will definitely break Arsenal's transfer record. It is estimated that it is impossible to get Ozil without more than 40 million euros. Wenger is really ready to spend money? Therefore, Lee Yuxin was really smiling foolishly. Arsenal's offense is actually not weak at all. Even in the few seasons when Arsenal was down and out, Arsenal's goals were not few in the Premier League. If an excellent passer like Ozil is added, Arsenal's offensive strength can be taken to the next level. And Ozil is here. Lee Yuxin is the happiest. Although Wilshere has been polished better by Wenger, Wenger is only temporarily suppressing Wilshere. Wilshere is the future of Arsenal after all, and Wenger still has to solve the problem of Wilshere. Wilshere will still play. Especially after the recent games, Rosicky and Arteta were injured, and Chamberlain was also injured in the last game. As a result, Arsenal began to lack soldiers and generals, and a fierce general like Wilshere will definitely appear on the court soon. But it is different now. Ozil is here. Wilshere is the future of Arsenal, but it is only the future. He is not the gun king yet. Now that Ozil is in the position of attacking midfielder, what can Wilshere compete with him? Although Cazorla is strong, his fame and status are not high, so Wenger sacrificed him to fulfill Wilshere. But Ozil's coming to Arsenal is like a princess marrying in ancient times. Will Wenger sacrifice Ozil for Wilshere? Lee Yuxin didn't believe it. So Lee Yuxin was even happier. Wilshere. Don't pretend if you don't have the ability. Study hard and settle yourself. Maybe the future will be brighter. Ding ding ding. Aaron, how come you have time to call me? Have you heard? Ozil is coming. The players of the club all have their own channels. Especially the agents, they have countless channels to get the news. Ozil's matter has been a hot topic, and Arsenal's heavyweight players have received the news. I just heard about it too. Aaron, we have to make a good effort to hit the Premier League championship this season. If we can't win the championship again, there will be no excuses. Yes. Ramsey was also very excited on the phone. In fact, Lee Yuxin and Ramsey have no personal relationship with Ozil. But they are both very happy that he is coming to Arsenal. Because this will enhance Arsenal's strength and Arsenal will have a chance to win the championship. Just wait for the news quietly. I guess there will be confirmed news soon. Yes. Looking forward to it. Arsenal fans are really looking forward to Arsenal's introduction of superstars. Arsenal players are also looking forward to having a master join Arsenal to help Arsenal improve its strength. On September 2, 2013, when the transfer was about to end, Arsenal's official website officially announced the introduction of German midfielder Ozil for €50 million. It shocked the European football world. It's true. After all, since Arsenal built a new stadium, I don't know how many stars in their prime have been sold. From the transfer of Gunnar Henry to Barcelona, Fabregas, Van Persie, Adebayor, Kolo, Touré, and Ribnes, all of them are Arsenal's main stars. As a result, Arsenal's performance has dropped significantly, and its attractiveness has dropped a lot. Unexpectedly, no one expected it. Arsenal, which sells its own generals every year, suddenly introduced stars like Ozil this summer, and the transfer fee reached €50 million. What is Arsenal going to do? Is Arsenal really going to rise? Is Wenger preparing to play a big game before retiring? There are many speculations. Mesut, welcome. Ozil is here. Ozil is really here. This is really exciting news for Arsenal. Lee Yuxin is not very familiar with Ozil, but Lee Yuxin has played against Ozil. Not only in the game against Real Madrid, but also in the Bundesliga, Lee Yuxin has played against Ozil. When Lee Yuxin just arrived in the Bundesliga, Ozil was already a famous Bundesliga talent. He was already one of the core players in Bremen. Especially when Bremen swept Bayern, Ozil can be said to have shocked the entire German football world. Of course, the two are not familiar with each other and have an average relationship. But now that the two have become teammates, Lee Yuxin is very happy. After all, this is Ozil, the assist king in European football in recent years. The front court core of Real Madrid and the German national team. Thank you. Ozil is much more shy than expected, or it should be said that he is much more reserved. He just simply shook hands with Lee Yuxin with a faint smile on his face. Haha. Lee Yuxin smiled. He said to Ramsey next to him, "Aaron, how is it?" "Very good. I hope he can adapt to the Premier League quickly. It shouldn't be a problem." "That's €50 million. Lee Yuxin said exaggeratedly €50 million. In order to get Ozil, Arsenal spent €50 million. If it was Manchester City, Chelsea, or even Manchester United, €50 million would be exaggerated, but there would not be too many surprises. At most, everyone would say that they are rich, and they would not be surprised. Because for them, transfers of €30 to €40 million are everywhere. Many of their first-team main players, even substitute players, have transfer fees that can break Arsenal's transfer records. But this is Arsenal. This is very surprising. When did Wenger have such a hand? How much were the transfer fees of Lee Yuxin and Cazorla, two players who broke Arsenal's transfer record? The transfer fees of the two people added up, but it was not as much as Ozil's transfer fee. Lee Yuxin is very eager now. I hope this is just the beginning. I hope Ozil can set an example. Arsenal's attraction to stars has greatly increased. If Arsenal introduces one or two good players next season, they can even pursue the Champions League. Lee Yuxin hopes that this is the beginning of Arsenal's rise. Lee Yuxin thinks so, and so do other Arsenal players. For Arsenal players, Ozil's arrival does not bring a direct improvement in performance. Everyone still doesn't know whether Ozil can adapt to Arsenal. But his arrival has a direct boost in morale for Arsenal. Everyone works very hard and diligently in training. Arsenal has only sold players in recent years, and has never introduced such a big name. Therefore, Arsenal players are very enthusiastic about Ozil's arrival. What is the quality of the €50 million man? This is what everyone cares about. Everyone is waiting for Ozil's first game, and they are all looking forward to what changes Ozil will bring to Arsenal. On September 14, 2012, Arsenal faced Sunderland away. It attracted a lot of attention. Everyone wants to see Ozil's quality and whether he's worth the €50 million. Of course, the most concerned are Arsenal fans. Wenger has been in Arsenal for 16 years. There are not just one or two top stars from Arsenal. But Wenger has introduced very few top stars himself. It is estimated that Arshavin, who was introduced a few years ago, was the most famous one before the introduction. In addition to him, Rosicki is a little more famous, but he is not a real top star. Ozil is a real superstar player introduced by Wenger. Ozil has proved himself in the German national team, Bremen, and Real Madrid, and has proved his status as a player. Arsenal is in great form this season, having won all of the first 6 games. Especially Lee Yuxin and Ramsey are in great form. Now with Ozil joining, I really want to see Arsenal's offensive performance. Yes, Lee Yuxin, who has switched to playing as a centre forward, has been in great form this season, scoring 8 goals in 6 games. With Ozil joining, Lee Yuxin will definitely have more and more opportunities. Golden Boot. With Ozil, Lee Yuxin will definitely get a Golden Boot. Everyone believes that with Ozil joining, the biggest beneficiary will definitely be Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin already scores a lot of goals, and with Ozil's help, his goals this season may be even better. Even Lee Yuxin thinks so. In the past few days of training, Lee Yuxin really understood Ozil's strength. His passing is absolutely unpredictable, and many of his passes are completely unimaginable. There is no ball he can't pass, only what he can't run to. And many times Ozil passed the ball, but Arsenal's own players didn't understand it. Of course, this is because everyone is not familiar with it and has not yet fully run in. But even so, Lee Yuxin is very happy. It is indeed 50 million. You get what you pay for. There is no false reputation under the reputation. Ozil is really strong. The Olympics are over, and the mission of helping Chinese football has also come to an end. Next, Arsenal will impact the Premier League and the Champions League. I hope everyone will continue to pay attention. Thank you for your support. Chapter 366a. After the morning training, many players would go home to eat and rest, but Lee Yuxin was an exception. He would choose to eat at the training base so that he could do extra training in the afternoon. No matter how hot the weather was, he never changed. Bale followed Lee Yuxin in morning training and evening training, but he couldn't stand the extra training at noon because it was too hot. Lee Yuxin would take off his shirt, bare his upper body, and train in shorts under the scorching sun. Over time, his skin became a little darker. Fortunately, the sun in London is not as strong as other places. Otherwise, at first glance, you can't say that he is an African, that's too exaggerated, but at least he is a South American. Under the sunlight at noon, the sweat beads on his brown skin sparkled in the sun, densely packed, as if a layer of diamonds were inlaid on his body. And as his body moved, the sweat beads were still shining when they were thrown away from his body. It was really a beautiful picture. Gianluigi Buffon was standing in the shadows on the sidelines at this time, watching Lee Yuxin sweating profusely on the training ground alone. Why can this person achieve success that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve? Why can he win so many championships at such a young age? How can he not succeed if he works so hard? So everyone was convinced. Just for this professional attitude, there is nothing to criticize about Lee Yuxin, and as for his position in the team, no one expressed jealousy. If someone wants to be jealous, then you should train like Lee Yuxin first before being jealous of him. After watching for a while, Lee Yuxin finally stopped his training temporarily and came to the sidelines to drink water. And he also saw Buffon. GG. He was a little surprised. Buffon goes home every day at noon, which is known to everyone. Although his home is a little far from the training base, on the lakeside outside London. But he always drives home, spends 2 hours at home, and then drives back to the training base. This is like this every day. Everyone knows that Buffon is a very family-oriented man. In London, a place of right and wrong, he chose to use family life to protect himself. So Lee Yuxin was very surprised. Did you come so early today? Buffon shook his head. No, I just didn't go home. Hearing him say this, Lee Yuxin was even more surprised. I didn't go home, you didn't. Sometimes I also want to do something different from usual. Buffon said with a smile. Did I disturb your training? Lee Yuxin shook his head. No, I have to rest anyway. It's still too hot at noon. Buffon smiled even more brightly. So you also know how hot it is. I thought you were a robot who didn't care about the changes in the external environment at all. Hearing him say this, Lee Yuxin scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I am also a human. Then both of them laughed. After laughing, Buffon said, I heard that the club is talking to you about contract renewal again? I'm just a little curious. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to say it. Lee Yuxin didn't care. He nodded and said, yes, they are talking to my agent. Well, in fact, the club is also talking to me about contract renewal. They gave me a contract that is said to be very generous. Since Lee Yuxin was very frank, Buffon naturally had to be frank with him. That's great, Congratulations, GG. You deserve such a contract. Lee Yuxin said. Really? Buffon's smile was a little far-fetched. I thought everyone didn't think so. Lee Yuxin was a little surprised. How is it possible? You are the captain of the Italian national team, and you are the #1 star of this team. Buffon smiled and waved his hand. #1 star Lee, don't say veiled compliments. In fact, I am a little hesitant about whether to accept this contract. What's wrong? Isn't it good to continue to stay in Arsenal London? Lee Yuxin was very surprised. Arsenal is a very good team. Why is Buffon still thinking about leaving? There are some problems. I have some problems with the club. But the most important thing is, I feel that Arsenal can't satisfy my desire for the championship. Buffon was really honest and told Lee Yuxin all his thoughts. The reason for doing this is that Buffon found that Lee Yuxin was not the kind of person who liked to participate in various discussions with the players. He spent all his spare time on training and had no time to gossip with his teammates. How is it possible? Lee Yuxin said in surprise. He came to Arsenal to satisfy his desire for the championship, but Buffon actually thought that he couldn't satisfy his desire for the championship here. Could it be that even Arsenal couldn't satisfy it? I've been in Arsenal for a season. Wrong. But I only won 1 League Cup and 1 FA Cup, and only 2 Community Shield championships. Lee Yuxin smiled. His teammates often joked about this in the team, so he knew it was a joke. Of course, when I was in Italy, I won all the championships I could win. But I have a wish, Lee. I want to win the Champions League. Buffon said. It's normal for him to have such an idea. Because he was very close to the Champions League championship. That was in the 2002-200 season when he was still playing for Juventus. At that time, Juventus reached the Champions League final and played against AC Milan in the final. Juventus performed better in that game, but the final champion was AC Milan. In the following season, Buffon won what he could, many championships. Serie A Championship, Cup Championship, Parmesan EFA Cup Championship, and World Cup Championship. After he came to Arsenal, he won the League Cup and the FA Cup. But the Champions League title is getting further and further away. He originally thought that he would have the opportunity to win the Champions League title that he could not win in Juventus at Arsenal. After all, Arsenal is stronger than Juventus. But in fact, Arsenal's performance in the Champions League in the past 3 seasons is not very good, but it is a pity. In his first season at Arsenal, he didn't even make it to the semi-finals and was eliminated in the semi-finals. This made Buffon a little discouraged. It is natural for him to want to go to a better team to pursue the Champions League title. The outstanding performance of other Premier League teams in the Champions League in the past 2 years has attracted his attention. In fact, he has always been in contact with other Premier League teams. As long as he nods, other Premier League teams will naturally want him. What a coincidence, GG. I stayed in Arsenal because I wanted to win the Champions League. Lee Yuxin said. Hearing what Lee Yuxin said, Buffon smiled. That's a bit difficult. Lee Yuxin shrugged. I know, that's why I have to train so hard. No matter what championship it is, it won't be easy to win. What if you work hard, give everything, and give your all, but still can't win the championship in the end? Buffon asked. He has a deep understanding of this feeling. When he was in Juventus, he also saved 2 penalties in the 2003 Champions League final, but in the end. So in fact, football is not about you putting in effort, you will definitely get the results you want. After hearing Buffon's question, Lee Yuxin was stunned for a while, then scratched his head and frowned, saying, I haven't thought about this kind of thing. Buffon didn't expect Lee Yuxin to answer him like this. Don't you make such preparations? He asked. What preparations? Lee Yuxin asked back. Preparation in case of losing the championship. Lee Yuxin felt strange. Why should I prepare for failure? Shouldn't I be prepared to win the championship? Faced with Lee Yuxin's question, Buffon also fell silent. Oh, right, how could I have overlooked this? Why should I prepare for failure? Is it because I have already experienced too many failures, so I am too pessimistic in my subconscious mind? He looked at Lee Yuxin again. This kid was young, full of vigor and firepower, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. His career seemed to have been very smooth. It is said that he had only played for a year and a half in the Arsenal first team, and basically won all the championships he could win, except for the Premier League championship. He still shined in Arsenal's sluggish season in the future. He was young and had been working hard, so naturally he would not have such an idea. But who would always be so smooth? How could there be an undefeated player? When he experienced failure in the future, perhaps he would have the same idea as himself. You have to get used to accepting failure. Seeing Buffon suddenly silent, Li Yuxin realized that Buffon was very unusual today. First of all, he did not go home to accompany his family after the morning training. Secondly, he actually ran to the training ground in the middle of the day to watch him train. Finally, he actually discussed these inexplicable topics with himself. He remembered that one day, Van Persie suddenly said a lot of inexplicable things to him. Not long after, the news of Van Persie leaving the team came out. Could it be that Buffon is also leaving Arsenal? Is he not going to renew his contract? GG. Are you not going to renew your contract? Li Yuxin asked. Me? Well, I'm still considering it, Buffon said. Li Yuxin thought that if Buffon left, the team would lack a player with enough strength, which would be a damage to Arsenal's strength and a blow to his plan to win the championship. So he wanted to persuade Buffon to stay. Didn't Ronaldo say that the reason why he failed in the Champions League was because he didn't have a good enough teammate? Then Buffon, such a good enough teammate, of course, couldn't let him leave. Stay, GG. Let's win the championship together, the Champions League, he said to Buffon. Buffon never thought that the person who took the initiative to keep him was not the club's CEO Gazidis, but Li Yuxin. So when he heard this, he looked up in surprise and looked at Li Yuxin in surprise. What did you say, Li? He asked, trying to make sure if he heard it wrong. I mean, why do you want to leave? You have played for Arsenal for a season and are familiar with the team, right? Even if there are some unsatisfactory things, it is better to go to a new team and start over, right? You will be 33 years old next year. Going to a new team at the age of 33 to take risks, well, I don't think it is a very wise choice. In order to make Buffon stay, Li Yuxin tried his best. But it must be said that what he said makes sense. This is also the reason why Buffon has been hesitating. He originally planned to reach the peak of his career in Juventus. When he came to Arsenal a year ago, he was 32 years old, which was the golden age for a goalkeeper. After 4 seasons of contract, he will be 36 years old. The last 4 years of his career will stay in Arsenal. But who would have thought that he did not reach the peak he expected in Arsenal? So he had to take risks again at the age of 33 or even go to other leagues and teams to start over. It is not just the tactics of the new team that needs to be adapted, but also the weather, food, culture, language, etc. of the new country. But he is really heartbroken by Arsenal's performance in the European war in the past 3 seasons. Now that Li Yuxin has stayed in the team, will Arsenal's performance improve? But can Arsenal always rely on Li Yuxin? If I stay, can I definitely win the championship? Buffon asked Li Yuxin. This time, Li Yuxin did not hesitate at all, but nodded quickly. Yes, of course. You know I'm not talking about a league championship, Buffon said. Buffon knew very well that even if Arsenal was not very competitive in Europe, this Arsenal would still have no problem in the Premier League, so winning the league championship, which is a challenging goal, was not worth mentioning at all. I know, the European Championship. I stayed at Arsenal just to win this, Li Yuxin said confidently. Li, I have a question, Buffon asked. Where does your confidence come from? Why are you sure that you can win the championship? I work hard with the championship as my goal, and then I think the result will not be too bad, right? Li Yuxin said. But sometimes, even if you work hard, you won't be the champion, just like you in the past few seasons, Buffon said. The topic went around and went back to the previous topic. In football games, hard work does not necessarily lead to good results. Too many failures made Buffon firmly believe this. Unexpectedly, this time Li Yuxin shook his head decisively. If that's the case, I think it must be that I didn't work hard enough. Buffon opened his mouth and looked at Li Yuxin in a daze. If I work hard enough, I will definitely win the championship. If I don't win the championship, it must be that I didn't work hard enough. That's what I think, Li Yuxin repeated. But, luck. Bad luck, it must be that I didn't work hard enough. If I work hard enough, I think even luck will be on my side, Li Yuxin said firmly. Li Yuxin returned to the court and continued his jaw-dropping hard training under the scorching sun. Buffon did not leave immediately, but stood on the sidelines and watched Li Yuxin's training for a while. The temperature in late September is not much lower than that in the hot summer, especially at noon. Under the scorching sun, the grass seemed to wilt a little. At this time, everyone would choose to take a nap in the room, turn on the air conditioner, and play games. But Li Yuxin was the only one in the team who was still training. It is said that even the devil assistant coach once asked Li Yuxin to reduce the intensity and time of training because he was worried that Li Yuxin would train too hard. As far as Buffa knows, Li Yuxin is the only one who can make the devil Magath do this. Not working hard enough. It's a bit funny to say this from his mouth. If such a person is not working hard enough, then what are we? But he worked so hard, so he won so many championships, right? Buffa looked for a while and turned away. Behind him, the sound of Li Yuxin hitting the football with the back of his foot came. If you don't win the championship, it must be because you haven't worked hard enough. Li Yuxin's voice sounded in his mind. Not working hard enough? Question mark. Well, young man, then I'll ask A. After all, I also want to win the Premier League and the Champions League. At this moment, Buffa seemed to recall the passion he had during his time in Parma. 1 update today, 2 updates tomorrow. Thank you everyone. Chapter 367 Working for Hope. Gigi, are you really going to accept this contract from Arsenal? Agent Martina looked at Buffa with some doubt. Of course not, unless they shortened the term of my contract. Buffa said. That's not the point, Gigi. Are you saying that if Arsenal agrees to shorten the term of the contract, you will sign it? Why not? Buffa asked back. What's the matter, Gigi? Aren't you planning to play football abroad? Go back to AC Milan, Paris Saint-Germain, or the Premier League giants? As Buffa's agent, Martina can be said to be the person closest to him besides Buffa's relatives, but he doesn't know why Buffa's mind changed overnight. Martina. If I go abroad, will I definitely win the Champions League? Buffa asked back. Martina was stunned for a moment. I can't guarantee it, but I think it will definitely be better than your chances at Arsenal. I'm not sure about this now, Michael. Martina easily guessed why Buffa said that. Is it because of Lee's persuasion? He asked. Buffa nodded. I see hope in that kid. Maybe we really have a chance to win the Champions League. Martina didn't understand why Buffa was so optimistic about Li Yuxin. What's wrong with you, Gigi? Did Gazidis say anything to you? No, Gazidis and I didn't talk alone. I just think. I'm 34 and a half a year, Michael. Then I will transfer to a new team and start over. This transfer may be my last chance, the last chance to win the Champions League. Yes, that's why we have to treat it carefully. Martina said. This is the last chance in your career. If you don't go out this time, then you won't be able to go out in the future. What's the purpose of going out? To win the Champions League. Buffa said. Isn't it also because of the conflict between you and Gazidis? He and I are not friends. We do have conflicts, but I think in front of the Champions League, these can be put aside. At least they gave me the highest salary in history, which also reflects their respect for me to some extent. Buffa said. Martina looked at Buffa who said this. No, Gazidis didn't say anything to you. But you must have talked to someone about something. Who is it, Michael? Lee. Buffa did not hide anything from his agent. Lee. Martina was surprised. Based on his understanding of Li Yuxin, he didn't think that Li Yuxin was the kind of person who could convince Buffa with his eloquence. Well, we talked about it, and then I decided to stay at Arsenal. Buffa said to Martina. Just because you think that staying here will give you more chances to win the Champions League. Buffa nodded. But it is also possible that you won't get it. So this is a gamble. Going back to play football is also a gamble. Buffa said. Martina opened his mouth and was speechless. Because Buffa was right, staying at Arsenal and playing football abroad were both gambles. It's just that at that time, the two of them felt that playing football abroad, in addition to having the opportunity to win the Champions League, could also keep away from Gazidis and leave England, a place of right and wrong. But now, it seems that Buffa really believes that there is a great chance of winning the Champions League at Arsenal, so much so that he is willing to endure Gazidis and the harassment of the English media for this. Martina couldn't believe that Li Yuxin really had the ability to change Buffa's mind. But whether he believed it or not, Buffa seemed to have made up his mind. Have you really decided, Michael? Buffa nodded. Yes, I have decided. I am willing to stay for another 2 seasons. After 2 seasons, I will be 32 years old. If I am in good shape by then, I will have another chance. This decision made Martina more or less acceptable. At least it is better than a 4-year contract. The plan given by Gazidis before was a 4-year contract. After 4 years, Buffon will be 34 years old and can almost retire at Arsenal. Okay, I'll talk to Gazidis. But don't hold too much hope. Buffon smiled. Then I'll trouble you, Martina. I know you can do it. Don't put too much pressure on me. Martina complained. Gazidis did not expect that Buffon did not directly accept the 4-year contract with a weekly salary of £100,000, but bargained. He only wanted to renew his contract with Arsenal for 3 years. It seems that he still wants to return to his country to play football. Gazidis did not think that Buffon's request was unacceptable. Originally, Buffon was given this contract extension mainly because of his outstanding performance in the European Cup, which put great pressure on the club. Moreover, Wenger, as a world-class coach, also sees the importance of an excellent goalkeeper very clearly. A top goalkeeper is a player who can lead the team and control his own destiny. A poor goalkeeper's small mistakes at the beginning of the game will change the atmosphere and state of the entire stadium and even the team. Sometimes, the success of the entire season depends on whether the goalkeeper can save some single shots. In addition, top goalkeepers also need to maintain a high level of concentration when they are not participating in the game. A good team may let its goalkeeper have no work for 5 or 6 minutes in a row. Those superhuman saves don't impress me, but when you have a period of free time, you can still make excellent judgments. If Van der Sar has little chance to touch the ball throughout the game, he will think that it is a good performance. He does not want to participate in the game just to show himself. If you are a fan watching a game live on the weekend, you can try to touch the opponent's goalkeeper. If you can undermine the confidence of the opponent's goalkeeper, it means that you have successfully undermined that team. A poor clearance in the first 5 minutes of the game can cause anxiety. Undermining the goalkeeper is like a key to a door. Fans, you can now make your contribution, which is to undermine the confidence of the goalkeeper and make the work of the opponent's goalkeeper difficult. If you can undermine his confidence, it is equivalent to unlocking the opponent's goal. A good goalkeeper is not only his superb defensive and save ability for the team. More importantly, he gives the defender, the whole team and the fans confidence. The defending players will feel that even if the opponent shoots, our goalkeeper can block your shot. These psychological factors also explain why a great goalkeeper can make a great team. Buffon is just such a goalkeeper. Not only the professor thinks so, but Lee Yuxin also thinks so. I remember someone said in the 2008 European Cup, in fact, looking at Buffon's career, he has never been a god. In the 2003 Champions League final, when Juventus expected Buffon to perform well in the penalty shootout, Buffon did not do it. In the national team, when people expected him to have a super performance and ensure that the Italian team did not lose the ball, he still did not do it. Of course, this is easy to understand. Buffon and Toldo are originally 2 types of goalkeepers. Buffon's strength is choosing a position, which allows him to resolve the opponent's shot with his simplest action. Toldo relies on his height and long arms, amazing deterrence, and quick reaction. The biggest advantage of a goalkeeper like Buffon is stability. Usually he will not lose the ball that should not be lost, but when he encounters the ball that should be lost, he can only save a small part. But Toldo is different. Toldo is not stable, but as long as Toldo goes crazy, he will not let go of any ball that should be lost or not. In Toldo's growing experience, magic is a word that runs through his life. Whether it is when he changed from right back to goalkeeper at the age of 13 and saved the opponent's penalty kicks in a row, or saved Zucchero's penalty kick in his national team debut, or the penalty miracle in 2000, or the miracle of 1-27 when Inter Milan played against Valencia, as long as Toldo goes crazy, no shot can pass through his fingers. So, the conclusion is, if you want to see a great and stable goalkeeper, then you should watch Buffon. But if you want to see a goalkeeper who is not stable, but suddenly becomes an invincible goalkeeper like God at a certain time, then you should watch Toldo. Buffon's professional characteristics determine that he is unlikely to become God. But for a team, the value of a stable goalkeeper like Buffon is not comparable to that of Fabianski. Since Lehmann retired, Arsenal's goalkeeper has been a weakness, and Buffon's arrival just made up for this shortcoming. Coupled with the increasing maturity of Mertesacker, Koscielny, Vermaelen and Benetcha, Arsenal has a reliable defense line, which is very important for the championship. On this side, for a manager like Gazidis who only considers the interests of the club, some players will naturally feel that he lacks a bit of humanity. Walking out of the club's office building, the two stood in the bright sunshine. Martinez said to Buffon, "I still hope you don't regret your decision today, Michael." Buffon turned his head and looked in the direction of the training ground. It was the afternoon break time, the temperature was still a little high, and the sun was very bright, even a little hot. He remembered the scene he saw through the huge floor-to-ceiling window in Gazidis' office when he signed the new contract just now. On the first-team training ground, a figure was running and training under the scorching sun. That person was Yuxin. When everyone else was resting, he was the only one still training. "I will give my all, and then I won't regret it," he said. "If I regret it, it must be because I didn't work hard enough." In his heart, Buffon said this. However, Yuxin didn't know what Buffon was thinking at the moment. For him, Arsenal, which has gradually emerged from the financial quagmire, should strive for the Premier League title and another Champions League title that he has never had. Chapter 368, B2, A Fake Technician. Speaking of fame, Arsenal's newly built Emirates Stadium is not as famous as Anfield Stadium. After all, when the Red Army Liverpool swept the European football scene, Anfield Stadium was a place that the giants in the entire European football scene were unwilling to visit, and it was also one of the most famous stadiums in the entire European football scene. After all, it was the home of Liverpool, the overlord of European football at that time. However, although it is very famous, the stadium is already a bit old. Of course, this is understandable. After all, Anfield Stadium has a history of many years and is not as good as the newly built Arsenal Emirates Stadium. It is not even as good as Sunderland's new stadium, the Stadium of Light. But even so, when talking about the stadiums of English clubs, the first thing that comes to mind is Old Trafford Stadium and Anfield Stadium. Because these are the stadiums that represent English clubs. When you go through a storm, hold your head high. Don't be afraid of the darkness. At the end of the storm, there is a golden sky and the sweet song of the lark. Go through the wind and rain. Your dreams may be shattered, but keep the hope in your heart and move forward. You will never walk alone. You will never walk alone. The team had just entered Anfield Stadium, and the Liverpool fans at Anfield Stadium had already started singing their team song, "You Will Never Walk Alone." This song is not fast-paced and should not have become the team song of a fast-paced football club. But it is one of the most well-known team songs in European football. Many European football clubs have this song. Of course, the most famous one is Liverpool. If foreign fans talk about this song, they all know that it is Liverpool's team song. Although this is not the first time Liverpool has made it into a team song, it spread all over the world as Liverpool swept the European football scene that year. It has also become the most well-known team song in the entire European football world. Yuxin looked up at the Liverpool fans. Compared with the enthusiasm of Liverpool fans at Anfield Stadium, Arsenal's Emirates Stadium is obviously much worse. Arsenal's Highbury was known as a library. After moving to the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal's home atmosphere is still not as good as other Premier League stadiums. Beep beep, the focus of the third round of the Premier League, Liverpool's home game against Arsenal, has officially begun. In the first two rounds, Arsenal had one win and one draw. Liverpool had one draw and one loss, especially in the first round. They lost 0-3 to West Bromwich. However, Liverpool's performance in the second round was still good, and they tied the defending champion Manchester City at home. Rodgers, Liverpool's new head coach. Because of his outstanding performance in Swansea, he was noticed by Liverpool and came to Liverpool. Although Rodgers came from Mourinho's coaching team, his coaching ideas are completely different from Mourinho. Mourinho is a famous utilitarian coach in European football, especially his team is famous for playing defensive counterattacks. Rodgers wants to play passing, and Swansea is even known as the Premier League Barcelona. You can know what Rodgers wants. Rodgers will do the same after coming to Liverpool. It's a pity that Liverpool has been playing in the English style for so many years. Even when Benitez was there, Liverpool played in the English style, not the Spanish style. At that time, there were just a few more Spanish players. Rodgers forced Liverpool to take the technical route, which was a bit out of place. Especially in this game, Rodgers arranged a combination of Henderson, Shaheen and Gerrard. Gerrard is a midfielder with strong impact and a fixed style. Henderson is a typical English midfielder who can defend, attack and run. Anyway, He is an all-round midfielder. Unfortunately, like so many midfielders in England, his footwork is a bit rough and cannot be compared with Latin American and Spanish players. Shaheen is a player with good passing and good skills. Unfortunately, Shaheen's physique is not good, and his ability to get rid of is not very good. Wenger arranged Diaby to follow Shaheen in this game. Diaby is known as Vieira's successor, although he is always injured. But his height and weight are there, and his long legs defend Shaheen. Shaheen is the kind of player who is good at passing, but his ability to get rid of is not very good. Being marked by a player like Diaby, they can't get rid of Diaby at all. This is Liverpool's midfield combination. This combination makes them play a technical flow, which is really difficult for them. Shaheen was marked, Henderson was still young, and only Gerrard could organize the attack. Speaking of it, Gerrard's attack is still very good, and his passing is also good. But he grew up in the English football environment, and he has a good long pass ability, and his pass in the counter-attack is also very good. But this is all in a fast-paced counter-attack. But now Rodgers requires playing a technical flow. Especially short passes, which is not Gerrard's strength. Therefore, Gerrard often makes mistakes. And Liverpool has never played this kind of oppressive play, so when they get to the front of Arsenal's penalty area, they don't know how to pass the ball in and create threats. Henderson gave the ball to Gerrard, Gerrard stepped forward and passed the ball. Gerrard's ball was too powerful, and Suarez couldn't get the ball. Koscielny got the ball. This is Gerrard. He often makes long passes, or a fatal pass in a counter-attack. These are all Gerrard's signatures, but long passes and last passes are all powerful. This time, Gerrard's pass was not well controlled. The pass was a bit too big. Suarez was unable to receive it, and the ball was passed directly to Koscielny. After Koscielny got the ball, he saw Lee Yuxin on the left and passed it directly to Lee Yuxin. Because Rodgers believes in ball control. So although Liverpool is very immature, they still have to control the ball. So Lee Yuxin retreated to the backcourt at this time and did some defense. However, seeing Koscielny pass the ball to him, Lee Yuxin immediately turned around and passed the ball to Ozil near the midfield. Lee Yuxin passed the ball to Ozil. Ozil got the ball, but he didn't speed up and move forward. Ozil controlled the ball. Ozil passed the ball. Playing with ball control, passing, and technology, Liverpool has just begun. If Liverpool plays with their traditional style and faces Arsenal at home, Arsenal really needs to be nervous. But if Liverpool wants to transform into technical flow, passing and controlling the ball, they are still very immature. After all, Arsenal has been playing for 15 or 16 years. After Lee Yuxin handed the ball to Ozil, he immediately ran wildly. It was really a wild run, because Lee Yuxin was in his own half. However, after Lee Yuxin accelerated, Glenn Johnson, who is about the same position as him, also ran back. But Glenn Johnson was no match for Lee Yuxin in terms of speed. Lee Yuxin's acceleration took only 3 or 4 seconds to run from his own half to Liverpool's half. Although Ozil was just controlling the ball in the midfield, he had already discovered Lee Yuxin running wildly on the left. Therefore, he immediately passed the ball, a pass of nearly 30 meters. It was passed just behind Liverpool's backline, and Lee Yuxin, who was running wildly, just came in front of the ball. Lee Yuxin came to Liverpool's penalty area from his own half in just over 4 seconds. Lee Yuxin's speed was too fast, and Liverpool had no time to set up a defensive line. Arsenal's counter-attack was very fast. With only 3 passes, Lee Yuxin had already reached Liverpool's penalty area. Lee shoots. Goal. 1-0, 1-0. Liverpool had the upper hand in possession in this game, but they were far less threatening than Arsenal. It seems that coach Rodgers is still far from successfully transforming Liverpool. The assist was from Ozil. Arsenal's deal was a good deal. This was already Lee's 4th goal in the Premier League this season. Ozil, introduced by Arsenal, provided Lee with more ammunition. Coach Wenger, did you see that? Money, you have to spend money in the transfer market. Ozil and Cazorla, who were introduced at a high price, have performed well this season. Lee Yuxin saw the goal and faced the Liverpool fans, and once again made a celebration gesture of pointing his hands to the number on his back. Number 9. When Lee Yuxin started this celebration, he just wanted everyone to see his number. But now Lee Yuxin likes this action more and more. Lee Yuxin wants to make the number 9 a legendary number for Arsenal. But letting him play that kind of delicate things completely limits his strengths. Gerrard and Rogers' passing and controlling styles are absolutely incompatible. But you, Rogers, are so arrogant. Do you dare to change Liverpool's style? Take Gerrard down? I dare not, even if you are beaten to death. This is Rogers' difficulty. In a small club like Swansea, you can do whatever you want. After all, Swansea has been promoted from the lower league to the Premier League, and Rogers can completely change the team according to his own ideas. There are no club legends in the team, nor are there players of the ball tyrant level. But Liverpool can't do that. Liverpool is an English giant team. They are a team with a glorious history. And Liverpool has its own legendary players. Especially Gerrard. This is a player trained by Liverpool's youth training camp and has been the captain of Liverpool for nearly 10 years. He is a legendary player destined to enter the Liverpool Hall of Fame. How dare Rogers do anything to such a player? Even if Gerrard is not suitable for Rogers' style of play, Rogers still needs to arrange Gerrard. This is reality. You, Rogers, a young coach who has just debuted for a few years, definitely don't have the courage to go to war with Liverpool's legendary players. If you want to deal with the legendary players of other giants, you must be the top coach in European football to have such confidence. But Rogers is not. He has only been a head coach for a few years, which is not comparable to his teacher Mourinho. So Gerrard is really not suitable for Rogers to send, but Rogers also wants Gerrard to play. Shaheen was stared at. Henderson was still young, so he could only let Gerrard organize the attack. But the effect was very bad. But Lee Yuxin had no time to think about Gerrard. Because Lee Yuxin is an offensive player, although he actively participates in defense, he has to consider more about offense. Lee Yuxin has been looking for Liverpool's loopholes. Glenn Johnson on Liverpool's side is a player with strong offensive ability, but he is a lot worse in defense. Lee Yuxin is very confident that he can easily break through Glenn Johnson. But Lee Yuxin is more looking at Henderson. This is a young English genius, a player born in 1990. He is the same age as Lee Yuxin. He started to appear in the Premier League at the age of 18. At the age of 20, he was the absolute main force of Sunderland. At the age of 21, he was already a core player of Sunderland. However, small teams are different from giants. He was very good in Sunderland, but the requirements after coming to Liverpool were different. Because Lucas was injured. Therefore, Henderson was placed in the defensive midfielder position in this game, mainly doing defensive work. Rogers emphasized ball control and passing, so Henderson was more of a passer in the defensive midfielder position. Henderson's characteristics are very obvious. He can run. He has excellent physical fitness and a good pass. But he is definitely not an organizing midfielder like Alonso, Xavi, and Pirlo. Let him control the ball and pass too much? It will put too much pressure on him. But Rogers had no one on his hands, and Shaheen was stared at, so Henderson could only do so. Lee Yuxin saw the problem of Henderson in this regard. Shaheen, he can't get rid of Diaby at all. Diaby performed very well in this game, and Shaheen had no way at all. This is Shaheen's first Premier League appearance this season, but he looks very uncomfortable with the Premier League. Don't give you time at all. Although Arsenal is not the kind of team that likes to press, as long as they reach the midfield, even Arsenal will grab the ball. Shaheen's ability to get rid of the ball is a flaw, which is much worse than Xavi and Pirlo. Facing Diaby, he can't get rid of it. Shaheen, pass the ball back to Henderson. There is no way. Unable to get rid of Diaby, Shaheen can only pass the ball back to Henderson. Henderson takes the ball. Henderson controls the ball. Henderson. Who is this? Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin is very fast. Henderson is very uncomfortable with Rogers' style of play. But in order to be able to play, he can only adapt to Rogers' style of play. Rogers asked Liverpool players to control the ball, and then reduce long passes, and use more short passes. So Henderson controlled the ball and prepared to pass the ball again. But when Henderson was controlling the ball, Lee Yuxin suddenly came to Henderson's side. Lee Yuxin had been paying attention to Henderson for a long time, and found that Henderson liked to control the ball every time he got a ball. Lee Yuxin estimated that this was Rogers' request. Therefore, the moment Henderson got the ball, Lee Yuxin accelerated and ran to Henderson to steal the ball. Henderson looked up and saw Lee Yuxin was very flustered. Henderson wanted to handle the ball immediately, but Lee Yuxin was too fast, and Henderson was not a very technical player. For a moment, he could not think that if he passed Lee Yuxin, He would be poked by Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin. Henderson made a mistake. Lee Yuxin stole Henderson's ball. Henderson is the last wall in front of the back line and the last defensive midfielder in the midfield. Now that Lee Yuxin stole the ball like this, Lee Yuxin is directly facing Liverpool's back line. Because of Henderson's loss of the ball, Liverpool's back line was completely messed up in an instant. It is impossible not to be messed up. Henderson's loss of the ball is the biggest threat. Especially the two central defenders. Bale saw Lee Yuxin stole the ball and immediately ran to the right, taking Scottle with him. Bale not only has a great improvement in shooting ability, but also has top-notch ball IQ. He cleverly took away a central defender. He also gave Lee Yuxin space to pass the ball and break through. But Adger wanted to steal Lee Yuxin's ball at this time. Their two central defenders made different choices in an instant, which immediately widened the distance between them. Lee Yuxin had not thought about how to deal with the ball. But their central defenders made a mistake in coordination, and the distance between them widened in an instant, allowing Lee Yuxin to see a huge breakthrough space. How could Lee Yuxin miss such an opportunity? Therefore, before their two central defenders could react, Lee Yuxin accelerated again in an instant and passed directly between Adger and Scottle. Adger and Scottle saw Lee Yuxin's choice and immediately wanted to close the door. But how could Lee Yuxin give them this opportunity? After Lee Yuxin's speed increased, he did not give them the opportunity to react at all. He passed directly between them. Lee broke through the middle, and Lee Yuxin has already entered the penalty area. Lee shoots. Goal. This is Henderson's mistake, and also Roger's mistake. Roger's biggest mistake is that he still plays a mature technical flow against Arsenal. Arsenal is least afraid of this immature technical flow. Liverpool should take a fierce charge and attack. They should not follow Arsenal's rhythm. The commentator immediately criticized Rodgers. If Rodgers has really been transformed successfully, maybe he can still compete with Arsenal. But Rodgers has just arrived in Liverpool and forced a transformation, and Liverpool players have not adapted at all. Looking at the various mistakes made by Liverpool's midfield in this game, you can see that these English local players are completely unaccustomed to Rodgers' style of play. Under such circumstances, playing against Arsenal is no match for Arsenal at all. SHHHHHHHH, the booing of Liverpool fans is getting louder and louder. Listening to the boos from Liverpool fans, Lee Yuxin deliberately came to the Liverpool fans' stand, then turned around and let them see the number on his back. Boo me? Lee Yuxin hopes that all opponents will boo him. Because the boos from opponents are the greatest affirmation of himself. Lee Yuxin even opened his arms and turned his back to the Liverpool fans, letting them boo him as much as they want. Come on. Chapter 369, Strong Owner. Crazy Lee Yuxin. Who can stop Lee Yuxin? The third person after Messi and Ronaldo. Van Persie, do you regret it? After the third round of the League Cup, the entire Premier League media reported crazily and praised Lee Yuxin crazily. Because after Lee Yuxin stayed at Arsenal, it was almost seamless. In particular, the perfect cooperation between Lee Yuxin and Ozil made Arsenal start very good and the results were quite good. In the third round of the Premier League, Lee Yuxin completed 2 shots and 1 pass against Liverpool at Anfield, defeating Liverpool. After that game, many media began to praise Lee Yuxin. After all, Arsenal defeated Liverpool, a Premier League giant, away from home, and did not give Liverpool any chance at all. Lee Yuxin easily won the title of the best player of the Premier League in September with 7 goals in 3 games. This is not over yet. In the 4th round of the Premier League, Arsenal played against Southampton at home. Arsenal relied on its excellent form to sweep Southampton 6-1 at home. Lee Yuxin completed a hat-trick again in this game, which is Lee Yuxin's 2nd hat-trick in the Premier League this season. The Premier League goals have reached 8, with an average of 2 goals per game. This crazy state stunned everyone. Even many English media don't know how to praise Lee Yuxin. But this state is not over. In the first round of the Champions League group stage, Arsenal challenged Montpellier of Ligue 1 away. Arsenal defeated Montpellier 3-1 away, and Lee Yuxin, Koscielny and Gibbs each scored a goal. After playing Montpellier, Arsenal played the 5th round of the Premier League. This game was very difficult, because it was an away challenge to the defending champion Manchester City. Although they defeated Manchester City in China, Manchester City was incomplete at that time. Arsenal finally tied Manchester City 1-1. Mertesacker took advantage of the corner kick and scored a goal with a header. Although it was a tie with the opponent, the evaluation after the game was very high. After all, the opponent is Manchester City. Arsenal hasn't beaten Manchester City for many years. Since Mancini came, Manchester City has become a terrible opponent. It's good enough to draw the opponent. Then it's the third round of the League Cup. Facing Coventry at home, Arsenal once again launched a massacre against the weak team and defeated the opponent 6-0 at home. Lee Yuxin could have rested, but Lee Yuxin felt that his condition was bursting recently. So he asked for a fight. In the game, Lee Yuxin performed well again. Hat-trick. It was less than 2 months after joining Arsenal. In less than 10 games, Lee Yuxin had completed 3 hat-tricks. When this hat-trick came out, the entire English media went crazy. England hasn't had such a crazy player for many years. This goal rate is simply too amazing. Arsenal has had many top shooters, not to mention the ancient times. Just talk about Wenger after he came to Arsenal. From Ian Wright, Anelka, Henry, Adebayor, Van Persie, these are all top shooters in the Premier League. But none of them is so crazy, and none of them can match Lee Yuxin's goal rate. After all, Lee Yuxin has scored 139 goals for Arsenal, and he scored 13 goals in just 7 games. Even when Henry was at his hottest at Arsenal, he didn't have such a start. Even Cristiano Ronaldo, who won the Footballer of the Year that year, although he scored a lot of goals, didn't have such a crazy moment as Lee Yuxin. In the current European football world, Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo's goal rate is not as good as Lee Yuxin. What a hot state! Lee Yuxin's performance this season has been very good. After all, he is the best player in the Premier League and has won the European Golden Ball and the World Footballer of the Year. But in recent years, due to the overall performance of Arsenal, Lee Yuxin's reputation is still a little worse than Messi and Ronaldo. Since the merger of the World Footballer of the Year and the Golden Ball, fame is a very important factor. But Lee Yuxin stayed in Arsenal and performed well in Arsenal, which has pushed Lee Yuxin's reputation to the peak. His performance in Arsenal in the past 2 months is even more praised than Lee Yuxin's winning the top scorer in the German World Cup. Everyone believes that Lee Yuxin will definitely be on the candidate list, and if Lee Yuxin maintains his current state, he can even enter the top 10 of the Ballon d'Or. This is Lee Yuxin now. Of course, Arsenal is the happiest. Arsenal spent the highest contract to renew Lee Yuxin, but Lee Yuxin also brought huge economic benefits to Arsenal. Not to mention that Arsenal has brought 40 to 50 million euros in China in recent years. Let's talk about the current situation. Lee Yuxin's jerseys are still selling more and more in China, and are about to break through 100,000 and 500,000 pieces. Lee Yuxin's jersey sales in China have already exceeded the annual jersey sales of many European football giants and traditional strong teams. And with Lee Yuxin's outstanding performance in Arsenal, Lee Yuxin's jerseys are also selling more and more in other places. Even if China is not counted, Lee Yuxin's jersey sales are the most sold among the Arsenal team. According to recent statistics, only the sales of jerseys in the UK are counted. Lee Yuxin's jersey sales are also firmly ranked first. And it is still growing. And Lee Yuxin's commercial value is very large. Because Arsenal owns half of Lee Yuxin's image rights, after the operation is done well, the income brought by this part is also increasing, and the income is very considerable. More importantly, Arsenal has attracted many Chinese companies. Even large state-owned banks, such as the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, have begun to negotiate sponsorship with Arsenal. This is all money. According to Arsenal's own statistics, Arsenal's income will increase by more than 20 million euros every year because of Lee Yuxin. And this income will continue to grow as Lee Yuxin's performance gets better and better. Of course, what makes Arsenal most satisfied is Arsenal's results. Lee Yuxin, Ozil and Bale form an offensive combination. Help Arsenal to capture the city. Since the start of this season, they have not lost a game. Since the midfield combination of Fabregas, Rosicki, Haleb and Flamini was disbanded, Arsenal has not had such a strong moment for a long time. A 3-0 victory over Liverpool away and a 1-1 draw with Manchester City away. These are all quite outstanding performances. Earned. This is the thought of all Arsenal people. At this time, the highlight of the Premier League is about to begin. In the 6th round of the Premier League, Arsenal face Chelsea at home. Arsenal is not afraid of weak teams. They are not afraid of pseudo-technical teams like Liverpool. Arsenal is most afraid of teams like Manchester United and Chelsea. Manchester United has always been Arsenal's nemesis, and Chelsea has also been very resistant to Arsenal since Mourinho created it. Arsenal is afraid of teams that rush and attack fiercely and defend fiercely. And Chelsea has all of these. Therefore, Arsenal has always been afraid of Chelsea. Although it is no longer unable to win against Chelsea due to Lee Yuxin's changes, Chelsea is still a strong enemy. However, Arsenal's performance is just right now, and of course Chelsea's performance is not bad. In the current Premier League, these two teams are in the best form. Therefore, this game has also received a lot of attention. Needless to say, Arsenal's side. Everyone's idea is very simple. It is to defeat Chelsea. Originally, Arsenal was the representative of London's football, and Arsenal has always been the king of London. But now it is different. Since Chelsea won the Champions League last season, and Chelsea has become stronger and stronger in recent years, the football centre of London has slowly become Chelsea. Arsenal has always wanted to restore its original glory. Therefore, Arsenal is also sharpening their knives. The time is getting closer and closer. Chelsea. Lee Yuxin's idea is very simple, that is, he must defeat Chelsea. Lee Yuxin came to Arsenal to compete for the championship, not to compete for the top four. And Arsenal wants to win the Champions League. Not to mention that no one in European football believes it, even Lee Yuxin himself does not believe it. Because the current Arsenal is far behind top giants such as Real Madrid and Barcelona, and it is also far behind Chelsea, Manchester City, and Manchester United in the Premier League. The gap in strength is not a little bit. As for the current European football, Real Madrid and Barcelona are definitely the most likely to win the Champions League. The rest of Bayern, Chelsea, and Manchester United are also strong and are strong candidates for the Champions League. Arsenal has not defeated these top teams for many years. Therefore, the most realistic goal is to win the Premier League Championship. To win the Premier League Championship, it is necessary to defeat a strong team like Chelsea. Arsenal can enter the top four every year by crushing weak teams. But to win the league championship, you must defeat strong teams. Most of those championship teams have very good results against strong teams. Arsenal's results against strong teams in recent years have been very poor. Therefore, Lee Yuxin kept encouraging himself before the game. Destroy Chelsea. Must beat Chelsea. Only by defeating a team like Chelsea can Arsenal change. Arsenal's players can be more confident. Especially although Chelsea was the Champions League champion last season, their head coach is Di Matteo. Although Di Matteo is the Champions League champion coach, in everyone's eyes he is just lucky. No one thinks Di Matteo is really strong. Arsenal. 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 Arsenal fans have the same idea as Lee Yuxin. Originally in London, Arsenal has always been the only one. Arsenal is the real king of London, and no London team can compare with Arsenal. In the 100-year history of English football, Arsenal has always been the king in London. But since Abramovich came to Chelsea, the situation began to change, and Chelsea rose rapidly. Now it has become Arsenal's biggest rival in London. Especially last season, Chelsea won the Champions League, which was the second time a London team won the Champions League. Chelsea slowly suppressed Arsenal and became the representative team of London. Therefore, Arsenal fans are very dissatisfied. Arsenal fans have always hoped to defeat Chelsea, to restore Arsenal's position in London. But whether they are satisfied or not, Chelsea is very strong. Not just ordinary strong. Lee Yuxin felt the difference of Chelsea at the beginning of the game. Chelsea's defense is still very good, and the players are very willing to run in the midfield. Although Arsenal seems to have some ball possession advantages, they are far inferior to Chelsea in terms of running. Terry took the ball, Lee went forward to press. Terry gave the ball to Ivanovic, and Lee continued to press. Ivanovic gave the ball to Terry. Chelsea is relatively strong. But Lee Yuxin does not think Chelsea has no problems. Like Torres in Chelsea's front court. After arriving at Chelsea, he has not scored in many games. It is currently hailed by the media as the most failed transaction in Chelsea's transfer history. Moreover, Torres' explosiveness and speed are much worse than his peak period. His counter-attack ability is much worse. Michael is a very good defensive midfielder in theory. After all, he is tall, strong, has good ball protection, good footwork and excellent passing skills. At first glance, he is the most perfect defensive midfielder. He is no worse than Arsenal's legendary defensive midfielder Vieira. But theory is theory, And reality is reality. In reality, Michael has many problems. But his small coverage area, sometimes slow handling of the ball, and not very fast speed are all his bigger problems. Chelsea's defense line is famous. But Terry is already 32 years old. His condition has declined a lot. Another central defender, David Luiz, is impatient. In fact, as long as Arsenal strengthens the front court's pressing, it is easy to cause chaos in Chelsea's defense line. In addition, Chelsea now lacks Drogba, a powerful center forward, and is not as good as before in high-altitude balls. Therefore, Lee Yuxin is still very confident that he can defeat Chelsea. After being fooled by Terry and Ivanovic, Lee Yuxin couldn't help but wave his fist at the Arsenal players. Lee Yuxin cursed secretly and made a very dissatisfied gesture to the Arsenal players. Then he shouted angrily, "Run, run. What the hell are you doing?" Lee Yuxin had felt it before. Arsenal's front court players. It should be said that the new generation of Arsenal players like to play while standing. It is true that Arsenal's players have excellent skills and excellent passing, but if you don't run, just relying on sudden passes and 2-on-1 cooperation, at most, you can beat some weak teams. Because their defense is not good, the strength of the defensive players is not good, and there are many gaps in the defense. They will be exposed by Arsenal's passes and some cooperation. But Chelsea is different. This is the Chelsea created by Mourinho back then, the Chelsea that made a sensation in European football with its tough defense. Although it has gone through many coaches later, including Scolari, Ancelotti, Hiddink, and Boas. But Mourinho's defensive spirit left behind is still there. It is really excellent in defense. Especially their defensive positioning and various filling abilities are excellent. Just relying on the slow play of Arsenal players, it is impossible to break the opponent's goal. After all, they were the captain's followers, so Bale and Ramsey immediately started to move. It wasn't just Bale and Ramsey. Lee Yuxin turned around and looked at Ozil and Cazorla, who also made a forward gesture. "Don't shrink back. Go forward together. Run more, run more," Lee Yuxin shouted. Modern football has deviated from the clear division of labor in the past. The all-out attack and defense tactics have profoundly influenced the European football world, affecting the development of European football. Whether it is a team that likes to attack or a team that likes to defend, their style of play is affected by the all-out attack and defense tactics. Which of the powerful teams in European football now doesn't like to press in the front court? Lee Yuxin was too angry. If Arsenal really continues to play so slowly, it will be impossible to beat the strong teams. With Arsenal's defensive ability, only by opening up and fighting against others can they have a chance to beat the strong teams. Because Arsenal can't defend against the strong teams. Arsenal's strength is offense. Weakness is defense. Only by resolutely attacking can we defeat the opponent. Giroud and Cazorla are both newcomers. It's hard to say anything. But Ramsey was stunned at first, but soon he clapped his hands. He shouted, "There's still time, there's still time." He kept running and pressing in the front court. Seeing Lee Yuxin working so hard, Ramsey patted his forehead and also went forward to grab the ball. When Ramsey debuted, he was a very talented player. When he was just 17 years old, he was already fought over by two big guys, Ferguson and Wenger. It can be seen how outstanding Ramsey was at that time. Even when he just got a foothold in Arsenal, many people said that Ramsey was the second Fabregas. Unfortunately, a serious injury directly affected his career. Ramsey, who returned, was criticized by many people. Sticking to the ball, handling the ball uncleanly, passing the ball mediocre, etc. It is precisely because of this. Ramsey can only choose other ways to make up for his shortcomings. Run. Run without sparing physical effort. Now he can only use this attitude to impress Wenger. Originally, he was the player who ran the most in the Arsenal lineup. Now seeing Lee Yuxin's efforts, he could only run harder. Lee Yuxin's influence in Arsenal is much greater than anyone else. After all, he has been the captain of Arsenal for 5 years and is a youth training player. As one of the 6 young players in England, Ramsey has a good relationship with many people. He came to Arsenal in 2008 and is one of the veterans in Arsenal. Therefore, now that he and Bale are running like this, others are embarrassed to continue standing and playing. As a result, Diaby, Cazorla, Ozil, and Arteta have increased their running. However, because Arsenal does not have this kind of pressing tactics, it is somewhat lacking in unity, but it is much better than at the beginning. Arsenal's active running has put great pressure on Chelsea. Chelsea is indeed very strong and stronger than Arsenal. But Chelsea's head coach is Di Matteo. Di Matteo won the Champions League last season, but he is a rookie coach after all. Among Chelsea's coaches in the past 10 years, he is the coach with the least experience and the worst strength. Moreover, Chelsea is now at the time of renewal and is at its weakest. Arsenal suddenly stepped up their pressing, and Chelsea players were all in a panic. Wenger and Ji-dong watched Lee Yuxin's command with relief. Chapter 370 The Helpless Blue Army. In Chelsea's technical area, Di Matteo was helpless. Although he won the Champions League last season by coordinating the relationship within the team, he had been coaching for a short time. Although Wenger was not good at on-the-spot arrangements, he had Ji-dong's assistance. In addition, Wenger had been coaching for so many years, and his experience alone was not comparable to that of Di Matteo, a rookie. At this time, Lee Yuxin on the field also thought of a way to pry open Chelsea's defense, that is Michael. Chelsea is indeed very strong, and its strength exceeds that of Arsenal. But Chelsea's head coach is Di Matteo. Di Matteo won the Champions League last season, but he is a rookie coach after all. Among Chelsea's coaches in the past 10 years, he is the coach with the least experience and the worst strength. Moreover, Chelsea is now at the time of renewal, and it is the weakest moment. Arsenal suddenly stepped up the pressing, and Chelsea players were also in a mess. Mata passed the ball back to Michael. Michael got the ball, and Ramsey came to Michael. Michael protected the ball, and Ramsey continued to grab the ball. Michael passed back. Bale. Bale came quickly. Michael was too slow. As a defensive midfielder, they need to handle the ball cleanly and neatly, not to waste time in this position. But Michael was born as an attacking midfielder, and was a top talent second only to Messi in the World Youth Championship that year. Therefore, some characteristics of the attacking midfielder still exist in him. He likes to control the ball first, then observe it, and finally pass the ball. This time he wanted to do the same. If it was before, there would be no problem. Because if he did this, at most Giroud and Bale would come to harass him. But this time it was Ramsey who came forward. Michael was entangled by Ramsey. Ramsey is very active, and he is the most active player in Arsenal. Once he starts running, Ramsey's physical strength is not inferior to Bale. Ramsey has also played a defensive midfielder position, and of course he was criticized to death. But as a defensive midfielder, Ramsey would of course observe Chelsea's defensive midfielder, Michael. Although Ramsey played on the right in this game, he also paid attention to Michael. This time, Michael got the ball and entangled with Michael. Because Michael did not pass the ball at the first time, Michael was entangled by Ramsey and had no choice but to turn around to protect the ball. Michael's ability to protect the ball is still very good. After all, Michael is tall and strong, and his footwork is not too bad. He used his butt to push Ramsey, so that Ramsey could not grab the ball at all. But Ramsey pushed Michael like this. Don't let him pass the ball easily. Michael really couldn't get rid of Ramsey, nor could he turn around to pass the ball. So he could only pass the ball back to his central defender. Let the central defender reorganize the attack. But when Michael passed back, a figure quickly passed by Michael. Michael was stunned. Only then did he realize that it was Bale who flew past quickly. It was just a figure. It even gave Michael an illusion of double images. Because Bale's speed was too fast. Bale saw Ramsey entangled with Michael, and wanted to come over to double-team Michael. But when he found that Michael was going to pass back, he immediately accelerated again. Michael had just passed back, and Bale had already passed Michael and ran towards the ball. Bale is very fast. David Luiz, he has already come forward. Bale has passed the ball. Michael was not the only one who was scared. David Luiz was also shocked. Because the target of Michael's pass was David Luiz, but because Bale's speed was too fast, he even had to catch up with the speed of the ball. David Luiz had no choice. Originally, Michael meant to let David Luiz control the ball and reorganize the attack. But now that Bale was coming so fast, David Luiz didn't have time to think so much. He now had only one idea, which was to go forward and clear the ball. He couldn't let Bale get the ball and then face the back line directly. He had to clear the ball before Bale. David Luiz's explosive power was actually very good, which was quite good for a central defender. Unfortunately, he ran into David, who was running at full speed. Luiz was still a step slower. Bale touched the ball earlier than David Luiz. Bale also spotted David Luiz. But Bale didn't slow down at all, but continued to accelerate. At the moment of contact, Bale kicked the ball to David Luiz right, and then Bale broke through from the left. Bale was originally a speed player. After these years of competition, he has accumulated enough experience. He is more and more skilled in the separation of man and ball during high-speed running. He easily broke through David Luiz. Bale broke through David Luiz. Bale, single-handed. This is already a single-handed. It was a single-handed. Michael's hasty return pass. Bale separated the man and the ball again, and passed the central defender David Luiz. Terry, who was partnered with David Luiz, was defending Giroud at this time, so after Bale broke through David Luiz, he faced Sek directly. It was just a matter of a moment. In a little more than a second, Bale had already broken through David Luiz. Sek was also shocked. As a world-class goalkeeper, Sek's idea at this time was very simple. That is to block Bale. But Bale didn't give Sek this opportunity. For a goalkeeper as good as Sek, with his height and long arms, once he steps forward, it is easy to block the angle of the shot and increase the difficulty of the shot. Therefore, before Sek stepped forward, Bale had already shot with his left foot. He was aiming at the near corner. Bale pushes with his left foot. Bale was completely aiming at the near corner, so he pushed his left foot directly to the near corner. Sek reacted and immediately flew sideways, but it was too late. The ball had already rolled into the goal. Goal. Therefore, Gareth Bale also followed Lee Yuxin's example and showed the number on his back, and then pointed to his jersey number with both hands. Lee Yuxin also ran over excitedly and hugged Bale. Now Jin Ming just felt full of energy. We are going to destroy Chelsea. Since Mourinho came to Chelsea, Arsenal has always been a little afraid of Chelsea. Arsenal's performance against Chelsea in the past 10 years has not been very good. Compared with the overwhelming advantage over Chelsea in the past few decades, Chelsea has gradually gained the upper hand in the past 10 years. Chelsea has also been a headache for Arsenal in recent years. Like Manchester United, it is a team that Arsenal finds difficult to deal with. Therefore, defeating Chelsea has great benefits. You can let go of your mental burden. At this time, the morale of Arsenal players was also very high, and they wanted to destroy Chelsea. They began to press forward and wanted to destroy Chelsea. However, Arsenal's high morale did not last long, and they were hit hard by Chelsea. At the end of the first half, Chelsea suddenly intercepted Ramsey's ball in the midfield and quickly counterattacked. Chelsea's counterattack went to the left. Hazard's side. This is not only because Hazard is strong, but also because Arsenal's right side has too many loopholes. Jenkinson, a player who was hastily promoted to the main force of the first team by Wenger, still has a big problem in strength. Facing a player with perfect skills and speed like Hazard, who is even praised as being comparable to Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo's talent, there is absolutely no way. Let him break through at will. Hazard received a pass from Ramirez. Hazard dribbled past Jenkinson. Hazard passed the ball. Mata inserted from the right. Mata volleyed. Oh, Buffon flew to save the shot. Buffon showed his strength at the critical moment, and Buffon stood up and was furious. Since Wenger bought Debuchy, a French compatriot, Arsenal's right defense has been stable, but the left side is still a big pit of James Million. Buffon shouted, "Pay attention to the left side, everyone pay attention." Faced with Buffon's scolding, Arsenal's defense quickly adjusted. Chelsea fans in the stands saw Chelsea's performance and shouted loudly to cheer for Chelsea players. This is the Chelsea they want to see, this is the Chelsea they support, and Chelsea played a shit game in the league. The commentator of Chelsea radio was also shouting excitedly, "This is Chelsea. This is the normal blues. Come on, go ahead. Let Arsenal see how powerful we are." A huge cry of surprise rang out in the stands of Stamford Bridge, and it was a pity for Marta to miss the chance to score. Although there was no goal, it greatly boosted the morale and confidence of the team. Chelsea's players now believe that they can really beat Arsenal at home, in their own way. At the same time, the Chelsea fans in the stands were also very happy. The atmosphere at home was very warm, which was much better than the last time the two sides met in the league. That time was also Chelsea's home, but because of Chelsea's conservative tactics, Stamford Bridge was very quiet. Although Chelsea's tactics were not very radical when Mourinho was there, they were generally very sharp in defense and counter-attack, and there were still attacks. Moreover, when facing a team like Arsenal, They had never defended so hard. Moreover, in the end, they defended so low and lost the game, so it was not difficult to understand the anger of Chelsea fans. Amid the cheers of Chelsea fans, Chelsea players were in high spirits and continued to attack Arsenal's goal. They actively pressed in the front court and continued to prevent Arsenal from even passing the half. It looked like a goal could happen at any time. Chelsea ended a wave of attacks, and it was Arsenal's turn to attack. Chelsea's players did not withdraw all of them, but retained some of their forces in the front court to siege Arsenal's ball players. They could create some opportunities in the front court with this. Chelsea has been able to suppress Arsenal since the beginning of the game, and this is also due to this. This is considered a successful tactic. But this time, it seems a little different. Arsenal did not pass the ball back in the backcourt, they directly sent the ball to the front court. Central defender Koscielny made a long diagonal pass and passed the ball to the side. And it was Yuxin who received the ball on the side. He pulled to the side and stopped Koscielny's long pass. When he controlled the ball, he saw Chelsea's left back Ashley Cole, who had already rushed in front of him. Yuxin did not pretend to make a fake move and then make a meaningless cross. After he controlled the ball, his body suddenly leaned forward, which was a posture for a breakthrough. Ashley Cole did not dare to be negligent and stared at the football under Yuxin's feet to see where he was going. Yuxin pushed the football to the bottom line with the outside of his right foot, which meant he was going to go to the bottom line. So Ashley Cole quickly turned around and went to the bottom line. But just as he adjusted his center of gravity, he saw Yuxin's right foot buckle the football that had already flown to the bottom line back. Cow's tail. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the football passed between his legs. He was startled and wanted to turn his body to chase the ball, but his center of gravity could not be adjusted. Inertia made him fall backwards. At the same time, Yuxin passed by the left side of his body, caught up with the football, and broke into the penalty area. A beautiful breakthrough. Wrong is here. Seeing Yuxin break in, Chelsea's penalty area was in chaos. Almost all the defensive players rushed towards Yuxin, and goalkeeper Sek also rushed to the near corner. Yuxin was the most threatening player. They kept this in mind, so any action of Yuxin would easily make them overreact. Just when the encirclement was about to take shape, the football came out from the gap in the encirclement. Yuxin passed the ball. He did not choose to do it himself, but passed the ball. The football flew along the grass to the blank area in the middle of the goal. Sek watched the football pass to the middle. He quickly pushed the goalpost with his hand, and then turned around and rushed. But it was still too late. Bell, who suddenly inserted diagonally into the middle from the ribs, swept the football passed by Yuxin into the goal with 1 foot. 2-0, Arsenal is 2 goals ahead. Although it was Bell who scored the goal, when the goal was slowed down, the protagonist was not Bell who scored the goal, but Yuxin. Everyone knows who is the real hero of this ball. Bale's run was beautiful, but any qualified professional player could have done it at that time. It was nothing special. If it weren't for Yuxin's series of wonderful performances before, Bale's run would be useless no matter how beautiful it was. First, there was a long pass from the backcourt. Yuxin stopped the ball in just one pass for such a long distance. It seemed that he stopped directly at his feet, which didn't seem good. After all, he needed to get rid of his opponent during the movement. But this stop happened to allow him to perform the next action. This action is the bull's tail. It is difficult to say whether he stopped the ball like this on purpose for the bull's tail pass, or whether he suddenly changed to the bull's tail after stopping like this. But in short, the effect was very good. When Ashley Cole faced this pass, he didn't react at all and was pierced by Yuxin. Next, Yuxin didn't take the credit after breaking into the penalty area, but passed the ball to Bale. So he should be credited with the first credit for this goal. The shot of him shaking off Ashley Cole with the bull's tail was replayed repeatedly, and only this pass was played. Commentators and guest commentators from all over the world praised Yuxin's dribbling in a tone of appreciating a work of art. It's Lee again. Whenever the team encounters difficulties, he is the one who stands up. A beautiful dribbling. We have seen a genius performance again. Although Wrong finally passed the ball, without him, Bale would never have scored. Chelsea was so aggressive before that people thought they could score at any time, but unexpectedly, it was Arsenal who scored in the end. In fact, in this defense, Chelsea's performance was qualified. The players retreated quickly and did not give Wrong a chance to counterattack. But a real superstar can always create a way out of nowhere. This is the role of a superstar. Everyone was praising Li Yuxin, and the goal scorer Bale was only mentioned. But Bale would never feel jealous of Li Yuxin because of this. After scoring the goal, he happily rushed to Li Yuxin, and then hugged Li Yuxin to celebrate the goal. Di Matteo stood on the sidelines. When the team lost the ball, he was indifferent, with no change in expression and no movement. He was like a scarecrow. If he had to say what his reaction was, then when the ball flew into the goal, he snorted in his nose. He was not surprised by this result at all. The Chelsea players, who were blinded by anger, completely forgot about Li Yuxin's threat. At the beginning, Chelsea's entire team retreated to defend, leaving Li Yuxin no space and time, and he still scored a goal, not to mention now. Do you really think that Arsenal can't raise their heads because of your suppression? They planned to play a defensive counter-attack from the beginning. It's just that I didn't expect Chelsea to be able to press so close. He hoped that this loss of the ball would calm Chelsea's players down and stop rushing and hitting. Chapter 371 Coach Killer. While the Arsenal players were celebrating excitedly off the field, in the luxury box of the Emirates Stadium, what do you think? Excellent. Just look at the current reports and you will know. Mendes is now in high spirits every day. Because of Li Yuxin's outstanding performance, Mendes' status in the sports world is rising not only in Europe but also in China. Now, if you want to talk to Mendes, you need to make an appointment. A few years ago, who would have known that a European agent like Mendes would have such a status in China? Watching the game with Mendes is Zheng Menghu, the general manager of China CCTVIMG. He came here today to watch Li Yuxin's game. He also wanted to talk to Mendes about other things. The matter of the spokesperson for the Chinese Super League. After a series of turmoil, Chinese football has finally stabilized. In addition, Guangzhou Evergrande's sudden emergence and the start of the money game have gradually increased the attention of the Chinese Super League. In order to enhance the image of Chinese football, the Chinese Super League company also decided to get a spokesperson for the Chinese Super League. CCTVIMG, which is responsible for this, originally considered their traditional partner Beckham. But Beckham's price is too high. Although Li Yuxin is very popular now, compared with the commercial value of people like Beckham, it is really shit. Compared with Beckham, who has nothing to do with the Chinese Super League, Li Yuxin is at least a Chinese player. And he received training in China before the age of 15. Therefore, when Chinese media reported on Li Yuxin, they deliberately downplayed Li Yuxin's performance in the K-League. More reports were given on Li Yuxin's training in China. In this way, Li Yuxin is more suitable to endorse the Chinese Super League than Beckham, who is more famous. Mr. Zheng, Li Yuxin is the goal of Chinese players. He is the most suitable to endorse the Chinese Super League. And it is also face-saving to say it out. After all, Li Yuxin is a Chinese player, right? Yes. But, Mr. Zheng, your company is rich. I heard that someone in your company also proposed Beckham. Beckham's endorsement fee can be paid, let alone Li Yuxin's endorsement fee. Mendes said the endorsement fee in a very calm tone. But the endorsement fee proposed by Mendes is not low. That is 35 million yuan a year. Although it is definitely a far cry from Beckham, whose annual endorsement fee exceeds 4 million euros, or even reaches 5 or 6 million euros. But this endorsement fee is definitely not a small amount. At present, China's economy is developing well, and the endorsement fees of those stars are also rising. But those who can earn more than 20 million yuan in endorsements are all the top stars in China. But Mendes said it lightly. Because Li Yuxin's current value is so high. This is definitely not Mendes's nonsense. As Li Yuxin expands the Chinese market this season, Li Yuxin has just signed a new endorsement contract with Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and his annual endorsement fee has reached 30 million yuan, becoming the most important spokesperson for Volkswagen. In addition, Li Yuxin recently endorsed Tencent's etched endorsement, which starts at 50 million a year. Including the online game advertisements that Li Yuxin is currently endorsing, they all start at several million. Therefore, 35 million is really not high for an endorsement in the Chinese Super League. Mendes made the offer completely according to Li Yuxin's current intentions, and this is a discount. Mr. Zheng, look at Li Yuxin's current market situation. Li Yuxin has already entered the final 23-man list of the Footballer of the Year, and he may even enter the 10-man list. This has happened in the history of Chinese football. Mendes is now absolutely confident. Li Yuxin's performance in Arsenal in the past few seasons has been very good, and with his outstanding performance in Arsenal this season, Li Yuxin has been on the list of 23 Footballers of the Year for 6 consecutive years. And entering the final 10-man list is not a big problem. Because Li Yuxin's performance in Arsenal this season is too good, it has also increased Li Yuxin's exposure and votes. When has Chinese football ever had such a player? These days, the Chinese media has begun to hype the topic of the Footballer of the Year. Li Yuxin's current commercial development is certainly not as good as Beckham's years of accumulation, but according to Li Yuxin's current development, who knows what the result will be? And once Li Yuxin has been in the top 10 of the Footballer of the Year for 6 years, then Li Yuxin is absolutely qualified to be called a world-class star. And the fans are justified to call Li Yuxin a superstar. I know. Zhang Menghu nodded. Otherwise, how could Zhang Menghu come to watch Li Yuxin's game in person? In fact, CCTV-IMG has almost agreed to Mendes conditions. Compared with Beckham, Li Yuxin's endorsement fee is not very expensive. And Li Yuxin is a player of Chinese descent after all, so he has a natural connection with the Chinese Super League. If it weren't for the basic internal agreement, he wouldn't be here. Li Yuxin didn't know that he would soon have an additional income of more than 30 million a year. He and his teammates wanted to continue to pursue an attack. Chelsea's players stood in front of Li Yuxin and were very close to him. They looked ready to fight. In fact, they were also very nervous in their hearts. They stared at Li Yuxin intently, not knowing what Li Yuxin would do next. After all, Li Yuxin has shown all Chelsea people his terrible side in the past few seasons. I don't know how many teams have fallen at his feet. Chelsea doesn't want to be another one. In their eyes, Li Yuxin did not break through immediately after receiving the football, but paused. Then, Li Yuxin leaned back and raised his left leg. However, the swing of his thigh was not very large, but his calf was swinging very fast and large. Then, before the Chelsea players could react, Li Yuxin kicked the ball with his left foot. Was it a pass? The first thought in the minds of the Chelsea players was that Li Yuxin was passing the ball, and it was definitely not a shot, because he didn't even have a run-up, and it was not easy for him to exert force in this posture. If he shot, Li Yuxin would not be able to exert force at all, and the quality of the ball he shot out would not be a big deal. So everyone's first reaction was to turn their heads to see if there were any Chelsea players in the penalty area in Cana, and goalkeeper Sek also focused on other Chelsea players. Bale was indeed moving forward, trying to rush to the front of the goal. He successfully attracted Sek's attention. But soon Sek found that something was wrong. Because the ball was not passed to Bale, nor to anyone else, it flew straight to the goal. And it was completely opposite to the direction Bale was running. Bale was on the left side of the goal, but the ball was flying to the right. Sek was shocked and wanted to turn around to save the ball, but it was too late. He turned his body, but he couldn't save the ball because the ball was about to cross the goal line. The ball kicked by Li Yuxin drew an arc in the air, bypassing everyone in the penalty area, whether it was Chelsea or Chelsea's players, and then went to the upper right corner of the goal. The ball flew into the goal. Stamford Bridge suddenly fell into silence. No one could have thought that such a casual, or seemingly careless kick, would actually become a goal. When everyone was unprepared, the goal happened. Even the commentator Mortensen was stunned. His endless chatter was stuck. How did this ball happen? Li Yuxin tilted his body and saw his shot fly into the goal. He opened his arms and turned to run. The other Chelsea players also chased after him after they reacted. The Chelsea players turned their heads and looked at the ball and the goal in a daze, not believing their eyes. How did he do it? Wasn't that a pass? Was it a fluke? Was it a fluke? Guess it. Li Yuxin. He ping shouted excitedly, "This shot is really beautiful." He kicked it from the spot, without a run-up, and it was kicked very suddenly. The closest Chelsea defender was less than 2 meters away from him, but he didn't react at all to Li Yuxin's shot. It was too fast. Such a shot requires very high waist and abdominal strength, because it is a shot from the spot, without a run-up, and it all depends on the strength of the waist and abdomen to drive the legs. Li. Goal. A shot of genius. In the 66th minute of the game, Li scored the third goal for Arsenal. Chelsea's defensive tactics were of no use to Li. What is coming will still come. Li. Goal. How many points would Chelsea lose if there was no Li? Li is Chelsea's god. No matter what difficulties he encounters, he can always stand up and never let Chelsea fans down. In the stands, the Arsenal fans at home were dancing and singing excitedly, especially the song of the Gunners in the North Stand. Although they were away from home, the momentum created by these Chelsea fans who were not in a dominant position in numbers was not small. After Lee Yuxin scored, Wenger and his assistant coach Mark Bowen hugged each other immediately. They were both very excited. Arsenal is in a good momentum now, but the situation is also very dangerous. After all, the gap between the points and Manchester United, the second in the league, is not big. Every victory in a game is extremely important. The road to the championship is paved by one victory after another. In the end, Arsenal defeated their old rival Chelsea 5-0. Di Matteo was fired after the game. Lee Yuxin is really a coach killer of the Blues. And Lee Yuxin also paid attention to the new coach. It is said that Chelsea club is in contact with Benitez's agent. There are not many head coaches in European teams who can coach Chelsea in the middle of the season. Benitez, who has been unemployed at home this season, may be the only candidate. In the 19th round of the league, Chelsea tied Hull City 2-2 at home, finally stopping the losing streak. In addition, our reporter saw Benitez in the stands of Manchester City Stadium. He came to watch the game. It seems that the recent rumors about his upcoming coaching of Chelsea are true. I think Benitez may be a very good head coach for Chelsea. But with Chelsea's current situation, how much effect can the Spanish tactical master have? According to the latest news we received, Chelsea club officially announced earlier today that Clark was relieved of his position as interim head coach. He will return to being the team's assistant coach to help the new head coach manage the team, and the new head coach is the one rumored before. Rafael Benitez. Is Benitez really the head coach Chelsea needs? Or is he a forced choice? After all, only Benitez, who is unemployed at home, can be the head coach of Chelsea at this time. In terms of fame as a player, Benitez can't even catch up with Mark Hughes, but in terms of fame as a head coach, Benitez is better than Mark Hughes. It seems that Benitez is indeed a suitable head coach for Chelsea. He has experience working in giants. He worked at Liverpool for 5 seasons. He also has championship experience. When he coached Valencia, he led the team to win the league championship twice, and also won the UEFA Cup once. In addition, he has led Liverpool to 2 Champions League finals and won 2 championships. He is very experienced. In the announcement of Benitez's appointment, Chelsea's official website stated, Chelsea Football Club has confirmed that Benitez will serve as the team's interim coach until the end of the season. The owner and management believe that Benitez has the experience of coaching top teams and he can take over the job immediately. The 52-year-old Spanish coach will meet with the players at Cobham training base tomorrow. Chelsea's official website also praised Benitez. Benitez, who has twice won the UEFA Coach of the Year award, has a very outstanding resume. He began his coaching career in his native Spain and established his reputation as a top coach when he coached Valencia. He led the Bats to 2 La Liga titles and 1 UEFA Cup. He then coached Liverpool for 6 years and led the team to the 5th and 6th Champions League trophies, as well as in FA Cup. In addition to Benitez's outstanding coaching resume, his special relationship with Torres is also very valued by Chelsea's top management. Benitez and Torres had a very tacit cooperation during their time at Liverpool. The Spanish striker has been unable to find his form since his transfer to Chelsea. Benitez's arrival may reactivate him. But the problem is that he had a lot of problems with Chelsea in the past. Some Chelsea fans threatened to tear up their season tickets to protest Abramovich's decision to appoint Benitez, and some described the former Liverpool coach as a fat Spanish waiter. Benitez's confrontation with Mourinho when he was coaching Liverpool will be hard to forget, and his famous statement that Liverpool don't need to give fans flags to cheer, the fans will cheer for the team from the bottom of their hearts, will not be forgotten. Dave Johnston, editor-in-chief of Chelsea Fan magazine, said, Benitez is not Chelsea coach. He is not what we want. When he was Liverpool coach, and we had Mourinho, he was very contemptuous of Chelsea and very rude to us. Whenever something was wrong, it was someone else's fault, not his. And Lee Yuxin, who was paying attention, sighed. It was Benitez who came to the rescue and then Mourinho took over. This Premier League is fun. It's the Spring Festival, everyone, Happy New Year. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372. Take a break. At this break, Li Yuxin's family sat down at the table and started to eat. Today's dishes were a mixture of Chinese and Western food: shredded pork with fish sauce, kung pao chicken, boiled choy sum, pan-fried cod fillet, grilled steak. And because Li Yuxin is still in the season, all the dishes tasted light. Little Lina is now 6 years old and has grown into a beautiful young lady. She called to Li Yuxin in a cute voice, "Dad, can you pour me a glass of juice?" Li Yuxin looked at his little angel lovingly, picked up the orange juice on the table, and gave his daughter a glass. Lina fell in. Watching this scene, Shuo smiled knowingly. After so many years, Li Yuxin finally became more like a father, and after dinner, Li Yuxin began to play with his daughter. Li Yuxin picked up his daughter and remembered the joke in his previous life, and began to tell his daughter, "There was a Spanish player who came to the team at the age of 16. He and your father won the Champions League, but later he left us to go home." Little Lina immediately said, "Dad, I know it's Uncle Sesk." Li Yuxin touched his daughter's hair and said, "My dear daughter, you are so smart." For Li Yuxin, family happiness makes him very satisfied in his heart. Today, little Lina is much more obedient. Tomorrow, we should go to the villa of my father-in-law and mother-in-law. After all, since their youngest son Li Chen was born, the family has become very lively, because the father-in-law and his wife, who originally liked to travel, are no longer traveling, and the father Li Yugang, who was worried about the supermarkets in several houses in London, is no longer worried. Sometimes Li Yuxin thinks that old people are really cute, so cute that they are just like his two children. They can sit on the ground and play together for a long time, or pretend to be angry and ignore each other for several hours, and then they can stay together all day and all night, and even form cliques, who is good with whom and who is not. Everyone says that the two children look like their mother Shuo, but Li Yuxin has a different opinion on this. He doesn't object to his daughter looking like her mother, but if his son also looks like his mother, wouldn't it be a bit feminine? Shouldn't a man be a bit manly? But Li Chen is only more than 2 months old now, who can tell the reason? Now the two pairs of old people in the family are chasing after Li Chen, and Lina is so angry that she complains every day, shouting that her grandparents don't love her, and that her grandparents don't love her. Sometimes, if you say a few more words to her, she will simply cross her hands on her chest and say to you angrily, "I'm angry." This delicate little girl's angry look is so cute that she always makes everyone present laugh. Of course, children are always going to be capricious and willful. Li Yuxin is not often at home, so he lets her do whatever she wants. But this girl was severely beaten by her mother before because she slapped her grandfather without any respect. As a result, Shuo went to the balcony and took a tree branch and beat her severely. Since then, this girl still said what she said, but she was more obedient to her elders. In the words of her father Li Yugang, this girl knows how to adapt to the situation. However, this beating made her father-in-law feel very distressed. Li Yuxin saw it and thought that she should be beaten. At this time, children don't understand reason at all. No matter how much you talk to her, she will still make trouble with you. It's not a question of patience, but she doesn't understand what reason is now. So sometimes, when you encounter something, you should let her remember it and make it impressed, then she will understand. It's strange to say, although Shuo looks gentle and docile, she is much more majestic than Li Yuxin when it comes to teaching children, and Li Yuxin may be often not at home, so he feels a little spoiled. What surprised Li Yuxin the most was his father-in-law. So, it is too absolute to say that it is easy to change a country but difficult to change one's nature. At least Li Yuxin feels that this person's personality must change constantly with the changes in the environment and mentality, just like his father-in-law, whose wolf nature of killing and decisiveness has completely disappeared now. Even Li Yuxin thought that if it was his father-in-law before, he would not be expected to take care of the children at all, but now he is the one who likes to take care of the children the most. He always holds Li Na in his left hand and Li Chen in his right hand, and plays happily in the garden all day long. After being slapped last time, he still smiled, and his character is really much better. However, Li Yuxin's mother Zhang Yuxiu has not changed much. She is definitely the other person that little Li Na is most afraid of in the family, besides Shuo. She still upholds the tough character of the past, and everyone is used to it. Although Li Yuxin now feels like he has a big family, they don't even have a servant. His mother insists on doing everything herself. She always feels that hiring someone will definitely not be as attentive as her own family. Moreover, the house is not big. She doesn't even have to take care of the children now, so she usually does housework and cleans up. Dad Li Yugang and father-in-law are both interested in flowers and plants. They now study those flowers and plants all day long, or take the children to play everywhere, and Chu Yun follows behind them to help. Although these two big men love their children, they are men after all. Moreover, Li Chen is only more than 2 months old, so he needs someone to take care of him more carefully. So, every morning when he woke up and left his room, he would see Zhang Yuxi busy in the kitchen. When he walked out of the living room and went to the second-floor balcony, he would see his father Li Yugang and his father-in-law taking care of the flowers and plants, Chu Yun holding Li Chen, and little Li Na running around in the garden, occasionally secretly picking a flower, which made her grandfather and grandfather so angry that they pretended to hide her, and then the little girl would giggle and run to her grandmother for help. Li Yuxin would sit on the rattan chair on the second-floor balcony every day, close his eyes, smell the fragrance of flowers from the garden and the fragrance of vegetables from the kitchen, and his ears would be filled with the laughter of his daughter and even the crying of his youngest son. Sometimes he felt that there were two things he had to do in his life. One was to fulfill his wish and make Arsenal the most powerful club in Europe and even the world, and the other was to do his best to maintain the current life and status quo of himself and his family, so that all of them could continue to live like this without worries. Peaceful life is a blessing. Originally, the whole family didn't want Shuo to go to work, but she decided to continue her job because she found that she had nothing to do at home, and she didn't want to be a vase, so she decided to continue pursuing her ideal of being the best teacher, and the company would teach Nana. Li Yuxin must support his wife, and Arsenal has reached a cooperation agreement with Wellington Hospital not long ago. Wellington Hospital will become Arsenal's partner in the future. All Arsenal's injured will be treated at Wellington Hospital, and even every player who joins the team will undergo a detailed physical examination here. While Li Yuxin was thinking about things, a wisp of fragrance came closer. His wife, who had changed into a refreshing and refined professional suit, walked to his side, sat down opposite him, and also looked at the people playing in the garden and smiled. Little Li Na is too naughty. If Li Chen wants to be like his sister in the future, I really don't know if this family will be overturned. Shuo's face was full of motherly love and concern. Li Yuxin was quite open-minded. It's better for children to be naughty. If they are well-behaved, they will be regarded as idiots. Shuo laughed when he heard it, but glared at him unhappily. You just spread your hands and don't have to do anything. You are just a cheap dad. Of course, that's what I said. Why don't you take care of the child for a few days? Li Yuxin was really shocked. Taking care of a child was like a nightmare to him. Shuo found his look even more funny. I told my dad and mom about what you told me before, and they had no objection. My dad meant that it is good to do good deeds, but he is afraid that it will not be implemented, so he thinks it is better to do it slowly. Li Yuxin hopes that Shuo can come forward in the name of Huangshan Group and do more charity. Li Yuxin believes that everyone has a heart for goodness. The key is whether he has the ability to do so. In his previous life, he wanted to do good deeds, but the problem was that he was so poor that he couldn't even take care of himself, so how could he have extra money to donate? Now that he has money and a career, he wants to do more. In addition, he and Shuo established the Yuxin Charity Fund and the Couple Charity Fund. Over the years, they have been making contributions to major charitable industries in China, but basically they are some more practical contributions, such as Hope Primary School, Hope Middle School, and some hospitals. Li Yuxin even has an idea that when the time is right, he hopes to promote football youth training in China to attract more children to play football and expand overseas study, because he always believes that China is not without football geniuses, but without the soil for geniuses. Although Li Yuxin's requests and ideas were a bit strange, his father-in-law always felt that Li Yuxin was a weird person. His actions always made people feel that he seemed to have some ability to predict the future, so he gradually got used to his weird ideas and became accustomed to them. He thought it was another of his quirks. Just as Li Yuxin was talking to his wife, his mobile phone on the table rang. "Hello, sir, good morning." Li Yuxin turned on the video call, and Ferguson's red old face appeared on the phone screen, which really felt like a Hollywood horror movie. Shuo, who was sitting opposite him, saw her husband's purely disgusting expression and stared at him unhappily. He found it funny and couldn't help but smile. Ferguson must have the urge to tear him into pieces in his heart. "Good morning." Ferguson couldn't laugh. He felt that this guy seemed to be laughing too cunningly. "I was still worried whether you had gotten up. It seems that you got up quite early too." Lee Yuxin smiled. For some reason, he recalled his past life. At that time, he didn't like a manager, so he gave the manager's phone number to a friend of his who always worked at night, and gave him a phone card, asking him to install it in his dual-SIM dual-standby mobile phone, and call the manager frantically every 1 or 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. At that time, this guy found a disgusting excuse for this shameless behavior: wake him up in the middle of the night to pee, so that he won't accidentally wet the bed. I wonder if Ferguson has this idea of relieving people's sleep when he calls so early now? This old guy is not a thing, maybe he thinks so. Lee Yuxin was very petty in guessing Ferguson, and his sly smile was so unbearable that even his wife sitting opposite him couldn't stand it. She shook her head and walked in with a smile, while Ferguson, who was facing the video on the phone, felt uncomfortable. Why did he always feel uneasy in his heart? "Come on, sir, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Lee Yuxin is not used to beating around the bush. Ferguson laughed. "It's nothing. I got the answer when I heard your voice and saw that you are still so annoying." "What do you mean?" Lee Yuxin didn't quite understand. "Then guess it yourself," Ferguson laughed, but before hanging up the phone, he said, "In fact, there are 2 things I have always wanted to say thank you to you for. This time, your team defeated Chelsea. In a few days, I will send you a bottle of French red wine that I have collected for many years, so that old bastard Wenger will be envious to death." When Lee Yuxin heard this, he chuckled, because Wenger was just opposite his house. He even thought that with Ferguson's style, he would definitely come to the door in person and would definitely invite Wenger to have a couple of drinks. What would Wenger's expression be then? The 2 old naughty boys would have to fight by then. Oh my god, they won't smash my things by then, right? Lee Yuxin turned his head and looked at his rather exquisitely decorated living room, then at the phone that had been hung up, and he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. He certainly didn't think that Ferguson was calling to bribe him. In fact, he just wanted to see how well he was prepared. And as for the 2 thank yous he said, if Lee Yuxin guessed correctly, one was to Van Nistelrooy and the other was to Beckham. The more Lee Yuxin came into contact with Ferguson, the more he could appreciate the complexity of human nature. For the sake of Manchester United's performance and strength, he drove away Beckham and Van Nistelrooy one after another, but he was not completely without guilt, but he was also sad, just like Wenger gave up Fabregas and Van Persie. In fact, many times when you look at a person, you really can't see clearly. Just like Wenger, in the first few years of coaching Arsenal, Wenger's team was definitely not artistic, and it couldn't even be considered a smooth attack. At that time, Wenger's tactics were relatively conservative, mainly based on the 5 old defenses. But in recent years, Wenger has gradually turned to the technical school, which is also his pursuit all the time. Therefore, many fans have forgotten Wenger's performance in the past few years, and even thought that he has always been a supporter of the technical school. Little did they know that in the years of the undefeated season, Wenger's team was known as the Red Card Team. Ferguson is the same. He has always had the ambition of technical flow and offensive football in his heart, so he said that Manchester United is getting better and better. Even by extension, Lee Yuxin feels that all head coaches have a heart that advocates offense. Even Mourinho, Capello, Lippi and other head coaches who are called conservative are like this, because who doesn't want their team to play artistic football that is both popular and popular, but sometimes, this heart is restricted by many factors such as the environment, situation, and performance pressure, and is hidden too deep, and no one can see it. Now as the captain of the team, Lee Yuxin can understand their situation. I wish you all a happy new year and a prosperous year of the monkey. Chapter 373 The Lord's Visit. Ferguson's grandchildren are older than Lee Yuxin's children, but I didn't realize that this old guy is quite considerate. When he arrived at Lee Yuxin's house, he brought 2 gifts for the 2 children, which made Lee Yuxin a little stunned. As the saying goes, if you are too attentive, you are either a traitor or a thief. But this time Lee Yuxin really misunderstood him. Ferguson was holding 3 bottles of wine in his hand, and he looked like his darling. Then he said bluntly that he wanted to try Mrs. Lee's cooking tonight, Because when Lee Yuxin was in Chelsea, many media reported that Shuo's cooking skills were superb, and when he came to Arsenal, many players praised Shuo. It was a rare guest, so Shuo was obliged to cook by himself, and in order to match the red wine in Ferguson's hand, he specially made steak, but the taste was richer, which is also a feature of Chinese cuisine. The old man seemed to be a foodie. As soon as he smelled the meat, he praised Mrs. Lee and urged Lee Yuxin to call Wenger. Lee Yuxin really guessed it right. On the one hand, the old guy came to fulfill his promise, and on the other hand, he wanted to show off in front of Wenger, who let Arsenal have nothing this season. Pattis of the 1961 vintage Ferguson proudly took out the red wine he brought and put it on the table on the second-floor balcony. He was going to open it first to sober up and wait for Wenger. Lee Yuxin didn't know much about wine. He didn't like drinking, so he said disgustingly, "It's the same for me. I'll get a bigger glass later, so it's more enjoyable to drink." Ferguson almost smashed the red wine he had just opened on his head when he heard it. This was a treasure he had collected for many years. Red wine, horse racing and football are the three obsessions of Ferguson's life. Among them, football and red wine are his lifelong loves, and horse racing is a later fascination. He likes horse racing more because he likes to relieve the tension caused by football through horse racing. "I should just stab you to death." Ferguson regretted bringing such expensive wine. Tasting wine with this ignorant guy, isn't this like playing the lute to a cow, as the Chinese say? Lee Yuxin just laughed at this. Of course, he had heard of Petrus and knew that this wine was expensive, but he just wanted to disgust this old guy so that he wouldn't show off all day long, thinking that he could do anything just because he got a championship. Ferguson was helpless seeing him like this, as Ferguson liked to show off in private, so he smiled and said, "Let me tell you this, Middo, Graves, Saint-Emilion and Pomerol are the four major production areas of high-quality Bordeaux red wine, and the least famous and smallest one is Pomerol." Without waiting for Lee Yuxin to react, Ferguson continued, "Pomerol doesn't have a big reputation, nor does it have a glorious history, but the wine produced here is the most expensive of the four major production areas. It is known as the brightest pearl of Bordeaux red wine and the favorite of Buckingham Palace and the White House. The June 1st vintage is recognized as the best vintage for Petrus, far better than Lafayette." Perhaps worried that Lee Yuxin would not have any idea what was said, Ferguson picked up another unopened bottle of red wine. A bottle of this now costs at least €30,000 outside, and it may not be available. Lee Yuxin was really surprised. He didn't expect this guy to come to visit and take out a gift worth nearly €100,000 at once. What's more, this was his treasure. Perhaps he was very satisfied with Lee Yuxin's surprise. Ferguson smiled and said with a little complacency, "I still have a few boxes of 2005 Petrus in my wine cellar." That year, the southwest of France was very dry and the temperature was very high. It was called the perfect summer for wine, so the wine produced was also called the best wine king in the past 100 years. At that time, the price of a bottle was nearly €10,000. After listening to this, Lee Yuxin smiled. He didn't have much interest in wine, but seeing Ferguson chatting so enthusiastically, he couldn't spoil his interest. Besides, Ferguson was a guest. As the host, he must take care of his emotions, right? Will it take more than 10 years to wait until it can be drunk? By then, the price will be ridiculously high. Lee Yuxin said casually. To mingle in the upper class of foreign countries, one must know a little about these things, otherwise there is no common topic with others, so Lee Yuxin has a wide range of interests, and he also understands that Ferguson probably spent all his salary on buying wine. Such expensive wine, it is estimated that only a wine lover like him can afford it. After hearing this, Ferguson immediately became a little proud, and kept saying that he would keep it for himself and would not sell it. He also said that when it matures, he will definitely invite Lee Yuxin to have a good drink. Sometimes Lee Yuxin feels that Ferguson is also a very interesting old man in private, not much different from other old people, and he also likes to be praised, valued and affirmed by others. The two had a good conversation on the balcony, and soon Wenger also came. Although he was opposite Lee Yuxin's house, he was late. Lee Yuxin estimated that if it was Ferguson who called instead of himself, he would probably never come even if he was beaten to death. As soon as the two sworn enemies met, it was no surprise that they started to argue. Wenger, a French guy, actually criticized Ferguson's wine and said it was useless. Ferguson was so angry that he almost slammed the table on the spot. Then he began to mock and ridicule Wenger for being empty-handed and even only winning the Champions League by picking it up. This time it was Wenger who got angry. Of course, the two of them were just arguing verbally. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that it was not the case at all. Sometimes it was just a pure quarrel to make themselves happy. No one would really hold a grudge. If they really held a grudge, even if Lee Yuxin invited 8 people to a sedan chair, they might not come. Shuo's steak stopped the two guys' argument, and then the three of them tasted red wine on the balcony, ate steak, praised Shuo's cooking skills, and argued about the quality of the red wine. The meal was very lively. I don't know if it was because they were in a good mood, but the three of them dropped 3 bottles of red wine. Ferguson was distressed and kept saying that he regretted drinking potouche with a group of guys who didn't know how to taste wine, while Wenger was mocking his wine. After eating and drinking, the three of them moved the battlefield and went downstairs to take a walk in Lee Yuxin's garden. At this time, they really got to the point. There's a good thing about Lee Yuxin's villa, that is, whether it is the second-floor balcony or the garden, it is surrounded by green trees and flowers. Even in the hot summer, the whole villa is very cool. As for flowers, plants and trees, Lee Yuxin only likes to like Na and Xin, but he doesn't know how to do it and doesn't like to do it himself. His father Yi Changming and father-in-law Wang Jinsong like to toss around, so Lee Yuxin is happy that he doesn't have to pay attention to and take care of these flowers and plants. So even now, he doesn't understand how many trees and flowers are planted in the garden and how to match them to avoid mosquitoes. But he likes to sit in the pavilion in the garden and smell the birds and flowers. He feels relaxed and happy. Wenger had been to Lee Yuxin's house many times. Although he was full of envy and jealousy for his garden, he was not surprised. Instead, it was the first time that Ferguson was a little surprised. He hurriedly asked which gardening company was hired to do it. In the end, he heard that it was Lee Yuxin's father and mother-in-law. He said that he would definitely visit again another day. His villa is in Chai, which is also a small town in the countryside. There is also a large area of flowers. It seems that he also likes to toss flowers and plants, but this guy probably doesn't understand. 3 people sat on the balcony on the second floor of the pavilion. Wang Chu was tidying up the east. This scene made Ferguson stare and kept saying that Lee Yuxin married a good wife. At least there are very few young people nowadays who are so virtuous. Wenger directly said, "There are very few virtuous husbands like you. Don't you take care of all the housework in your family? I'm going to reporters." Ferguson immediately burst out, but he couldn't give any evidence to refute it. Especially when he saw Lee Yuxin and Wenger smiling, he knew in his heart that he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Who made him afraid of his wife and fame? Speaking of which, the 3 of them are really interesting. Ferguson is the Premier League champion this season, Lee Yuxin is the Premier League number 1, and Wenger is the Premier League number 2. Ferguson has a bad impression of Mourinho, who is the Premier League number 2, but Lee Yuxin and Wenger don't like him. But for Bennett, who is the Premier League number 4, Lee Yuxin has a good impression of him, but Ferguson doesn't care about him at all. Sometimes the relationship between people is really complicated and unpredictable. For example, if it is reported now, who would believe that Ferguson and Wenger would sit down and drink together? And they would drink the kind of petrus that costs more than 30,000 euros a bottle? The key is that Ferguson paid for it out of his own pocket? I believe everyone will be surprised after hearing this. Can this miser be so generous? Thinking of this, Lee Yuxin couldn't help but smile. Ferguson saw his sly smile and immediately shook his head and pointed at Lee Yuxin and said, "He must be thinking bad things about us now." Wenger felt the same way. This was the first time he agreed with Ferguson's words. Lee Yuxin also laughed in confusion. "It's not that it's bad, but if people knew that you 2 old coaches were drinking together, they would definitely guess that we were plotting something. Maybe tomorrow there will be news that we poached each other, and then there will be another round of overwhelming hype and publicity. The English media is indeed like this. As long as they catch a little clue, they will immediately be in a state of uproar." Ferguson and Wenger looked at each other and heard that Lee Yuxin had other meanings in his words. "Do you want to say something, kid?" Ferguson asked with a smile. Lee Yuxin glanced at the 2 old hands. "Don't you want to say anything?" The 3 of them all laughed. Actually, they all had the same intention, which was to take advantage of this opportunity to drink together to discuss some things. After all, in many things in the Premier League now, the big teams still have the final say, Especially when the big teams take the approach of sticking together, collective action will be more powerful. All of this is based on the premise of not harming the interests of small and medium-sized teams, otherwise they will not do it. For example, if you introduce a mid to lower level team during the winter break, they don't care. Anyway, they only have domestic competitions. They just let you play in the European arena. They even hope that your performance will be affected by the lack of a winter break because it means that they will have more opportunities in some domestic competitions. There is another consideration, which is that before the winter break, especially during Christmas, the Premier League can monopolize the entire European football market because at that time, only the Premier League has more than fans all over the world. If you want to watch football, you have to watch the Premier League. So the winter break has been called so much but has never been implemented. The reason is still here. All Premier League teams have taken advantage of this aspect. Even Manchester United and Arsenal, which often play in the Champions League, have also tasted the sweetness, so the willingness to introduce a winter break is not so strong. I think we should reach an agreement. We should avoid this kind of transfer and recruitment strategy of poaching and consuming each other. The three people sat in a triangle in the pavilion, and Lee Yuxin stared at the two people opposite. But what I mean is that we should adopt a more open and above-board approach instead of violating the rules of private contact and poaching players. Ferguson and Wenger looked at each other for Lee Yuxin's suggestion. The two cunning old men obviously saw through Lee Yuxin's intention because Arsenal now seems to be a treasure trove of young players and everyone wants to get in on the action. Are you afraid that we will poach your players? Ferguson said to Wenger and Lee Yuxin with a smile. Chelsea recently appointed the team's scouting director, former PSV Eindhoven scouting director Peter de Visser. If you ask Moy, Bennett or Mourinho, they may not know Peter de Visser. Even if you ask PSV Eindhoven, I believe there are a lot of fans who don't know him. Most fans don't know what he looks like or even how old he is. The only person that Dutch fans remember is the Dutch Michels in 2005. That was the lifetime achievement of Dutch football. At that time, it was awarded to Peter de Visser to thank the old man who is over 70 for his contribution to Dutch football. If anyone wants to know about de Visser's achievements, you will find that you can know very little or even almost nothing. Only those who really understand Dutch football can catch a little bit of information about him. For example, he has coached for 30 years since 1964. He has coached Willem II, Breda, Roda and Alkmaar, but his results are not very conspicuous. Compared with his coaching achievements, he has a very rich eye for selecting players and a network of scouts. For example, he has a very good interpersonal network in European and South American football. So Romario came to Eindhoven because of his recommendation and relationship. In 1993, he was dismissed from Breda and Arnezen took over the position of general manager of Eindhoven. The Amsterdammer, who is unemployed and could no longer be the head coach, chose to be a part-time coach while waiting for the opportunity to coach again. Then his friend recommended Ronaldo to him. The next thing was very simple. Ronaldo came to Eindhoven naturally. In the following years, he even recommended Ronaldinho, Kaká and Robbenny to Eindhoven early on, but these players eventually failed to come to Eindhoven due to the transfer fee. In the Netherlands, Van Nistelrooy, Robben, Stam, Van Bommel, Hofland, Alex and other PSV players were all trained by him because he was the head coach of PSV at that time. However, because he had never appeared in newspapers and the media, no one knew of his existence. It was not until 2005 when he won the Michels Lifetime Achievement Award and was praised by Dutch football circles as the world's #1 player that he was truly recognized by Dutch fans for the first time. But no one knew his photo, no one knew what he looked like, and no one even knew how old he was. Perhaps it was because of Peter de Visser's low profile that Frank Arnezen, the general manager of the club at the time, was naturally pushed to the front. In addition, the Danes naturally liked to bring the former meritorious players to the fore, so a lot of credit naturally fell on Frank Arnezen. But in fact, Frank Arnezen still relied on Peter de Visser and the latter's scout network resources. Chapter 374, Carving Out Defense. Lee Yuxin didn't know what agreement the two old coaches reached next, because he walked away tactfully. This season, Arsenal has been leading the league. At the Colney base, Jidong and Bold were arranging training, while Wenger was thinking in his office. After all, after several years of bleeding, Arsenal now has the possibility of impacting the Premier League championship. Arsenal needs his own leadership to win more important championships than the League Cup and the FA Cup. Exclamation mark. Wenger belongs to the academic school and pays great attention to the integrity of the team's tactical system. Therefore, even if he makes substitutions during the game, he seems to be cautious, for fear of affecting the team's tactical system. Therefore, his substitutions are very rare, and they are generally made for positions that are not in good shape or not performing well enough. As Wenger's right-hand man, Ji Dong is very clear about Wenger's shortcomings. The professor's tactical literacy is definitely not worse than anyone else. He has outstanding tactical knowledge. At the same time, he is very good at building the team's passing system and offensive routines. Therefore, once Arsenal plays smoothly, it is often a devastating attack. Of course, this has a premise, that is, based on the fact that Arsenal is playing well, the professor's ability to make local adjustments is not as good as his own. If we use more professional words to describe it, Wenger hopes to promote global changes by making local substitutions. But there is another type of head coach, whose substitutions are more structural, such as Ferguson, who is a genius in this area. He is weak in building a tactical system, but he has a very keen tactical sense, so after winning the treble, he directly introduced Varane to carry out continental reforms. And he completely broke down and rebuilt Manchester United's formation, but he did not follow the direction of the continent completely, but explored and moved forward on his own to create Manchester United's own tactics. In the past few years, you can say that Ferguson has taken a lot of wrong paths, but you have to admit that Manchester United has indeed found a football path of its own and has created tactics that best fit Manchester United's temperament and spirit. Relatively speaking, Chelsea's former head coach Mourinho also has a keen sense of tactics, but he is too adventurous and speculative, so his substitutions and adjustments may not be as sophisticated as Ferguson's, and sometimes even counterproductive. If Wenger is an academic who emphasizes tactical system with a little idealism, then Ferguson and Mourinho are relatively realistic. Unlike Wenger, they coach the team more for realistic purposes. Even the tactical system is not important to them. As long as they can win, they don't care what tactics they use. Or it can be said that Wenger insists on being self-centered, while Ferguson and Mourinho tend to adapt to the enemy. But there is another kind of head coach. They are very special and are sandwiched between the academic and the realists. They attach great importance to the construction and maintenance of the tactical system, and have their own tactical concepts and stick to their own tactical ideas, but they will make appropriate changes and adjustments according to the opponent, and they also have excellent tactical sense. Benitez belongs to the middle school. Looking at Benitez's coaching style, he and Mourinho can be said to be the two head coaches in the Premier League who emphasize cooperation the most. Benitez's Liverpool and Mourinho's Chelsea were regarded as the Premier League's most holistic teams, and now Benitez has inherited this feature in Chelsea. But the two are a little different. Benitez emphasizes meticulousness. His tactics are known for their very demanding requirements. Many people even think that his requirements for players are almost like robots, asking players to mechanically execute his tactical requirements on the court, and he also arranges every game in detail to the point of being cumbersome. But whether it is Mourinho or Benitez, they are very persistent in their core concepts, and at the same time have a strong sense of tactics, and even take risks for this. For example, in the game against Manchester United, Ferguson's starting tactics in this game were very passive. He was indeed suppressed by Wenger, but he soon grasped the biggest weakness in Wenger's tactics, that is, the consumption of physical energy will be very large, especially considering that there are no players with superior physical fitness in the Arsenal team. Using such tactics will be very passive in the second half. If it were a normal head coach, he should have taken a blocking approach, that is, to contain Arsenal, but Ferguson did the opposite, letting you control the ball in attack. I have only one purpose, that is to wear you down and further consume your physical energy. It doesn't matter how many goals we lost in the first half. The most important thing is to wear you down. This is a very risky approach, because Manchester United may not be able to defend in the first half, but De Gea's outstanding performance saved Manchester United at least twice in the first half, so Ferguson won the bet. In the second half, Arsenal's physical energy had been almost exhausted. Ferguson changed two people in the 55th minute, which made Wenger hesitate, but these two substitutions were premeditated and there was not much risk, because at that time Arsenal's physical energy had been almost exhausted, and the substitutions were for attacking. For Ferguson at the time, as long as the attack could work, the pressure on the back line could be ignored. Relatively speaking, Wenger's substitutions seem a bit cautious, even conservative. He wanted to strengthen the defense by replacing Alexander Song, but the Cameroonian international did not show his level in the face of Manchester United's defense. He also did not put pressure on Manchester United on the offensive end by replacing Bentner. But at the same time, it must be noted that Arsenal's bench is indeed too weak, which has become the biggest bottleneck of Wenger's team. Without a strong enough bench, you can perform well when the main lineup is complete, but once the winter break comes, you will face the biggest test. Benitez's time at Liverpool was a bit opposite. The Spaniard always liked to rotate from the beginning, the lineup changed every day, and the players also changed back and forth, making people unpredictable. However, this team always exerted its strength in the second half because of the effect of rotation, but it was also easy to cause Liverpool's unstable performance in the first half and lose too many points. What Arsenal needs now is how to build a better defensive system. Buffon's arrival in the 11-12 season gave Arsenal a world-class goalkeeper, but they still lost a lot of goals. This is not Buffon's problem. In fact, Arsenal's goals lost have decreased after Buffon's arrival. The key to the problem is the defenders. After the training on the field, Zidane went to Wenger's office and put forward his ideas. Today's central defenders are very scarce. A very important reason for this situation is that the tactical system of European football has developed by leaps and bounds in recent years. Everyone is very clear that integration is the future trend. All coaches with a little foresight are transforming the team in an integrated manner. Perhaps in the eyes of many fans, integration is a good thing for mid and lower level teams, but that's because fans are not clear about the situation. The so-called integration is to pursue a stable 1 + 1 greater than or equal to 2, and 1 is the strength of the players. So for the team, one benefit of integration is that the overall strength of the team will no longer be like in the past, with core players injured and the team's performance fluctuating too much, but this is a nightmare for the middle and lower teams, because they will find that it is becoming more and more difficult to upset, because the strength of their players cannot be compared with the strong teams at all. The result of integration is that the gap between the two sides is even greater. For some players in the strong teams that have been integrated, especially the scorers, it has become easier and easier to score, because integration leads to strong teams easily crushing weak teams, and scoring is naturally easy. So this season, Arsenal has scored 42 goals so far. Lee Yuxin has scored 14 goals alone, which is 3 more than the second-ranked Manchester City god. Bale has also scored 11 goals, Walcott has scored 6 goals, and the Trident has scored 31 of Arsenal's 42 goals. But this is at the offensive level, but what about defense? Getting harder and harder to some extent. The overall transformation of the current football offense is relatively fast, but the overall transformation of the defense is a bit behind. One very important reason is that it is easier to cultivate and carve an offensive player than to cultivate a defensive player, and for defensive players, changing style is not a simple matter. Even Zidane can say that even in the previous life, the transformation of central defenders was still in a very awkward stage in 2013, so if you look at the top central defenders in 2013, you will find that you can't pick out a few top central defenders. Even in the Giants, there will be many central defenders who seem to be very bad and unstable in your impression, but they are already the main force of the Giants and are counted in the world of football. Zidane dares to say that in today's football, no one is more tactically far-sighted than him, because he has experienced it all personally, and he knows very well what changes will happen in the future, so he can always be ahead of others. This time, he still has to be ahead in the training of central defenders. But facing the coaching staff, he can give suggestions to Wenger, but he thinks that he should still talk to the players. Coming down from the second floor of the training building, Zidane planned to go to the pitching machine training room, which has become the favorite place for Arsenal players. Another place is the indoor football competition venue, where there are group competitions every day, and the players will also formulate some interesting rewards and penalties by themselves, such as cleaning the toilet. But when Zidane was about to leave the training building, he found that the people he wanted to find were all in the gym, which made him feel like laughing, because he felt that the team's central defenders least needed to practice strength and confrontation. "Are you in a meeting?" Zidane walked in directly. Benicia, Koscielny and Vermaelen were all there, and the Belgian was still sitting on the seated chest press. The two central defenders of MR Duong were obviously discussing something. When they saw Zidane coming in, Vermaelen and Koscielny stood up immediately, And Benicia immediately got off the chest press. Don't we have a rule that it is not necessary to use gym equipment for training privately? Jidong's tone was a little hard. Every piece of equipment in the gym has its fixed function. As a professional player, the more you practice here, the better. The most important thing is to be reasonable. Arsenal has very high requirements and management measures for these. We have consulted Professor Peter Brandt. Vermaelen explained quickly. Jidong didn't say anything more after listening. He looked at Vermaelen and then at Benicia. This French boy has a very distinctive bald head. His head is very big and round. He really looks a bit like the squash in Plants vs. Zombies. When you have time, I think you should watch more game videos and practice passing and receiving the ball, especially the fast diagonal long passes to the two wings. Jidong gave his own opinions to the three central defenders. Vermaelen, Koscielny and Benicia looked at each other and nodded. Then Benicia thought for a moment and asked, what about our power confrontation? Do you think it should be strengthened? After listening to this, Jidong smiled and shook his head and said, I can't say whether to strengthen it or not, because for a central defender, power confrontation is definitely necessary, but I think it's good enough. On the contrary, you have all played many other different positions. Vermaelen, you have played as a striker and midfielder, and you are very good at holding the ball and passing. Vincent, you have also played as a defensive midfielder, and you are good at holding the ball. You know? The reason why the boss reuses you is because of this. Vermaelen, Koscielny and Benicia were all a little surprised. Jidong had never told them why he considered introducing them, but he had always strengthened their ability to hold the ball and pass the ball. Jidong thought about it and had enough time today, so he decided to take a central defender course. So he took paper and pen from the gym and introduced the two central defenders he was very optimistic about. What do you think is the most important thing for all teams to insist on integration? Also, think about it carefully, when you watch the game videos around the beginning of the century, what will you find? The two were somewhat surprised by Jidong's question. This question was either too deep or too cold. I tell you, when more and more teams become more and more proficient in overall control, running without the ball will become more and more important, because football offense always uses its own advantages to attack the opponent's weaknesses. But in the past, the tactical integrity was not strong enough, not tight enough, and the cooperation was not high, so it relied on the individual strength of the stars to use one-on-one to create local advantages, so there were the magical performances of Pelé, Maradona, Ronaldo and others. Because the most advantageous forces of the team are concentrated at one point, breaking through a certain point of the opponent's defense line, and then disintegrating the entire defense, creating gaps, and scoring opportunities will come naturally, so the personal abilities of the stars in that era were very high. The personal abilities of the offensive players and the personal abilities of the defensive players were all very important, because all the offensive tactics at that time were to create one-on-one opportunities by all means. Chapter 375 Answering Questions and Solving Confusions. But with the arrival of the overall trend, offensive players gradually discovered a problem, that is, the opponent will no longer easily give you a one-on-one opportunity. The opponent will maintain the strictness of overall coordination at the tactical level, making it difficult for you to create a one-on-one easily, so Greece won the European Cup. Vermaelen, Koscielny and Benicia are just young players. Their understanding of football, especially the core level of tactical understanding and thinking, is far inferior to Jidong and the coaching staff, let alone to a group of veterans such as Yuxin. So when they heard Jidong's analysis of Greece's success, they were full of surprise. After I won the championship in Greece, I said that this European Cup would inevitably bring about tremendous changes in European football, and even world football, because everyone has discovered the advantages of holistic football, but to bring out this advantage will bring a new problem, that is, running without the ball. Jidong was very patient. He came here to knock on these three rough diamonds, so he had to make them understand, at least have a concept in their minds, that is, what responsibilities Arsenal's central defenders will need to assume in the future and what kind of defensive system the team will have. For the attacking side, the tighter your defense is, if I don't move, I will be restricted by you, so I have to move, not only me, but my teammates have to move with me, constantly running and pulling the defense line. So with the advancement of integration, whether the player has the ball at his feet or not, he plays a pivotal role on the field. In the past, when the tactical integration was not strict enough, individual players were allowed to be invisible, Even Ronaldo was invisible for a game, and finally scored a goal. It didn't matter, because the impact was not great, but now it is different. Now the integration is promoted, and the running of a person is not active, which greatly affects the overall control of the team. Suppose the team is compared to a whole composed of 11 people, minus the goalkeeper. There are 10 people, and the standard running is set to 10 kilometers, that is, the total running distance of a team in a game is 100 kilometers. Then the question is, if one of the players only runs 5 kilometers, what will happen? If the team wants to continue to maintain his control, then the 5 kilometers he runs less must be shared by the other 9 players, or by several people, or by one of the players. If no player shares the 5 kilometers, the team's control will decline. Of course, what I'm talking about is a hypothetical concept. The purpose is to more vividly describe the operation of integrated football, but I believe you have a deep understanding of it. That is, today's football is no longer the era of focusing on one-on-one in the past. Similar to the era of Pelé, Maradona, and Ronaldo, where one person led a team to completely defeat the opponent, it no longer exists. I can even say at an extreme point that it is impossible for the current football tactical system to have a football king like Pelé and Maradona again, unless it undergoes a new round of changes in the future. Then, think about it again, all the offensive players you meet, what is the most important thing for their tactics to play around? For defensive players, what is the most difficult to defend? Even now, Zidane did not forget to test these 3 young central defenders. Of course, it does not mean that he will deduct points if they cannot answer or answer poorly. He wants them to think about this question for themselves. Zidane once heard someone say that if the German legendary striker Gerd Müller was born in the world football world around 10 years ago, he could score 100 goals in a single season, and the statement was also affirmed by many people. But Zidane felt that this assumption was completely unnecessary, because the people who said this didn't understand modern football at all. If you carefully analyze the era of Gerd Müller, you will find that he and Beckenbauer were from the same era. Both of them created brilliance in Bayern Munich and the German national team. If you are familiar with Beckenbauer, you will know that German football at that time was an era that countless people later studied and explored. The representative teams of all-out attack and defense in the 1970s were the Netherlands and Germany. Among them, Germany was known for its self-centered people, and its representative figure was Beckenbauer. These two teams, which were known as the representative teams of all-out attack and defense, were known for their holistic play. Even now, Germany is very fond of strict integrity. So in Zidane's previous life, he disliked Löw very much, because he felt that the head coach of the German national team seemed to have modernized German football and seemed to have kept up with the trend, but in fact he changed his ways. He gave up the holistic play that Germany had insisted on for many years. His football seemed beautiful, but in fact it was a castle in the air and could not be relied on at critical moments, because he did not understand what the fundamental core of modern football was. Integration does not mean that if you play beautiful passes and pleasing offensives, you are called modernized, which is integration. The German national team's off-ball running is deeply rooted. Before Löw, dating back to the Beckenbauer period, German football has always been very fond of off-ball running. So Zidane has always felt that the world's most promising to play all-out attack and defense football again is the German national team and club, because that is in their blood. What is off-ball running? And how to look at off-ball running? That is a feeling, but if you use the simplest and most direct way, then look at the running distance. Although there may be some water in the running distance, such as some relatively bad useless running, but at least this is a more intuitive way to compare the strength of off-ball running. If you analyze Löw's German national team again, it is not difficult to find that every time they win, they overwhelm their opponents with off-ball running, and every time they lose, they almost fall on off-ball running. Why is this so? Lacking the soul of unified thinking, blindly integrating for the sake of integration and cooperating for the sake of cooperation. When Zidane asked Vermaelen, Koscielny and Benicia, what kind of offensive method is the most difficult to defend for defensive players? That is to constantly pull the opponent's defense line through unremitting off-ball running. This kind of attack is the most difficult to defend. Why is Drogba so difficult to defend? It is because he keeps running throughout the game, on the left, middle, right, and even retreating. He keeps running. You can defend him for an hour, but as long as you relax for a minute, he can create a threat to you. In addition, many people say that modern central defenders are not focused enough in the game, and their mental concentration is not strong. In fact, It is not the player's problem, but when you face a group of offensive players who keep running in front of you all day long, who dares to guarantee that they can make the best and most appropriate response every time? Who dares to guarantee that they can block the opponent every time? Why should the center forward withdraw from the stage of history? Jidong even dares to assert that central defenders with slow turning speed, weak explosive power and insufficient physical flexibility will definitely disappear from the stage of history, because it will be difficult for them to keep up with the requirements of running without the ball. The development trend of modern football will no longer be one-on-one, but pulling and penetration. Constantly creating pulling through off-ball running, passing and penetrating by pulling out gaps, and finally when an opportunity arises, a player in the team will make the final blow. But off-ball running is not just running, but a kind of running that is full of confusion and deception, just like Van Persie suddenly ran to the wing to get the ball. Is he going to get the ball there? Wrong. He wants to pull the central defender out and let Ribery cut to the middle to attack the opponent's gap. Similarly, we often see that after Messi gets the ball on the wing, he passes it back to Alves, but he chooses to run to the middle or rush directly to the bottom line. What is his purpose? It is to create gaps for Alves to insert himself. This is the case in local areas, and then it expands from local to global, just like we often attack a certain wing, press the opponent, and then suddenly pass the ball to the other side, and then seize the opportunity of the opponent's moving defense line to directly launch an attack. This is also a kind of confusion. Following Jidong's in-depth analysis and explanation, both Vermaelen, Koscielny and Benicia were full of surprise, because they had never looked down on these problems from such a high altitude, and they even looked at the current football problems from the tactical perspective they had been taught since childhood. Jidong talked a lot, but the more he talked, the more he couldn't stop, because he found that he had too many ideas to instill in the two central defenders, so he said again, "So, what is the highest requirement for central defenders in the modern football tactical system?" Vermaelen Koscielny thought about it, then looked at Benicia who was also thinking, and tried to ask, "Prediction." Jidong smiled and pointed at Vermaelen Koscielny, praising, "Very correct." He really felt that he was not wrong. This Belgian central defender at least had a strong understanding. Prediction of the ball path, prediction of possible situations, these are the most demanding aspects for future central defenders, just like we often talk about Cannavaro. What do you think is the most valuable thing about Cannavaro? It is his front defense, and the biggest test for a player in front defense is prediction. But front defense is only a part of it. I have discussed with Mauro Tassati. We both think that cutting and intercepting will become the most important means of defense in the future. The most important thing about cutting and intercepting is to cut the opponent's passing route and intercept it. This is a proactive defense, and front defense is one of the manifestations. After hearing this, Vermaelen Koscielny and Benicia finally understood why Jidong said that physical strength confrontation was not the focus, but asked them to watch more game videos, obviously hoping that they would improve their ability in this aspect. Because the attacking side moves at high speed on the court, then as the defending side, it is best to be able to keep up with the opponent in terms of mobility, so there are certain requirements for the explosiveness and flexibility of the players, and as the team's passing and receiving system becomes more and more strict, the opponent's targeted defense becomes stronger and stronger, and the ball control system, especially the ball control core, will be more and more backward, even from the current midfielder to the central defender position. In fact, in the 13 years since Jidong traveled through time, central defenders have been incorporated into the ball control system and are even in a very important position, so central defenders who can hold the ball and pass the ball are the trend of the future. Although Hageland is performing very steadily now, his ability to hold and pass the ball is not strong. The reason why Mike Dawson is not liked by Jidong is because he cannot integrate into the team's entire ball control system, while Vermaelen Koscielny and Benicia are the central defender combination that Jidong has high hopes for in the future. Of course, Jidong can't guarantee whether these two players can play well, nor can he guarantee whether several young players in the team or some players in other leagues will be better than them, but for the time being, he still has the highest hopes for these two central defenders. Because in the overall tactical trend, the position of the central defender is very important, because the defender is the weakest area on the court under the opponent's pressure and pressing. If the central defender sitting in the middle can share some of the responsibilities of the current organizing midfielder, it will inevitably guide the team's entire ball control and passing system to become more fluent and more threatening. Of course, Zhidong is also very clear that for the time being, the Premier League does not have the environment of La Liga, so he can't transform Javi Martinez into a central defender like Bielsa, nor can he transform Mascherano into a central defender like Barcelona, because the Premier League does not have the environment of La Liga, and the Premier League has its own unique characteristics. As for Yaya Touré, if it is a Yaya Touré who doesn't like to insert from behind, Zhidong will definitely consider transforming him into a central defender, but the problem is that this kid has a strong offensive desire, and it is a bit unreliable to play as a defensive midfielder now. If he really lets him play as a central defender, wouldn't that be a dead end? Every word I said today is my understanding of football, and I also believe that in the next few years, the development trend of football will definitely be like this, so I believe you should be very clear about what path you should take. After a pause, Zhidong said again, also, don't be afraid of mistakes, try more, because only through practical attempts, you will know whether it is right or wrong, and whether your ideas are feasible. At least, I think we at Arsenal in the Premier League have enough strength and capital for you to try. Of course, if you don't perform well, you still have to play as a substitute. With the current defensive power of the team, as long as it is not in a major strong dialogue, losing the ball is not terrible for Arsenal, and Zhidong's last sentence also put pressure on them. That is, if you want to play as a main player, you have to make fewer mistakes in your attempts, especially the kind of mistakes that cause the team to lose points. Zhidong's tolerance for mistakes is not only for central defenders, but also for side-backs, midfielders, and forwards. He allows them to make bold attempts and innovations. For example, he encouraged Fabregas to pass more through balls that tear through the defense, and even some of the cooperation routines of the Trident this season. Many of them were inspired by them on the spot, and they even missed some goals because of this. But Zhidong was tolerant, but he had a standard, that is, don't make the same mistake a second or even a third time, otherwise it would not be an attempt, but a stupid mistake. Wenger is still very thoughtful in this regard, after all, he is a talent scout. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.